live. Boom,
Titty,
boom.
titty.
Just as I say, go live.
I mean, look, what's that say?
How you gonna get out of this one like no nigga? Shoes can't get you out of this one like no nigga. Or why the fuck you just getting in the crib now like no nigga? I gotta go nigga. Why the fuck am I so goddamn simple? Everything you do makes me resentful. Say you're done for good, but that depends though. I somehow always end up wanting to kiss you. What the fuck am I?
Coming in. Here we go.
Everything you do makes me resentful. Say you're done for good, but that depends though. I somehow always end up wanting to kiss you. They say, hey, you'll never get close to me. You wanna ride off and get close to me. Why you hanging niggas show to me? You gotta eat the booty like grocery. You gotta get rid of these thoughts for me. You see, I make this nigga sell his soul to me. Your nigga get close to me. You gotta eat the booty like grocery. Ladies, say, this how it's supposed to be. Ooh, this how it's supposed to be. Ooh, this how it's supposed to be. If you want me to expose the cream, ooh, this how it's supposed to be. Ooh, this how it's supposed to be. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sweet thing. Stick it up. What they got, Jeff? So freaking good.
Yeah.
It's 21st, look, when that outside get no gun.
Come on in. We like that old.
It's really good. I like it, oh God. Boy, it's like it, wow. Oh, yeah, right there. All right. Shake it, go. Stop breaking down. What they got, baby? Sweet thing. Sweet thing.
Don't keep you off my mind.
Wow, boys.
I need you to party with me, sis, so I'm not going to turn the music off.
Sorry. You didn't pick like a song I would have chose.
I couldn't. Listen.
Sorry. There were so many choices for the theme today. And
that's for later. Don't worry about it. I already got to see you try.
He messed up with the girl, guys. Sorry.
I didn't.
You did. See how I didn't come in. I was just like, that's your favorite song. That's your favorite song.
That one.
Sorry. That's his favorite song, everybody. It's one of your favorite songs. And you be sized every time.
I do.
Hi, y'all. Sorry, I was trying to send out text messages and links, and I was doing a lot. It wasn't because I didn't like the song. It's just I was doing a lot. Okay. Is that right? Hi, everybody.
What's up?
What's going on, everybody? This has been a strange week. This has been a strange week.
What's going on? Well,
We could just play some music for a while.
we just here, we're here to celebrate you, Go ahead and play your songs. Go ahead and play your track. You know what I'm saying? I'll throw the overlay up for you. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and run your track. Because I got some stuff, you know what I'm saying, that I planned, but
Uh,
I didn't want to start with it because they wasn't here. We start with, you know what I'm saying? So it was a whole thing. You know what I'm saying? She was looking at it. I was like, oh, I know, I get it, but it's not because I didn't pick a song, some shit, but you
You
know what
didn't
I'm
even
saying?
pick like one song that I would normally talk. It's so many back songs.
Yeah, but it's also like getting a good quality certain jump. And
I
then
be hard on them,
I
y'all.
was trying to play something
I be
off of the
messing.
other
I
jump.
be messing with them.
I was trying to play something off the other jump, but I couldn't get it because you seen what happened. It wasn't working. So I was like, why is this not working? So I got to go back and I got to do some tech, and I got to figure out why that's not working with that particular application because there is a part on there that I wanted to intro with. And there she is, the madre. We're
So
gonna keep
wait. So
y'all
wait.
backstage for a
I wanna
while.
get. Yeah, we're gonna keep her down there for a second. So,
We're gonna keep her backstage.
hey, 80s babies. So, I will be 40 years old on Sunday. The Unikoy will be 40 years old on Sunday. So, I thought today to start off so anybody that knows me knows that I love my birthday. I love everything about my birthday. My birthday is everything, okay? And I usually enjoy a full weekend or multiple days of my birthday. I usually have like multiple plans and then, and then I like to do different activities and everybody's not down with the activities. I have like multiple activities. It's like Unikoy Cella every birthday. And
Unicorn cello.
that's gonna be it. Watch out for that. And
Unicorn cello.
summer
Of the first
2024,
outside.
maybe.
Summer of the first outside.
I like 24 sound good. 24
Oh,
sound good.
2024 sounds amazing.
So I
Oh,
decided today I would like to start off the chat early, so that I don't hold them too long, but with the people that created me on purpose of sorts. But I will let them tell the story because yeah. So and my sister's here. There's so many things about to happen, guys.
hello.
It's about to be
Sis.
it's about to be Koya shenanigans, okay?
Koya shenanigans today.
So I
And
thought
there
it would be
he is. And we
important
got
to talk
Pops in the
about
building.
the greatness of my energy being brought into the world, and you have to start with the people that decided to do that. So we're
You are
gonna
not on
bring
screen,
on
don't worry.
we're gonna bring on my mom, and she can introduce herself.
Oh, bring it to the stage.
I'm and my dad.
The one and only, the mother of the unicorn, the queen herself, Miss Rhonda Claude. And in this corner, standing at something 6 foot something, weighing in at a good weight for a man of his matureness. The father, the man that brought
What?
Unikoy to the world with his famousness.
These
The
are the
one,
weirdest
the
intros.
only, Steven Claude.
Well, that will certainly go down in history as
That will.
as the most unique introduction I've ever had.
I hope so.
It was pretty
I hope
unique.
so. You have to be unique for Koya the unicorn.
That's true.
You can't do things
I am a unicorn.
normally or the way
Oh, you guys are silly.
that you are supposed to do them, I guess.
So,
Happy birthday. Well,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday, parents.
Yeah, it's a happy something.
Happy birthday, parents.
happy
Oh,
birthday.
boy.
The first question I have is when you think about a 40-year-old human and you're like, hey, that was a baby. Like, is it weird? Does that feel weird for y'all with like to watch your kids like become like real humans? Because I don't like when you look at babies, they're like, oh, it's a baby.
Well, I'll just say 40 years for your child to reach is a milestone that you think about earlier in life, like at least for me. So there was a time decades ago when I thought, what would life be like when it would have to be you, Koya, since you are the first of the children. What would it be like when our baby becomes 40? Like for some reason, 20 years ago, that was something I thought would be a significant milestone, and more so than 30. I think you think in terms of intervals of like 25, like when one of your kids becomes 25, that feels like a milestone. But 40 was something I thought about years ago, decades ago, and kind of thought, what would life and family life feel like when one of our children became 40?
I think it's a weird concept.
Well, and let me qualify that a little more and say that I thought I would feel really old when one of my
That's what I was gonna say.
one of my
My
children.
bottom
Like,
line
what do you
is,
mean by old? Like that would make you feel old.
Yeah, that would be the validation
Right.
that mommy and I are old.
Yeah, but I feel 40. I'm just
I
saying.
thought y'all would be like 80 though. Like in my head, y'all looked 80.
We do.
Like a black 80. No. When I thought about me at 40, first of all, I didn't look anything like this. I keep calling myself Benjamin Buttons. So,
Going back in time.
going backwards like a baby. But no, like y'all like don't look the way I thought y'all would look when we get to 40.
Me either.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you know what they say? They say it's not the age, it's the mileage. So we should be looking like about 95.
Right. Right.
But I don't feel the age of having a child 40. Rhonda, to your point, Rhonda.
Yeah, no. I told you I feel like I'm 40.
Yeah, you feel 40 and I feel 20.
Well, that's because children age you, but don't let you age at the same time.
That's true. Yes. That is true. And I'm around young people all the time, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rhonda, you're around like three generations at one time.
At one time. Yes. Woo! You have to stay young because they real hard on you. Grandma, didn't you wear that the other day? Why you got that on your head? When you gonna change your hair?
They will say that.
Do the same thing. So
they will say that.
Yes, they will.
So
they're looking like
my first question is, so okay, if I'm born in February 1981.
Well, first I'll say
that means I was conceived in 1980.
Okay.
Right? Is that how that works?
Well, you were a birth that
Oh,
wasn't
which is
that. When I
comforting.
say not expected, we didn't
Well,
think. At least
that's
they told
comforting.
us we couldn't have children for a long
The
period of time.
doctors played God and told y'all can have children, and then you had 3.
Yeah, that's because of healthy diet. Never do it. Always eat meat and pork.
Wait, wait, wait,
We were
wait,
like vegans,
Mom.
right, Steve? Like really
No,
vegetarian.
no, we weren't. We weren't vegans.
We were vegetarian
We were vegetarians.
because we didn't eat seafood until the kids came along.
Y'all keep saying we weren't vegan, but all the things that were not vegan, I felt like were just treats.
Yeah, I mean, we were borderline vegan. I mean, we did have, we had some dairy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
We had some dairy,
Did we?
and
Not a lot, because Steve, you didn't want any eggs, no
I didn't
milk.
have any dairy.
Koya did not have milk. She had almond milk.
nah, but we had ice cream.
Johnny definitely did.
Oh yeah, you would eat vanilla bean Breyer's
Right.
ice cream with honey.
And Haagen-Dazs.
It was Haagen-Dazs with honey, but it was natural as ice cream could be.
Haagen-Dazs is still the only ice cream I really eat.
Yeah, but I mean, Koya, you really were a miracle baby, and not just in terms of coming, but coming when you came. Because even though the doctors had not ruled it out, they said it would. I mean, literally said, stop using birth control now. It'll probably take you all a couple of years to conceive. You'll probably lose the first child, and you may have a shot at the second.
Right.
And to show you the doctors don't know, I believe it was the first or second month after stopping birth control.
That's true.
And even though it was, as I remember, a challenging pregnancy, we didn't lose the first child. You are the first conception.
Right.
And so we always, particularly in the early years, I mean, we always referred to you as a miracle baby just because of how we had been informed by the doctors.
That's true.
See, the unicorn thing makes sense now. No, but that's interesting. Like, and I tell people this story all the time, actually, because people freak out about their, conceiving and having baby. I be like, look, get your diet right, get your mental right, and things will happen miraculously. Yeah,
and I think also with that, I think women's reproductive health is probably the least exact among the medical sciences. I mean, that was your mom and I's experience in our personal case, but I also just have observed that over the years, and I know Rhonda from time to time has shared things with me over the years where related to women's reproductive health, it's just not exact.
Right.
And rules apply with less uniformity when it comes to women's reproductive health than they may to other health sciences.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think, I don't know, I think the way doctors tell you stuff is so scary. They presented the information. But I mean, now it's different. Like, there's so many alternative ways of doing things now. So, like, I don't know if it comes off the same way. I mean, this language is still the same.
Well, we had a really natural doctor. So she did both medicine, and then she did a lot of natural stuff. So it was so
when they told you to get off the birth control, your diet was what?
We were mostly vegetarian during that time, right, Steve? I remember we grew our own food, cooked our own food.
Yeah, we were largely organic foods and definitely all whole grain and natural food. So we ate brown rice exclusively, not even just wheat bread, but like 7 grain.
Right.
And this is going into beef like before you got pregnant. That was your diet.
Because we had a farm. I mean, we had we had we were part of a land cooperative, and we probably had 2 or 3 acres under crop. We not only bought our own food, but we sold food to health food stores in DC after we, after we harvested.
Right.
And even before and after we farmed, we bought food from health food stores, and so we had organic vegetables and fruits. Definitely during all of those early years.
Yeah.
I think there are actually a lot more people who kind of it's not that odd now.
No, it was difficult then because you couldn't like eat out a whole lot. We had to find places to go.
I told Mom like yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was like, y'all was not trying to make it easy on us in the 80s. Like, we had Swahili names. We in the city. We had a school with like multiple neighborhoods, all Black kids, and we're in there with like these people were looking at the names, the clothes. They were like, who are these people?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, we were very progressive for our generation.
Super progressive.
I mean, and I remember, before I met your mom, I started with it in college.
Right.
And I would go away to school, and I'd come back 3 months later, and I told my parents my name was now Sababu. And I would come home.
What was Grandma and Granddaddy's reaction to that?
Not good.
Well, I think the worst in the family was my mom's dad, who was a judge. And so every time I came home with something new, so I'd go, come back 3 months, my name is Sababu. I come back 3 months later, I'm a vegetarian. And every time I would come with something, my mom would say, you need to go visit your grandfather, thinking that the judge would interrogate me and pick apart all of my reasons. And, so he would say, and he smoked the pipe. So he'd be puffing on his pipe, and he says, yes, so your mom tells me that you're now a vegetarian. Yeah. And he would always say these words, do you want to tell me about that? And that was like, once he said those words, do you want to tell me about that? That's when you knew the interrogation was coming. Do you want to tell me about that?
Yo, that's funny.
So, but we were progressive, and it wasn't just diet and names. I mean, we were into the principles of Kwanzaa even before we knew of Kwanzaa. So we were practicing cooperative economics and some of the other principles of Kwanzaa just because they were principles that were lifted up. Because Rhonda hung around progressive people having nothing to do with me. I hung around progressive people having nothing. So when we came together, we had to we had individual progressiveness, and it was easier to create collective progressive-ness. Rhonda, am I getting that right?
Yeah, well said. Good for you. That was, and it worked. It worked. We were weird, especially when you go to Thanksgiving dinner and you tell your family you're not going to have no more of that turkey.
That's right.
Oh man, the food thing, but I'm gonna wait to speak on that. I have to bring Shani in on that one because I feel like we have different experiences. I enjoyed the food until I had to explain it to other children. Like when I had to explain it to other children, it was like,
yeah, I think in the beginning it was kind of all you knew. And I think as you all got older, you saw, other things. But real quick, I was talking about my family's response. I remember Rhonda's mom kind of going through the same thing. And when Rhonda's mom didn't disagree with you, she would let you talk yourself into a hole, and then she would just say, oh, that's shit.
Yep.
Say, oh, shit. Oh, that's shit.
Oh my God.
That's how I knew I had not convinced Rhonda's mom. She was, oh, that's shit.
And she really did that because that's probably the only time she would ever curse too. Like
that's the only time she cursed. Oh, that's shit.
But I was a strange child. I wanted to be barefoot with a wedding dress on and cocker shells, and
And you
I
was
wore afro when
living in the
nobody
mountain.
else
I don't feel like
did.
that's what Asheville look like now.
What, cocker shells and bare
All of
feet?
everything you just said is what Asheville looks like now.
Oh, absolutely. Is exactly how I wanted
I
it
just
to
think
be.
that's funny, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember years later, after we jolted both of our families with our differences, these were kind of one of some of my moments of joy. I'd be at my parents' house, and my mom and dad would be listening to a news report, and they would say, well, NIH scientists have now deemed that eating excessive amounts of red meat is not good. And I hear what my mom say, oh, shoot, Steve told us that 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
And that's what's funny. Like now in conversation, people will start talking about stuff, and sometimes I'm just like, right, yeah. And then they're all excited, and I'm like, this is not new information. Like, and so it's kind of weird because like people will come back to me, like kids that we grew up with will say like, yo, y'all showed us this back then, and that's all I'm doing now. That's all I'm eating. Like Kwanzaa was like a whole. Like we like there's so many people that celebrate Kwanzaa because they came to our house at Kwanzaa.
That's true.
And they had no clue about it. Like no clue. And it's still like a whole story with it. But yeah. So y'all were older than your peers that had children, right? So like
I was. And I was from the South. So being
they were
26,
doing out of high school.
27, having kids was old then.
Right.
See, and it didn't feel that way to me.
It didn't feel that way, but because I was ready by then.
I mean, when I look at the people that I went to high school and college with, I feel like I was right around the same time with them. And or maybe even sooner in some cases. But I never had the feeling like we were starting late. I mean, now is now it's just it's like I think the ages have moved back. I think
I was going to say now 26 is young.
26 is young. That's right. Thank you.
Well, it's weird that it's like that. Like 26 is young, and then they're saying every decade we're like aging a decade backwards. So like the 40-year-olds really, well, they used to say the 40-year-olds were 30-year-olds. They're actually adding another 5 years to that. Because they're saying specifically if you didn't follow.
You just want to add another 5 years to it?
No. They said specifically if you didn't follow the traditional route, if you didn't follow the traditional route, like kids, job, family, those things, that's kind of what happened with our generation. We're like in the middle. We're we're like half and half.
I think we lost.
Did we lose that?
Nope, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, his screen is just frozen. Okay. No worries.
So, no, I think that's interesting.
You have for your parents.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay, I would like to know my delivery story.
Oh, Rhonda, you go first, and then I have mine.
Let me start the first part of it. Steve had a meeting at his office. It was at night. He had a board meeting. I'm going to say, you can correct me because I don't remember a whole lot. And I was babysitting one of his board members' infants. I mean, newborn infant, like really newborn. And I was home because I was due in a few weeks. So, having a first baby or having any baby, you never know when that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can't remember her name, but I remember who she looks like. But anyway, so the baby started nestling, nudging just rooting because she was breastfeeding. The mother was. So I just felt this thing going on in my stomach. And then all of a sudden it was like, you got a baby of your own. Boom, boom. And the mucus plug came out. I was sitting on the bed holding a newborn baby. I called Steve and he goes, it's not time. Nope, but it's happening and it's happening now. Somebody got to come and get this baby.
I don't know what about my personality and utero you thought that was cool.
I know. Do you remember that, Steve?
And I was about to say,
Rhonda's cleaning up her part of it. So I'm in a board meeting, and the meeting is going really bad. The board is coming after my boss, who's the CEO of the organization. And I'm watching this now. I'm young. I'm 25, 26. And these board politics are really still new to me. But I'm watching the way this conversation is going. I'm like, this don't sound good. Rhonda calls and she says, I think it's time to have the baby. And I said, what do you mean you think it's time to have the baby? And she said, well, I got some water running down my leg and I don't think it's pee.
That's exactly what I said.
And one of my board members looked at me and said, see, because they knew that Rhonda was pregnant, and said, what's going on? I said, I think my wife's water broke. And they said, you need to go. And I said, I don't need to go yet, because I wasn't trying to leave what was happening. And they said, boy, get out of here. So that must have been about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. As I recall, we went into the hospital around 11. And I think you came, Koya, somewhere between 6:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Yep. And I remember staying through it all. And I go home, I call, because the board meeting, it was one of those weekend-long board meetings. So that was Friday night. So I called the board meeting to let everyone know that, Koya's here, Rhonda's okay, blah, blah, blah. And I'm calling them and I'm saying, like, okay, everyone's fine. And they said, oh, great, tell your wife congratulations. By the way, they fired the CEO. You're now the acting CEO of the organization. That's right. So all of that happened within like a 10-hour period.
What?
Of you coming into. So look, so you should just claim it. You came into the world.
You came early and brought in a miracle. Just saying.
Yeah. You came in the world disrupting stuff.
I would take any love and appreciation in the form of cash, check, credit card, stock exchange.
Yeah, you got me my first CEO job.
I mean, and it's only fair that I run my own businesses. See what I'm saying? It makes sense.
You felt proud because you were in there.
I felt proud because didn't nobody tell you to pick up nobody's baby.
I know. I can't remember who that was.
All in my area. It was all in my area.
That sounds like you, though. That sounds like something you would do. You in there like, is that? Hold up. I haven't even come here yet. What is she doing? Nah, let me go on out of here and kick that joint open. Like,
that's what she
did. Yeah, it was Ormond Harriet's baby, my board member from Connecticut. I remember.
Oh, okay. Precious baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, Steve, she got to come get the baby. I don't remember what happened after that.
Wait. I think all men do that. Do all men do that? Like prep women and they be like, the contraction's coming.
Well, Elaine's got a note up there. Yep, she was definitely there. Woo!
No, she said that he kept looking at the monitor.
Oh my God. I was
and saying that she wasn't having a contraction.
Wait a minute, I said that?
You
while she was having contractions, you kept telling her she wasn't having contractions.
So let me tell you.
Look, he said mind over matter. You know what I'm saying? He said mind over matter.
No, I was reading the monitor like a Richter scale chart, and so if the line wasn't going up real sharp, I'm like, Rhonda, it's not that bad. And she's like, what the? You mean you ain't? I was looking at the lines and it wasn't consistent. So the line would go up real high and Rhonda would be okay. The line would go up low and Rhonda would be like, somebody need to give me some drugs, And so, yeah, I was way off course. Like that's again, you don't trust technology when it comes to birth.
or men who don't know what they're looking at. I'm just
Right.
saying.
Duly noted, Madam Chair.
Right. Right.
Oh
Duly
my
noted.
gosh.
Because
That-
something
that was
happens
not
to
a
them
joke.
in there. Something happens. They're just like, it's like, it just, I just, you know, something happens.
But you know what was really cool about that is we were both scared. We were new, we were scared. This, it just kind of happened upon us. So in the hospital room, I don't know if Steve remembers, but there were mostly women. I'm going to say Steve was the only male in there.
Because you had
That's
all
true.
3 natural childbirths, right?
A natural childbirth, and there was one woman in there pregnant. One just had a baby, and I think our doctor just had a baby. But anyway, it was good to have all the women in there. They gave Steve a rough time because he's like, well, I can do this. And I just asked him, how long is it going to take? Well, I can't see. And then they wanted me to look and see, but they had me take my contacts out. So I have never seen.
That's why I don't like going to the hospital to get surgery for nothing, because they always want me to take my contacts out.
So I haven't seen any of my births.
Wasn't the doctor who delivered Koya, though? He was male.
Now, the one who delivered Koya was Satimale.
Okay. The one who delivered Kyrie was male.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. After that, Satimale had to go out of town, and the male, I really don't remember Kyrie's doctor per se. I know my water broke. It was real serious with him. It was a bloody show.
The reason I remember it was a male with Kyrie, and this is funny, as Kyrie was nearing coming in, the doctor turned to me and said, if it's a boy, are you going to name him after you? And I said, absolutely not. And he said, good. I named my son after me. That boy, 35 years old, he still don't know who he is.
You said you didn't want a junior. You said that.
Well, but if you think about it, Kyrie and ours name have the same meaning.
King. Means kingly.
Both mean kingly, and yet he doesn't have to be a Jew, which is great.
That's right.
Just gonna give him the king on top of the king. Y'all just these guys.
and when I think with Shani Satimale had to go out of town, so her other partner or whatever came to deliver her. I was so mad because I wanted Satimale there, but
Hi, Dr. Shani Guade Suggs.
And Joelle, hello. And
hey, girl. Hey,
Bob. What's going on? The nephew.
I like to surprise them. I just didn't even want to interrupt. I just wanted her to pop in. That's how I felt when I started getting siblings. They just
what is Evan doing? His monster face.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Wait a minute, Shani, you're back among the.
I'm back among the living.
That's amazing. You look beautiful.
Good job.
Good. Thank you.
You look beautiful. So, Daddy, I have to share this with you because I don't know if Mommy shared this story. So, Shani was having Joelle.
Oh, Lord.
And Mommy had an entire birth flashback. Now, mind you, she was there for Fox, but for Joelle, something else happened, and she turned into a whole pregnant person giving birth.
Let me tell you,
I was in. Thank God I was there with her.
It was.
Because I had to be like, Mommy, you're not giving birth.
It was post-traumatic stress. I felt it. It was horrible.
So Koya, in other words, Mommy acted like me in the birth room.
Yes, I had to be her.
She was useless. She was too big.
She was absolutely useless. Shani had her own baby in the Shani was pushing out the doctor. Shani was like, where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to have these drugs. I am done with you. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. Like, you ruined the plan. You ruined the plan. You lied to me, doctor. You lied. You're a liar. And I was like, liar. Like, you told her, you slim, you lied. Like,
she had to apologize to that doctor.
Like, no, but I took it back because you talked about maternal health, and the doctors, they do what they want to do. They don't do what you want them to do. They do what they want to do.
And Shani cussed that man out, and it was the funniest thing ever. And Mommy is like this in the corner, y'all.
Wait a minute.
I said,
How come
Mom,
I'm
I need you to
just
go over here. I'm trying to move out of the way because
Let me explain.
I tend to play mommy sometimes. So I'm going to move out of the way and I'm going to go over here. And I want you to stand right here by her leg. Kyle's over here. She looked at me and was like,
Yeah, she might as well not have even been in the room. She was balled up in the corner.
I want to know how come I'm just hearing about this.
Oh my God.
Because it's about her.
It's post
So
traumatic.
she wasn't going to say it. She was lost her mind in there. She was
But let
like,
me explain it. Let me explain it to you.
oh, I just can't.
The problem was Shani was in so much pain.
Oh, Shani was in a
First
lot of
time
pain.
with Fox.
Fox
She didn't have any. She was giggling and laughing and legs flying all over.
Yeah, she was nice, but she was beautiful. She was like amazing with Fox.
But
And then with Joel, she was
bigger
freaking
at
out.
birth?
They didn't give her epidural.
Was Joel bigger at birth?
No, they were the same size, but with Evan, I had an epidural and it worked through my whole body. I didn't feel a thing. I didn't even know he was out of me. But with Joel, they did not let me have anything, and I was furious.
She looked at me. Shani looked at me and she said, "Mommy, they won't give me any drugs." And I was like, "I had 3 of y'all natural childbirth." But the other part that really stressed me out was the pain she was going through, and that just triggered my brain because I had natural childbirth all 3 times, and what none of that an easy go. The other thing is Kyle was standing there by the monitor saying, "You getting ready to have a contraction? Get ready to have a contraction." I lost it.
And Shani didn't care. Shani said, "Koya, I need you to come here. Koya, come here." I was like, "Hi." She was like, "The doctor's a liar."
So to Kyle's
defense, I'm gonna punch him in his face. And I was like, "I think you like this doctor, Shani." She's like, "I don't like him anymore."
So wait a minute. To Kyle's defense, let me just say, when you are in there and you know that your wife has good care, the only thing you can do is look at the monitor. The only usefulness you feel is to say, "Okay, here comes one," and it doesn't matter whether the monitor is accurate or inaccurate. It's the only thing you feel like you can
he was trying to prepare me. Kyle was a great partner. He was a great bedside partner for both kids. He was a great partner. This delivery was just very different than Evan. I mean, Evan, we were playing Maxwell and like just hanging out and having fun.
I'm talking about they hanging out like mommy and Sharon were literally having girl talk.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like,
this is for Evan, right? Yeah.
But Joel, I was hooping and hollering and screaming, and he just didn't know what else. There was nothing more for him to do.
That's why she came out so crunk.
Shani, I'm so glad you shared.
Stop talking about my baby.
She came out like she had to.
I'm so glad you shared what Kyle did with the monitor, because Shani, before you came on, they were teasing me about me dealing with the monitor when Koya came. And now that you said it, I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of like, that's the only grounding that we have.
You know why we tease y'all? Because it feels like you're mansplaining our community. It was like, have a seat.
Right. Look, I was debating with Rhonda based on the size of the line in the monitor about how bad the contraction was.
And Kyle intellectualized the experience because he was the dad in all the birthing classes with his own baby. I was like, Kyle, the babies are for the women, they're not for the dads. And he was like, well, I want to have the baby too. So, you go to birthing class, they give you the fake babies, but it's for the moms to learn how to breastfeed and all that stuff. Kyle was the only father in those classes that wanted a separate baby. So he was determined to put all of those skills to use that day.
And when Kyle, look, Johnny, when Kyle asked for that baby,
I'll be the same one
we
too.
ain't trying to have 2 babies at once.
No, put the baby away. Put the baby down.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. This is a good question. So mommy, daddy, and Shani, what is the very first thought you can remember when you actually literally walk away from the hospital? You're no longer attached to the hospital, okay? And you have a baby.
My titties hurt.
Johnny, Johnny, this is a,
No,
I mean,
that was-
Koya, this is an inside joke. My
Okay.
first thought was, I can't wait to give this baby plant food.
I told you it was gonna come up.
And
Back.
that's why I'm still scared to leave them kids over your house. I'm still scared. But then plant food probably doing some good now. So
Okay.
Well, it was naturally based.
Oh my God. I
Rhonda,
was
for
just
the
talking about that.
for the listening audience, could you tell them the plant food story?
Yeah, what happened?
Well, we had gallons of water.
Okay.
Okay, and you needed some water, and we were rushing around and doing something. I don't remember what we were doing. So Steve is always just impulsively moving really fast.
Yes.
So he's just moving really fast and just grabs a gallon and put it in there and put it in the bottle. The bottle was like real skinny, like this.
What?
Put it in the bottle
Okay.
and gave it to you.
Okay,
And then we looked at it and I said, Steve, what did you put in the bottle? And there's this big green gallon of water.
Wait,
It wasn't
like
real green.
how green was it? I
It
can't
wasn't
tell,
real
mommy.
green.
Mommy.
Okay. It was green. It wasn't dark green. It wasn't dark green, but
Yeah, it wasn't dark green.
it wasn't water.
No.
So we called it poison control.
No,
So we were about to die.
water.
She said it
was
wasn't
water.
water.
It was water. It was water 2.0.
We were devastated because we just knew we had poisoned you and you were going to die. And
we
I
called
think we called poison
Timberlake.
control. We called the doctors,
And we called your doctor, and we told Timberlake what we had done.
and she
I could-
laughed.
I could hear her tears through the phone. She got such a. I mean, first of all, she said it's not going to do it good. It's all plant. It's all plant based, whatever it is. But she's over there dying, not because we did it, but that we were so upset that we felt the need to call her.
yeah, the doctors will fry you when you're overreacting.
Is that an overreaction?
Big shade. Well, when you don't know it's an overreaction until you call a doctor and they just like, y'all silly, y'all.
Well,
stupid.
she knew Steve and I
That's right,
were.
Tony.
She
That's
knew
right.
Steve and I were green about a lot of things, and she knew Steve was going to ask a lot of questions. We were in the delivery room, and they were like, "You have got to let us handle this." So Steve was so excited. The baby's coming, looking weird. She had a little red mark down the middle of her face.
I still have it.
But during that time, babies were being stolen from the nursery. So I think this lady was from Jamaica or Africa, and she said, "Don't worry about your baby. She has a strawberry novus, and no one in the nursery has it. So you'll be able to identify that baby among anybody else." And that strawberry piece is on babies a lot.
Wait a minute, Rhonda. You didn't tell me that part. Do we need to get Koya DNA tested?
Oh, because she might not be ours. No, she came out with that mark.
Bad.
She came out with that mark.
Say it's a little late for that now.
Too late for that.
No, but she-
At this
Look
point.
at this face. Look at this face. You put that face up with that face
Yeah, I know.
and that face.
But she had that little mark right there in the middle of her forehead,
It still
all the
gets
way
like
down.
that. It still gets-
But Koya, to your earlier question about leaving the hospital,
Right.
I remember after all the movement stopped, I remember my first thought was, what now?
Right.
The babies, mommy's okay. The baby's here safely. And I just remember thinking, like, back on Allison Street after the board meeting was over and they all out of town. And I was coming home, and I'm like going, okay, like what now? I know we raised a child, but what?
Yeah,
now?
like nobody actually says like, okay, the baby's here. Now I'm looking at it.
Well, really, the thing that scared me the most was breastfeeding because it wasn't
What?
working that well in the hospital.
The breastfeeding is
remember.
awful. It is
And
the most beautiful experience ever.
It hurt.
Not even
And
giving you
we
the
were
realest. I got the realest versions of like what having a baby look like being around Shuddy. I was like,
I couldn't wait to get home from the hospital. Y'all know I hate hospitals. I don't like hospitals.
right.
And it, for Kyle, it was like, let's stay here as long as possible because you got safety, you got people checking on you, you got this. But for the moms, they wake you up every 10 minutes. Like you
Every
don't get any
10
good
minutes.
sleep. they poking, they prodding. So like, you know, for everybody else, it's like stay as long as possible because they're gonna take care of you here. But for us, it's like let's hurry up and get home. I can take care of myself at home.
Right.
But the breastfeeding it's beautiful. It's a great bonding experience. I loved it and I hated it.
Yeah. And once you get used to it.
Koya and Matthew, I love this platform that y'all are using.
Oh,
Thank you.
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
I mean, just the way y'all designed it and set it up. I mean, I'm just kind of paying attention to it. It's pretty cool.
Thank you.
You know, one time in the hospital, I'm trying to think of which baby it was. Was I in the room by myself with Koya? Do you remember, Steve?
Yes, you were.
Okay, so it must have been Shani. They tried to give me.
What you mean?
They tried to give me somebody else's baby.
Oh Lord,
that sounds like something Shani.
Well, you know how you're in the hospital. You're in the hospital and you're exhausted. So, I just was reaching over to grab the baby to nurse the baby, but this baby was so heavy. This baby was huge. I was like, what is going on?
He was like, I didn't get birth back.
And it was the lady's baby next to me, but it was like a 12-pound brown, really brown baby boy with a lot of hair on the head.
So you had this baby. Who had Shani?
I think that was Shani. That was Shani.
Who had Shani?
They just they brought the lady was next to me.
Y'all just out here losing baby.
Yeah, the baby was next to me in the hospital room.
Maybe that's the real baby. Maybe they
not that big. That baby was huge.
But you know what? I ain't gonna lie. Like when they're first born, you need some identifying marks. Because I was like, is this your baby? I couldn't remember. You can't you half out of it too. You're like, I think that's my baby.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, you got so much.
It was easy to tell who Fox was.
This person.
Fox was easy to tell who he was
because he looked like Skeletor.
He had a Skeletor body.
His skin was all baggy.
He was like,
sorry, baby.
Look at it.
No, but Koya's funny looking too.
You are handsome
now. Koya was about this big. She was like 6 pounds. And
that's
Mom,
terrifying. And y'all took a whole human that size home.
I put on my baby doll dress. I put my newborn baby doll dress on her, and it fit perfectly.
That's terrifying.
The clothes we had were too big. But the nursing was the first thing I thought of, because the nurse would put the baby on you and do all of that. And when you're home by yourself,
do you all know how you were named?
You roots, right? Like you held us up to the moonlight or something.
Yeah, right.
No. So this is all part of the line. No, this is the really cool thing. You all should know this if you don't know. So, especially, I know with Shani and Koya, Rhonda had a colleague who was this ultra astrologist, numerologist, blah blah blah.
I remember her.
And she did y'all's charts. And we waited till day 7, I believe, Rhonda.
That was African tradition.
Right. So Rhonda had the name book the first 3 days. I had the name book the second 3 days. By then we had all of y'all's charts. So we both read the charts. We both and for all 3 of you, after reading the charts, knowing your sign, and we came together on day 7 and agreed on each of your names based on what we had found. We did that for all 3 of y'all.
Yep. And we all 3 had this. We both of us, Steve and I, had the same names.
What y'all call us up until day 7? The baby.
Baby.
The baby.
We were determined. We were determined not to do it. Let me tell you why, though.
It was like, hey, little pudding.
Look, it was African tradition to wait for 7 days. Then the child has decided to stay, basically. And so we weren't trying to take.
What is that?
We're not going to take any chances with the life of the babies. So
it looks like Shani's foot though.
That's Joelle.
So let me tell you all, a funny naming thing that's consistent. So, my mom taught in public schools.
Right.
And my mom told me the story. She said, one year I had this woman in my class, this little girl in my class named Famali Jones. And then she
I
said,
know the story.
Famali Jones. And then a couple years later, and I could tell it was the same family, another girl came through, Famali Jones. And the next year it came through. And I finally I said, my mom, y'all know my mom. My mom's going to say something to the mother. She said, why did you name all of your children, all of your daughters the same name? And she said, well, I didn't name them. When they came home from the hospital, that's the name that they had on the birth certificate because she hadn't named. So they put female Jones for all of them. And the woman, literally, these three girls grew up with the name Famali Jones.
That's so terrible.
And when we went to Massanutten, when I went to Massanutten, I told the people there, because most of them were teachers, about Famali. She said, "Oh yeah, and Mally too." So
oh my God.
And they were different cultures, different colors from everywhere. And they said, "Oh, they were really nice to us at the hospital."
That's the part that loses me, because I'm like, if someone came and said, "This is the name of your child," I'd be pissed. Like, why you just let somebody else name your kid?
I have a really random.
Not just your kid, but three of your children.
Three of your kids,
right?
And the same name. You didn't think through that at all.
Well, the families did not like our names that we chose for you guys, but that was our decision, and we stuck with it.
I mean, well, y'all was shocking them with everything else. It just aligned with how y'all had already been shocking.
Because I named you Mustafa. What, Mustafa? No, that's Mustafa's the real name. I said, what did I call you? I kidded them. I said, "Oh, I'm just going to name her Mustafa," or something like that. They were like, no, don't name them that. So we just kept messing with them. But our African traditions and the vegetarian diet, we took our families through some stuff.
That's the question that I have, Shani. Do you have a first memory of the first time you snuck something you weren't supposed to eat?
So there's so many times.
I know, so many times. But
you mean like meat?
Or sure.
Because you're not talking about sweets and nothing like that. Because I used to do that all.
I mean, I only really ate that at Halloween. I only ate that at Halloween. When were you eating it?
Whenever I could. It was a rarity. The biggest thing was the cereal, because they didn't always let us have like the sugar.
We literally used to go to grandma and granddaddy's house so we could eat the stuff that we weren't supposed
the
to eat.
name brand stuff. We didn't want the honey oat wheels.
We wanted the Guatney chicken dogs.
I wanted the mascot. I didn't want the all.
We wanted the chicken dogs that grandma and granddaddy had.
I wanted the bumblebee. I did not want the honey oat wheels.
We wanted Hawaiian punch.
They never let us have the sugary like cinnamon toast crunch and stuff.
And grandma used to let me have a American cheese slice
and orange soda.
Yeah.
Orange soda and turkey.
But do you remember what the first thing you snuck like on your own, like tried for real?
I remember. So this is not my earliest memory. It was the turning point for the rest of my life, though.
Oh, this is interesting.
The first time I snuck like a fast food burger, like a real burger.
I want that.
None, y'all are not getting that. y'all have like 6 variations of that. So
wait a minute, Fox wants a burger.
No, he wants some commercial of some sleep back. Just forget it. They got like 6 of them. It's fine.
Shani Carly said she wanted Fruit Loops and not the fruit rings. You know what I'm saying?
Fruit rings. They taste different. And don't let nobody tell you
tried that.
They taste different.
And I want these fake cereals. They terrible.
The first time I had a burger with real bacon on it, that changed my life.
When was that?
Wait, when was that?
It was in high school. It was in high school
with bacon.
I was a teenager, and we used to walk to Wendy's like before a game, but I always used to do the chicken nugget. And I was like, I'm gonna have a burger. But I was like,
doing
this was
that.
high school. And I was like, I'm gonna get bacon on that burger. And I tasted it. I couldn't even focus for that game. I was so mad. I could not believe they had kept this out of my life for so long. And I never turned back.
So my breaking point was a weird point because it wasn't that Shanice was bad. Like that was meat and bacon. Like you was doing the most. She was doing the most. But one of my earliest memories, outside of like the little stuff, mommy would like be like, "Here's a piece of turkey for Thanksgiving," or like something like that. I remember in third grade, my friend, her family had a sub shop.
Oh, right. That was elementary
And
school.
at
Right?
the time, my diet was like, I never liked the stuff they incorporated when they started incorporating like chicken nuggets and stuff because Shani was piggy or Kyrie wanted turkey meat or something. You know, like I didn't care about that. I was still kind of like on the vegetarian thing until my best friend in third grade brought me a half a turkey sub, but it had like ham in it too.
Oh, you ain't tell me that.
Well, happy 40th. And
So
I
didn't
ate
know
that.
what
But
you
what y'all
had.
didn't know is that once a week she was bringing me a sub.
See, and I held out till high school.
No, you didn't. You were eating chicken nuggets when y'all went
But
to.
she didn't introduce
I was
the sub
like-
until
I was
about
like-
6th grade.
That was like through your approval. You would let us like
Fifth or sixth
have it
grade.
every once in a while.
It was
Yes,
like
Steve
5th or
didn't know
6th
that,
grade
though.
that I tried.
Right. I was going to say, so Ronnie,
Steve
you
did-
broke it down, huh?
See, this is where they messed up. Mommy was Southern too.
Yeah, that's culture.
So I don't know how that like grandma would like throw darts at us from her eyeballs. Like she would just be like, "What do you mean you're not gonna try this?" And like,
Yeah, so they gave Koya a chicken leg and a carrot, and she chose carrot.
and still would. You can keep that chicken leg.
So I said, "See,"
I mean, and
but
it was
they thought it
colorful.
was. They felt disrespected, though.
No,
Well,
I totally
well,
get it.
Well, Koya, to put the focus back on you, it was because of mommy's pregnancy with you that I broke being a strict vegetarian. Because when she was pregnant, we used to go out to like
I wanted
all these
crab
places
legs.
and
You
just get,
wanted crab
no,
legs?
before crab legs, we would get baked potato and salad bar.
Oh
But
yeah,
when she got pregnant with you, Koya, we were going to Chesapeake. She was getting the all-you-can-eat crab legs and spiced shrimp. And I was still, for a while, getting baked potato and
That's
salad
true.
bar. And one time we went out, and I said, you know what? I can't take this anymore. I said, give me some spiced shrimp. All right. I ate those spiced shrimp. I had probably been strict vegetarian, maybe for 8 years or something like that.
No!
Yep.
And you went ham on the shrimp.
He had no business being
I
with
don't
us.
know how y'all I don't know how y'all couldn't eat like
So
seafood. Like,
I ate shrimp.
Well,
It had to be 7 or 8 years. At Chesapeake, I didn't do the crab legs at first. I just did some spiced
Nope.
shrimp. I ended up with a fever of 103 for like 2 days.
That's
We had
true.
to call to Timberlake's. And Timberlake's like, I don't know why. I'm like, I ate them shrimp. She told me to detox or whatever. But after I broke and turned that corner, man, it was on with the crab legs.
On.
Right.
But it was
Chesapeake.
it was because I had a craving for it. But you guys have to remember. But you remember what Steve might not remember is I hadn't had crab legs before that. We didn't have crab legs in Asheville.
Oh, right.
We didn't have hard shell crabs. We had shrimp, but mostly fried shrimp. So
that was the first time you had.
That's the first time I'd ever had crab legs.
Oh,
and I didn't know how to open them crabs.
We turned Chesapeake into a Glaude tradition
It
like
was.
no other.
It was so
It was
serious.
the
Every other Friday, we would pack up the Toyota Caravan with the kids, and we go up, and we would just plan to be there for hours.
It was
the cod. That food was good.
The little gumbo.
And that's back when
Shani would get popcorn
was
shrimp
good,
every single time. She was like, popcorn shrimp. I was like, there's nothing in there, dog. There's so little.
Don't shame me.
We look, we would roll up in there with Ziploc bags.
And then Dad, we would go to the other one, the other crab place.
Piney Branch.
And then we would go to that one. And then that's where we started drinking the orange soda with the club crackers that you
dipping the crackers in the soda.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I did it the other day, Shani. It's bomb. I did it with a Ritz cracker.
That's nasty.
It's still bomb.
I don't know why we did that.
You know what? That commercial where they the little girl took her, was it a French fry and put it in her milk or something?
Oh, that's different. French fry in your milkshake and in your ice cream.
That's disgusting.
That's different.
And the lady said, the mother said, why did you do that? Is it good? It's good.
Salty. It's salty and sweet. Y'all
know.
No,
that's nasty.
Y'all gross.
That's nasty.
But speaking of food, we do have a lot of food traditions. And then most of the dishes, I tried to like grab dishes that I liked to eat that y'all made. Because all of y'all had different stuff y'all made. But like I made salad similar to Daddy making salads. Like that side of me is closer to like his style. And then now when I do like Thanksgiving and stuff, it's closer to your style, Mom. But Dad's like I did the linguine with the clams. Mm-hmm. And then I still never went full out and did gumbo all the way. It's just so much to do.
You know, I felt bad that I didn't make gumbo this year, but obviously
I feel bad.
Pandemic. And the real reason I didn't make it is one of the things that I noticed is COVID disrupted the whole food ecosystem. And I went in the beginning, I didn't go to the wharf because of quarantine. And then when they graduated, but what I just noticed was the food just wasn't as fresh. Like the crabs were still the crabs. And I just noticed everything was a notch or two. But I've been going lately and it's coming back. So we ain't that far from spring. I'm gonna wait till the crabs are good, but I'm definitely gonna make gumbo. And even if we're still social distancing, I was thinking I would just do a drive by. I pack up everybody's stuff. Y'all drive by to the circle. I bring your stuff out to the circle, and then we go do a video chat.
Daddy, me and Matt in particular have been talking about gumbo for like the last 2 years. Like, I was like, where is the gumbo at?
I was supposed to have.
Do you remember the you remember the competition you and Koya did?
Oh yeah, Dad. Do you remember that? We did a whole competition.
My gumbo won the citywide competition.
Yeah, like we was in that jump, like really serious though. Like we was looking at the other people frying them, baking them. Like that chili ain't gonna win. Like it would be like because it was like a father-daughter or father-kid thing.
It was father, yeah, it was.
And so we literally walked up and down, looked at everybody's stuff like, no, what's that? That is not gumbo from where?
Well, no. I actually remember the judge that probably got us the win. It was a black woman, and she was kind of sedity. So she was tasting people's food, and she wasn't frowning up her nose, but she was very neutral. And I remember when she ate the gumbo, she went, "Oh, like, oh yeah, this is good." You
want to know why I remember it? Because I thought in my head like,
Yeah, she didn't go full compliment. She just went, "Oh," and I said, "Okay, we might got one vote here."
Exactly.
Yeah, that was fun.
So I took like one dish from each like person in my family, and then I tried to like incorporate that into my like dishes that I do. So like
name your dishes.
I do grandma's like her sweet potato casserole.
Mm-hmm. Grandma Glove.
Marshmallows. I do that. And then I took a couple of things. I tweaked a couple of your mom things. Your stuff is her stuff though.
Yeah, the greens.
Like the cabbage. I do cabbage similar to her.
Dressing.
Yeah. Well, you got the linguine and clams down pat.
Oh, that's my dish right there.
Yeah, that's your dish, Steve. Yeah.
They gonna have too much.
We're doing too much.
I don't know. It's funny though. Like,
what did Joel say? Joel said
you said you're doing too much.
Hey,
to my face.
I got something for y'all. I got something.
Joey, say it to my face, girl. I'm right here. Where you at?
I got something for them to help out with. Give me a
Joel. What's up, Joel?
Joey, where are you? Where's
We're
your
gonna do
face?
something special for Auntie Koya.
Where's your
Give me
face?
a second. Let me go in here. Get this.
Uh-oh,
in.
Joey,
Oh.
look.
Look, Joey.
Look, unicorns.
I want
It's for Auntie Koya's birthday.
She said she wants it.
Yeah.
Joey said, I want that. Hey, speaking of warning, Koya, don't you owe me something?
Mommy,
Huh?
I will put down a
What?
store.
What?
Can you put that one in the store?
Mhm.
What we
Okay.
talking about?
You can have a store.
You want it from the store?
Mhm.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
So,
All right, I got a
Johnny, you're supposed
special
to be
for you,
sending me-
Koya,
Johnny,
and the babies.
Daddy, what you say?
Johnny, that link you sent me, does that have a lot of stuff on it?
It's got like 4 or 5 things, but they're like in each thing there's like multiple crafts in each one.
Okay, I need
You
to
don't
go back
need
to
all
it.
of them. Just pick one.
Okay.
Okay.
Daddy, I
I'll
gotta
see if
drop.
I
I
can-
gotta
I'll see if I
drop
can
a
find
gift
a
off at your
unicorn.
house.
Okay.
Koya, your dad said you owe him something.
I got a
Don't
gift for him.
I know.
Wait a minute, is it the thing that I think it is?
Maybe.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Well, we here
let me give
celebrating,
you a hint. Is it a print?
celebrating Koya.
Possibly.
And,
Okay, all right, I'm good.
we're celebrating the Unikoy 40th. And due to copyrights, you can't do a lot of stuff, but I got something for you, sis. Everybody join in and have a good time as we sing along.
Hey Matthew, is that your remix?
Happy birthday, Koya.
Happy
Thank
birthday,
you.
Koya.
Happy
Congratulations.
birthday,
Happy
sis.
birthday. Happy birthday, Miracle Baby.
Thank you.
I had to play a little something for you.
So
We got some
I
more
just want to
stuff
share
for
with
you,
you guys
too.
what I told mommy was my 40th birthday gift to myself. That me and mommy will be reattaching the umbilical cord for 24 hours.
Wait a minute, Rhonda, you're still in the house, Rhonda?
and,
Nope.
and
Just show SOS.
And the other day, I literally sat on the top of her on the couch and said, "This is how I'm going to climb back inside." And I was literally sitting on top of her. She was like, "What's happening?" Look,
You can see
you're not-
Kyle's face right now.
don't be shy. My auntie, mommy Elaine might let me do it if you don't.
Well, go to her. Her wound has been emptier longer than mine.
Oh, he's
Shani, do you have anything you would like to ask?
No.
Ask.
Was I so magnificent that you said, "Let's make this other baby"?
You mean this one?
Like, I want to know, did y'all have the same reasons for making second baby? Like mommy and daddy,
Yep, she
and,
did.
and you
The
and Kyle.
first baby was amazing.
No,
And I said, I just gotta try.
That's not what happened.
that's not what happened at all. we had baby
Well-
number 2 so that they could raise each other.
Oh, right. I did think about that too.
We planned it to the T, to the day of how many. How much
Wait a minute. Wait,
You've always been smart.
Rhonda, why are you lying?
No, I ain't say we planned it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, we ain't planned nothing. The fibroids were really tricky with us, and I nursed full time, so I
Y'all
didn't
kind
get
of was
pregnant
just
till
shooting in
after
the
I
dark
stopped
to see
nursing.
what your health was like.
Huh?
I
No,
was
let's
saying,
be
so y'all
let's
just
be
kind of
honest.
had to shoot in the dark.
let's put it this way. We were medically challenged because it took us
Right.
3 children to figure out that after we had a baby, we still needed to practice birth control. So we were medically challenged in that as long as Rhonda
Got
was
another word
breastfeeding,
for that.
Y'all need to just tell me. Y'all need to just tell people y'all was natural. Y'all was natural.
okay.
All right.
Like
But
y'all
we-
married. You,
No,
I mean,
lucked
y'all
up.
was married. So I mean,
We lucked
No.
up though. We
No.
lucked up that I
I
didn't get. Go ahead.
I think it was different. I
Pretty
think
good
we were just blissfully becoming parents. And I mean that sincerely.
right.
Like
Yeah.
we didn't plan, we didn't consult with doctors. You know, we had the first one, we got joy from that. And then the second pregnancy came and we just said, okay, let's keep going. I mean, we never debated planning or staging or any of that. I think we just were blissfully parents
Yeah.
Right.
in the beginning. Rhonda,
In the
do you not
beginning.
see it that way?
In the beginning.
In the beginning.
But we learned.
Y'all
But
shame.
I learned that by nursing full time, nonstop, I didn't get pregnant till like one day after I stopped total nursing, and
That's
that
right.
happened all 3 times.
That's
Oh,
right. That's right.
So
interesting.
Koya, I will say that with Joelle, she is showing me a lot of the stuff that you used to do when you were a kid. Like she's she's your spirit animal in a different way than Evan is your spirit animal. So she'll take, like, do you guys remember how awful it was going to eating with Koya at the dinner table?
mm,
Because she will take like the salt and pour it on the table and mix it with the pepper, or like dump her cereal out on the table and then just like finger paint in it, or like just
that was the worst.
Mommy
that
still
does
walks
sound like
by me
Koya.
when I eat a sandwich. Like
smearing poop on the walls and doing like art shows with her face, like
Yep, that's
full,
Koya.
full Braveheart. Like that's Joelle. And I'm like, oh my God, I remember this when I was growing up, and I did not think I was gonna be repeating that.
Yeah, you got both of your
Ah,
siblings.
it's so funny.
You have your siblings as children.
You literally do. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's
It's
so
weird.
strange to look at. It's
Yeah.
like
You know, that's a good observation. You have your siblings as
she's very
children.
sensory. She's very sensory with stuff. Like she might want to eat her mashed potatoes, but she wants to smash her hands in it more.
Yes.
That's the way it was.
And
And that's why I like my military plates. I want my food separate. I don't want it to touch. Because
that's still why I like eating
and she's
Ethiopian
mixing
food.
her mac
I
and
still
cheese
like
and
eating
potatoes,
Ethiopian
and I'm
food
like,
because I like eating my hands.
go together.
Oh, you be mad.
Wait, but
You're like,
Koya, what were you saying?
I
Koya,
said
you were
that's why
saying-
I still eat Ethiopian food because I like to eat with my hands like that.
She
Like,
still eats with her hands. I nursed her too long because
Shani, has
she was
Joelle had
18
Ethiopian
months.
food yet?
They
yes,
both
we
of them,
put them on early.
both of them, we take them to get it, and Evan's very clean. He
Right.
doesn't like that. He's Kyle. He doesn't like his hands dirty. He will wash his hands and put each chicken nugget.
Yep, you will.
But when he was a baby,
he ain't about that life. He'll just
when he was a baby, he did eat it, and you could give it to him in a spoon, like he would eat it.
But Joelle will just like scoop it up and just
Yes.
I love it. I love those babies.
I love it. Well, parents, I
Okay.
will not torture you guys much longer.
We're gonna go and let you all have adult
Yeah.
time.
Go have your
Because
fun.
we're just going to talk about being 40 and being 80s babies.
Oh, have fun.
Love you so much.
Love you
baby.
guys.
Happy
Thank you
birthday.
for coming
I
on.
want to say thank you to you both for coming on and just sharing some wonderful stories about our beloved unicorn. And you know, we wouldn't have her if it wasn't for you. So
Facts.
Let's do it again next
hand
week.
claps, hand claps.
We are here at the same time every week. You guys can
Every
always
week.
come on.
You're welcome to
Yeah,
pop
this
in,
is
come
the
on the
only
show.
time that old people are invited. I get it.
No, you're always invited. Everyone's always invited. You're
Yeah, no,
welcome
everybody
to
come.
give your input. You know,
We're always
on-
invited.
on
If you like a topic, we'll pop you in.
All right, cool beans. Love y'all.
Love you guys. Bye bye.
Facts.
How do I get out?
We'll get you out.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. Get out of it.
Hi, Shanique.
Bye, mommy.
Bye, Evan.
Hi, mommy.
Bye, grandma.
Why I removed her at the same time you removed her, so I added her back in. That was funny. She could stay backstage.
Elaine said Carrie was 12 when she stopped nursing.
I saw that too. I was like, wait, well, I didn't hear that story.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
I think that's so funny that our parents agreed to come on here. It was hilarious.
That was cute.
That was awesome.
They remember a lot.
They do.
I don't remember.
Wait, why you say that? Like you, if I ask you the same questions, you're not gonna remember that.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
But it wasn't that long ago.
What do you mean?
Oh wait, you mean our childhood stuff, or your
I mean,
childhood?
like the birth stories and like how they chose names and stuff. I remember some of it, but I don't
Oh
remember.
no, I only remember bits and pieces of that story. I think I never heard the whole story.
Just give me some time.
Oh, now you look like mommy's gone, and now your face looks like my face, but mommy's face. But your face.
So, Shawnee, what you think about your big sister being 40 this year?
You have a 40-year-old sister.
That doesn't feel old to me.
It doesn't?
No. Well, we're only 2 years apart. One. And like two, like you said, like, do you feel 40? No, I feel because
like, can I ask y'all as a question? What did y'all think? Like, what did y'all think 40 was when we was like 15?
40 was old as fuck when we were like, I was like 4, like that's, you know, I didn't know what over the hill meant back then. You know, you would have
old when I was 25.
birthday parties, but like in my head, the over the hill parties were like old people.
Right. Like old,
like okay, I'm about to go to this over the hill party. And it felt old, but I don't know. I mean, now that we're here, I still don't, I mean, it doesn't, you don't feel old, you don't feel 40 to me.
Right.
So I don't know. It doesn't,
like in my mind,
still have energy and stuff.
Like my mind, you're 20.
I said you're old.
You're 20 something, but you just had children and got married.
Yeah.
Now, do y'all see like a difference in the 40-year-olds?
Fox said you're old. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. You're old too.
You're old. Your face is old.
I know you know, man. But
you still like you.
My eyes
Your eye is old.
Your pinky toe.
Your earlobe.
Your eye is old.
Okay. Your earlobe is old. Your mama jokes are terrible.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on that.
Because he keep repeating it, we gotta get him to. You know
we gotta work on your jokes.
We're working on it. We're working on
this joke. We don't want.
We gotta build up.
You don't want Auntie Koya and Uncle Matt baking you. You ain't ready for that bake.
Same for me.
Yeah. You ain't ready for that bake.
So like, okay, so as an 80s child, an 80s, like we looking at our peers and we're looking at our generation. Like even Maya just posted the post, you know, of her turning 40. You know what I'm saying? Talking about she's monogamous. She done married herself. You ain't
wait,
no. So Shawnee's doppelganger, Maya.
Okay.
Don't
do that,
Just
Shani.
made a
Don't do
post,
that.
did an
Embrace
article.
Everybody knows it's your face. Y'all share the face.
Because right now they looking at it like, yep.
You need to go make some money, do some promo.
But that's why he married you, because he was like, I can't.
He was like, I'm about to marry Maya. That's weird.
Anyway, she just put out a post, and there was an article or something talking about.
That's the worst kept secret.
I've known this the whole time. That she's fabulous at 40. She looks great, amazing.
She looks amazing.
All the rest of our peers. Well, not all of them, but a majority of our peers.
Look good.
And she was saying she's sologamous.
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
It's sologamous. Like she's with herself.
With herself.
What is the difference between that and being single? I'm with myself too. I'm single.
Well, when you give it a label like hers, it almost sounds like it's intentional. And
no, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, like it's intentional. Like some midlife crisis shit. So mentally, it
Maya's
sounds like
gorgeous,
to
but
me
Lily clearly
she's
she's
going
not that
through
part
it.
because
But
Oh.
physically,
that's
she
weird.
looks amazing.
That's
Like she's
weird.
25, but
That's
mentally,
weird. You're single.
But don't you feel like at some point,
No.
if this doesn't go well, people start to like try to get power back from it? You know,
No,
by like
because you're
saying
still
that this is,
single.
like, an
A
intentional.
label doesn't change that you're single.
I know, but I mean, like in our head.
No, you're
like,
still alone, Slim.
yes, but when somebody doesn't think that
Calling
that's
yourself a
themselves,
solo is not going to make you less
like
lonely.
they start to give it its own power, so it doesn't feel like a failure. It feels like something you're
That
doing.
Joan on the show, she's a little off, y'all. She's an isolator.
But I'm saying, like, I see a lot of folks like when we get to this stage of the game, if our vision of the future hasn't, so like, you know, people.
So you like saying somebody like that is 80 and they don't want to call you a boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm saying like once we get, so 40 is a big deal, right? And so we all had like visions of what we thought 40 was going to look like, or different milestones of what it was going to look like when we were 25, what it was going to look like when we were 40. And then when you get to 40 and you haven't done the things you thought you were going to do, I think people at that point start to like make this shift of, okay, well, I'm single, but I'm single on purpose.
Is
or
this
I'm
therapist
single
Shani, or is this
myself.
Shani's answer? What's Shani's answer?
This is me listen, y'all know I never thought I was gonna be with a family.
Right.
So like this
so
is
you would have called yourself that?
I think at some point if I didn't end up here, I may have made a shift to me trying to like own my single life.
Okay, can I ask you a question about that though? I feel like this title doesn't lend to you dating.
But from what I've seen of her,
he doesn't date anyway.
She isolates herself a lot.
So if you call yourself that, you are probably like mommy.
Mommy's very clear that she wants nothing to do with dating right now. Right? She's very clear.
Mommy is polygamous. It's like she's married to herself.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, I get what you're saying, Shana.
But mom's already been married.
But Maya is...
Mom's already done it. And so she's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm not doing that again. I'm good.
No,
but I think
Maya's doing something different.
I think still as like a human nature kind of thing and just like in general, it is a little bit off for us to think that somebody purposely is like, I'm choosing myself.
I'm not saying it's normal. I'm saying I think that's the way
I think that right. And I think that, you know, just knowing from the information that we have that is, you know, she may have been saying that in the context, you know, for the
Lily said it.
All
Lily
that.
said it. Lily said it.
But
oh yeah, and Carly said it too. She said she took the focus off of relationships and decided to place more value on self-love.
Right.
So I don't get it, but why we gotta have so many?
I don't think it excludes you from dating. I don't think it excludes you from
it would
meeting
exclude
people.
most men if they heard that.
No, because if you say that you're a monogamous type of person,
I think
doesn't
it's
mean
how you look.
It means that you're looking.
Like she's the same one that's gonna have a
someone
divorce party.
Well,
for her polygamously.
But like,
no, I'm saying like the type of woman. I don't see a man being attracted to somebody that says that.
Well, yeah, like
I'm
if you're
attracted to her.
in somebody and they say that about themselves, you're gonna think, is there room for me? Like,
right.
is this an opening for another person, or is this a door that's closed?
I would like to say in context as well, Shani, you have ruined my Maya fantasies. Thank you very much.
Oh, do you know the?
I feel like I did you a favor.
Matthew, you're not the only one. Every homie that we have said she ruined it. They can't. None of them can admit they like Maya because they all have Shani's face.
That's weird. With two
right.
totally
like I
people.
could never fuck with
you
her.
are two totally different people, but you all have the same face.
But if I look at her and I'll be like, you look at my sister.
Done.
It's like I don't want to keep seeing this and keep thinking this. You look like my sister. You look like it does not. So whatever.
I love it. It's funny. But no, you're right. I don't feel 40. But I'm also not going to
coming on tonight, Lily.
I'm not going to come on with.
I don't feel like keep putting up these jumps.
Lily, like you think this? Well, are we calling ourselves this at this light? We about to do this? We gonna marry ourselves and stuff? I don't want to do that.
I think that I agree with the identification of like yourself and for
I'm about
who
to make
you
this
are.
science baby.
I think
We
we
about
can
to
do
make this
whatever we
science
want
baby.
at this point. I think
We're
that
gonna
is the
make
real key.
we're gonna make the one's baby. We're gonna put it in a person.
This is her
Y'all are
real.
really serious about. Y'all keep saying this. Y'all are like really gonna do it.
We're gonna put it in somebody,
It's
and
a
then
test
we'll have
tube
a baby.
It's a
Who you
real
gonna
test
put it
tube
in?
baby. I don't know.
Some
A
joke.
test tube person.
Some random junk.
Get her to sign an NDA and stuff. Give her some money.
You could carry it, Sharpie.
And see, y'all used to say that all the time, and I said,
Can we
you know,
put the baby in
I would
you?
have your baby. I'm too old now. Y'all don't want this. I'm too old now. That's weird.
We'll make Lily carry
I'm right
it.
behind
We
y'all.
gonna Lily, you gonna carry the
You
one's
gonna
baby?
carry it. We're gonna mix it in the tube in the
We're gonna get
lab,
it in the tube.
and then
We're
Lily
gonna get it. We're gonna
carry
already get it together.
So
We're
it'll
gonna all get
have
a whole
some
embryo,
of Lily too.
and then the
that way-
embryo we will stick it inside
You want
of
some?
you.
You want some in on this, Shawnee? What can we put of you? Can we get like half of
I want
yours
y'all to know this
and half of
conversation makes
her?
me very uncomfortable.
Can we put a
We
set of
tryna make a
twins and put
superhuman.
one twin in you and one twin in her?
I will say it will cure my baby fever because Kyle's like,
Right.
no, ma'am. He's like, no, ma'am, we are not doing this.
Right, but you ain't
Wow,
got
you don't want in on this? We're just making a super.
It's a company
human.
baby you can borrow every time
We
you have
trying
the
to
baby.
put parts from all different people.
Kyle's like, nah. Kyle's like, nope. Kyle doesn't even want to deal with me.
It'll be like their brother, sister, hybrid
Like a hybrid baby.
sibling.
Lily
Lily's
said her
saying
uterus
is
is
closed. Closed shop.
What if we send you on a vacation, Lily,
Oh.
until you give birth to the one's baby?
And afterwards.
And afterwards.
She's like,
Johnny, you still not in on that one?
This idea stresses me out.
we need a young jump. We need a young
Y'all
jump.
need like somebody in their 20s.
We gotta find
I'm
a
the
young
same age
jump.
as y'all. I'm right behind you. I can't do that again.
You done with this idea, Johnny? You're
Are
done?
you coming
And
on
plus,
a
that baby will be
meat
pumped up with
injector?
so much
Wait a minute.
CC.
What is
Because like I'm
It's a
not
meat injector.
Mommy
Oh, a
be
meat
saying
injector.
wild shit now.
mommy.
She
No.
be
She
saying,
said
no,
it's her nighttime time too. It's her nighttime time.
we not doing nothing like that. It's
No,
gonna be
but
fixed in
wouldn't
a
that
lab.
be interesting?
Everything goes to a lab. Her insides go to a lab.
Yeah.
My shit goes to
They
a
go to a
lab.
lab, and
Everything
then they
goes
make
to a
the baby
lab.
together.
We don't even see the process.
We want a boy and a girl.
And then when they fix it together,
And y'all want two? Y'all definitely need a young body for that.
A boy and a girl.
We not raising.
Because I'm not eating your quinoa and all of your
Wait a minute. You're right. Yeah, I can't have no fast
I'm not gonna do that. The diet.
Hey, there go my man Fox with his foot in the screen. I'm trying to tell him make got Pokemon on his screen. I want to look at him and looking, and he looking real mean. I see you, little nephew. Yeah, that was for you.
Wait, and Lily said, and we can come and get the baby and leave her on the island. Yeah, that's fine.
See, yeah.
You don't have no responsibilities.
Pay for the rest of your life.
You're just the vessel.
What's the vessel?
Did you?
And you can't determine the sex. You can't determine the sex. What type of science do you know? Because my science, you can. Mommy, you can get. Mommy, you can.
We're talking about science, Mom. We ain't talking about no.
Mommy,
life.
you can actually choose the gender.
Mm-hmm.
This is a whole science, baby.
This is a science baby.
We're going full in science.
The
I'm gonna
village
teach
is
babies
raising
eye
this.
color.
This is nobody's actual child. This is like the village's child. This is just like a person that be around.
We're gonna breed them.
Everybody can take care of this person.
It's gonna be like the Umbrella Academy.
Right.
The Umbrella Academy.
Why you keep putting your foot in the screen? Nobody wants to
Tight.
see your little feet.
It's bedtime. That's why.
Your grandma says she
crazy
loves
cat
you.
hour over here.
You love your babies. That's great. And we're gonna love this science baby. See, he's excited.
Where you at, Lily?
She said she was eating.
I don't got time for that. You better pull up.
And y'all going to take care of the babies. Yeah, that's what you have to do when you have the babies.
No,
we got a bunch of people going to take care of them. We're going to have
a bunch of people taking care of this baby.
And that's what you say, but then COVID happens, and then all of a sudden you don't.
No, about COVID. I don't know nothing about COVID. They're gonna be in a mansion like the Umbrella Academy.
You can't
They're
get
gonna be
help
in
now.
the Umbrella Academy, Shani. They're gonna have teachers and nurses and
Right, that's it. They
grandmothers.
just wake up and like every
Sounds
day is just like
expensive.
something. They
It's
gonna
not
be.
expensive. It's ours.
We're wealthy.
It's just
The children can come too. You want to drop your kids off?
Yeah, I need that now though. like yesterday, like 5 years ago.
Matthew,
Soon
what
come,
is that?
soon come.
What are you eating? What is that? It's a brown thing. What is it?
It looks sweet. It looks like cake. It's a donut.
Is that a oh?
Is that a cinnamon roll?
It's a
Yeah,
peach
that looks
roll.
good.
I want a cinnamon roll.
I love
Hey,
it.
mom.
I want a cinnamon roll. That
Here,
face
you
is
can
so
have some.
cute.
Get it off the screen. Take it. You can't take it. I'm gonna transport it to your house. I'm gonna send it in the machine. Should get there in 7 to 1800 business days.
That's good because he can't have it now.
In
Shani,
1800 business days, that might be possible.
what is your
Be
favorite,
like, look, it
your
is.
all-time favorite birthday?
What you mean?
Do you have an all-time favorite birthday?
Thus far.
In life.
Yeah, in your life.
One of your birthdays? Or
I mean, no, one of your
one of
birthdays.
my birthdays.
I know my birthdays are extravagant.
It's gonna have to be the year. It's gonna have to be the year that I was in New York, where we went to Disney World right before my 16th birthday, where we went to Disney World.
I mean,
and then I was living in New York with Danya and Shayna, and we just wandered the city. We skipped our classes at Alvin Ailey. We skipped our classes for the day. And then ran around the city. And
City
Shayna and Danya took me to the Disney store. And that was my favorite.
City Thoughts.
Disney store. That's why I got my Captain America suit.
Those were cool. Those were different birthdays for you. Because you be weird.
That was the same year. So that was like,
Oh, was that the same year?
yeah, we were in Disney World, and then as soon as I got back, we went to New York.
You're right.
So I got to do Disney World for the first time, and then I lived
Right.
in New York for the rest of the summer.
You're
with
right.
them.
I forgot.
That was a good year. What was
Matthew, do you have a favorite birthday? I don't know.
You had a lot of good parties for your birthday.
Matthew, what's your favorite birthday you've had? Matthew fancy. Matthew be getting fancy on his birthday.
Yes, I
I
did.
don't know. I haven't had a really fancy or special real birthday
I
for
did.
a few years now. So I think maybe my favorite birthday, one of my favorite birthdays was my
What? Why are you laughing?
21st birthday. Was
Your 21st birthday. What was your 21st?
Huh?
What was that?
I had a good time.
What did you
I got
do?
smashed.
Where?
I got smashed from the house to the club to the club
If I go
to I fell asleep in the club and but it was fun. Like everything up till that
I
I
don't
can
remember my
remember was
21st birthday.
a very fun night.
I do not remember 21.
I mean, I went out. I had the homies. Like we went to Crossroads. It was like a whole big thing.
Oh.
That was one of my favorite ones. I do stuff like I just be doing stuff for myself for my birthdays. Like
You
I
do.
I'll
You
be
do.
like, I don't care what nobody want to do. I'm going to see backyard tonight.
Right.
I'm not going to be out like so
Right.
I'm always going to do something. Mm, mm.
I don't know.
Feet on the
He's
face
so
all night.
disrespectful. You gonna put your foot on my face.
Like,
Whatever.
I can't even look at I don't like feet. I'm like, is that a foot? Like so oh yeah, mommy, you did have that was a good birthday. The
Koya, if this weren't COVID, what would you have done this year for your birthday?
Oh, I wouldn't be here.
I know. Where would you have gone? Who would you have gone with?
Anywhere.
Be specific.
Whoever could get money together.
Oh, that is just real bad.
Or it could have been in one of those days, like out of the country. Like I would have gone out of the country and
Where?
whoever could I don't know. That was what I was trying to decide anyway. Like, I wanted to
That's
be
the
somewhere
thing.
warm, but I didn't. I haven't been to Jamaica. Jamaica was on my list because I just haven't been.
The place where we went fire marshmallows.
And then I thought about something else, like a different type of trip.
Yeah, the wharf.
Yeah, that's where we
That's where you would want to go. Evan said he would have
National,
went to the wharf.
European, random type place that I want to go to, something like that. But I have a lot of
Yeah.
places I want to go, like the
Maldives.
That is somewhere I really want to go. But that's what I would have done, and then whoever could have afforded it, I would have planned a big trip.
No, absolutely. I think that would have been what it would have been
Everybody's
going
thing.
down this year.
It would have been
for
going
sure.
down this year. It would have been
We would
going
have had
down this
at
year.
least
Honey,
two epic.
can you
at least
imagine
two epic
all
40
the
trips.
81 babies are turning 40?
Yeah.
So all the 80 were like, what? We would have, we was about to have the, oh my God. And
A
the
great
famous people
year.
that are turning 40, like the famous people that are turning 40 this year is wild.
I don't even know
That's the
who that is.
Beyonce 40, Justin Timberlake, all of them.
Maya's all of them. They're all
Maya, they all 81 babies. But what, Matthew? What? We would have had so many trips.
Yeah,
Oh.
COVID really messed it up because we would have been able to like really plan for this
Y'all really
year.
got me thinking about
And
which one is
even up
really
to,
my favorite birthday.
even thinking about my birthday, I'm like, I haven't had time to think about that. Like things aren't in a place that I could think about like
No.
really what I could do that would be feasible. But we gotta try. Like, and this will be my second birthday under the pandemic. That's
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, this is his
yeah.
second. I had my birthday, and then we went into the pandemic.
Kyle too, because we have planned. Stacy had helped me plan a surprise trip to New Orleans for Kyle's birthday last year. And it got canceled.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like things to look forward to are postponed for a while.
Oh, that was the other thing I was planning on doing for my 40th was Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that I was thinking about in this year.
Right. See, I would have probably
But-
took my ass to Trinidad.
But
That's
okay, so my favorite. Oh, this is weird. I think my favorite birthday.
Carnival.
Wait, weren't you in Savannah for your 21st birthday? No,
My
you were
favorite birthday.
You're freezing up. Oh, are you thinking?
Was I?
Weren't you? You weren't home yet, and it was winter.
Actually, that was a tight birthday.
You were there, right? You were in
Was
Savannah.
that the year I was there? Wait.
No.
I think I came home. Oh no, what did I do? I don't remember that. I would have got busted. Wait.
Were you in Florida?
I did
You
get
were
busted. I
home.
was home.
You
were
were
home.
home. I remember.
okay.
I think I was here.
I was home because mommy took me out during the day and made me drink every time we went somewhere.
Oh, that's what Mom said in the chat, that she tried to get you to take your first drink.
Right. But I don't know what else I did. I'm sure I did something. You know what? My birthdays were really not fun until the last few years because when I started planning those parties that were like I had to host and stuff like that, like
Okay. She gonna put two facts.
wait, what?
Yeah.
One fact. I'm like, okay, God dang. What? Thanks. We're not
Thanks,
posting.
Mom.
Thanks.
She said the AIDS virus was identified in 1981.
We weren't
Dang.
gonna read it.
You couldn't give me a better fact for today?
Nah. Funny shit though. That's when Dr. Fauci first
Mommy
got
petty.
on his shit.
Mommy
was
mad.
in
Mommy mad because
1981.
Daddy said on live, you know, I'm not gonna never let them live down. They just said that I was a magical baby. That I was a baby, and that I was a CEO of Monkey Ranch. It's okay, mommy. I'll take I'll take the AIDS identified in 1981.
Don't.
A lot of good things were made in 1981. Guess came out in 1981. Guess jeans, one of the greatest band. Like that's one of my favorite brands too.
New
Guess
house. What do you mean, like new house?
a
Like
new
to buy
house.
a house, like a new house with 78. Dang, I wish.
Mm.
Whew.
So you can just go back in time with your bank account right now.
Right
You hear
now, oh
me?
my God.
And be like, buy that. Well, you
We
can.
bought a whole block. You just bought a whole block for everybody. Everybody have a
The
house.
whole
with the same-
block. The
The
whole
whole
block.
block.
Okay, my
Be like, they
my
gonna
favorite,
gentrify this shit.
my
We gonna
favorite.
come up in 2008.
That is also still my average.
Last. That was in the past.
Yes, facts. So, my favorite birthday, honestly, was the one that
$313. Are these lottery numbers?
was the game night.
Was
I had
it-
2 game nights that were a lot of fun. I had one when I was in the art institute here at the house, and that one was a lot of fun because it was a different group of people. You were there for that, right, Shani? You were there for that.
Which one was this?
With everybody from the art institute, like Michaela, Iris, Brittany.
Yes. Yes.
Here.
Yes.
And then my other birthday was really the more recent one. Was it's a toss up between Jess's house and the one I had last year. Because I liked having the live, like I was out the whole weekend really with the band. So I had seen the band like 3 nights almost like in a row. And then the year before that though was really like that was my most favorite chill birthday. It was like tacos and games. And there was no issues and everything was just cool. And it was just like that was probably one of my favorite birthdays.
You can go back.
I don't know. We do so much stuff on my birthdays. We've done escape rooms. My birthdays when I was little were bomb because mommy had the bomb crafts. What? $315 was rent? Wow.
Oh man.
I could get 17 apartments, man.
You
You have an
always gotta
apartment.
get so much. Why you
You
gotta
have
get
an
17 apartments?
You have an apartment, and you have an apartment. Everybody living good.
Shani, what are you gonna do for your birthday?
I mean, that is not funny.
What do you say?
I can't with him right now.
These jokes are terrible. These jokes are terrible. I don't even want to. Don't tell me.
His jokes are so mean. I mean, it depends on the state of the world. Because I always like to go somewhere for my birthday. I don't never want to be here for my birthday. And our anniversary is the 21st of August. And so like we always do a trip that month somewhere. So it just depends on what's going on.
I'm gifting you something.
Okay. Right? Like
or whenever.
A babysitter? You're gonna watch the kids. Is that what the gift is?
I mean, I can do that.
You and Matt can
I can
just come
babysit.
over together and you can sit with the kids and I will leave.
For how many days?
5.
5 days. She has screen froze. Look at her screen. Her screen froze.
Screen phones.
The internet.
Aggressive right now.
The internet broke me when you said that. The internet broke.
Babysitter?
Y'all have never babysat the kids.
I have.
By yourselves. You
I
got together. You guys can babysit the kids together.
I've babysat the kids by myself.
Y'all will have a great time.
I like the kids. They're fun.
Especially
I have definitely babysat the kids by myself.
By yourself?
Yes. Over here.
Without mom?
And one time over there. And before she was born too. But both of them together, yes.
Y'all will have fun with them. They've grown a lot.
That's what they all say. That's what they all say.
What?
Y'all will have fun with them. 12 hours later, I'm gonna. Hey.
Oh,
y'all still like this little nigga?
I mean, no, they're exhausting.
Y'all still want him?
No, that's where melatonin comes in. That's melatonin. You just shut
y'all still want her. I
We can
I
start
want
this
to. I want
over
to.
if you
I
like.
want to get your tattoo fixed.
Oh.
I want to get your
Hey,
tattoo
Jason
fixed.
Vicious with that jump, man. And we can get you the hook.
I
Hey,
already. I already sent her. I was like, yo, fire.
yo,
Where Lily come from?
introducing.
Oh, we about to have
She must
two
have
baby
finished
pit
her
bulls
dinner.
at the same time.
Introducing
She's still gonna come in here
to the
looking bad,
stage.
and we gonna be looking like trash.
Lily, look at Fox running to the screen. What you doing, Slim?
I know.
I'm trying to
Hey,
see.
girl.
Hey, what's up?
She said, I need to finish my dinner first.
Hi, y'all. I'm
What's
Lily.
up?
Happy birthday to you.
To you. Hey,
You
happy
live
birthday.
in Zazu. Remember that?
You look good, Lily. What's up,
Wait,
little woman?
Lee. Who you about to rob?
I just
You
finished.
about to incognito?
She eating. That means the link
What type
over.
of
She eating this
incognito activities are you getting into today? Why you look so incognito?
Allegedly.
and pretty though.
Oh.
Incognito and pretty.
Shani
Allegedly.
look like she might be going with her. Shani got the black hoodie on. Like, did I miss a memo? What y'all doing? We kidnapped.
I need to be on point.
No, we don't have any interventions going on tonight.
Y'all in
We
a
ain't-
sorority, I don't know why y'all about to cross over. Like, what's happening? Y'all about to-
I've been chilling.
You
That's my final answer. I've been having a fast.
well,
Dr. Koya here.
Yeah, I see that you brought the car.
Hey, Joel.
hi, Joelle.
Where
Why you always leave?
Where you
Oh.
going? Look, we still see you.
We still
Hey.
see you. Hi, you want to say something?
Oh,
Say hi
How
to
was
the
your
people.
day? No. She gave me the Cali head. She took
She ain't about that life. Like, all right, y'all see me, right? Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Fox, are you entertaining your mom?
No, he's just making noise. He like,
No. What you gave me the
You want to talk to them? No. He said, I want to get on. I want to talk. And then he gets shot and don't say nothing.
Lily, what you been up to, girl? What is your best birthday that you've ever had?
Oh, child. I haven't had it yet. Not the best.
Well,
I
what
think
about
I'm
so far?
I don't remember any of my birthdays.
Wait a minute now.
Sound like that was pretty fun, huh?
Yeah.
You know.
Those are some good birthdays. You be having good birthdays.
I do. I do not remember.
You
my
do
birthday.
stuff sometimes.
I do stuff for other people's birthday. I don't remember any of my birthdays enough to be like, that was the one.
Do you ever travel for your birthday?
I haven't. No.
Mm.
Maybe I don't know. I don't remember anything. Nothing is sticking
You
out.
don't seem to care that much about your birthday.
I'm not a big birthday person. I do it, for other people because they want to do it stuff.
Shani just wants to use that time to do what she wants to do. Like she don't care.
Okay.
But she's like, that's the day I'm gonna do what I want to do. What I want.
Okay, you might as well get that plug because I'm sitting up here looking like, why her eyes look like that? What is going on? I'm about to zoom in and shit.
It's called Lash. What is shit? Add Lashes. ADD Lashes. It's on Facebook. One of my girlfriends sent me some eyelashes.
They look pretty.
They look good.
Thank you. We're inside. Nobody's gonna see me.
Your face is popping right now.
Oh, I got some stuff. Turmeric face wash.
Ooh.
No, it's so funny how we just be like out here and we just take one thing and then we kill it to death.
The turmeric. Turmeric everything.
It's like kale was the first jump. Like kale was
so out of all the jumps though, right?
Turmeric tea.
Let me tell you something. Turmeric always been around. And turmeric
always
got all this stuff that is always done.
It's a wonder.
And just like everything else, to me, I feel like we got away from the stuff and we just coming
Right.
back to it as our grandparents was already on that. You know what I'm saying? They was doing that regular. That was regular life. All the holistic, added to whatever other medicine,
Right.
and then something happened and big corporations was like, nah, y'all don't need none of that. We gonna fix everything for y'all, so you don't gotta have that stuff. And then
The fast
we
food
start,
generation.
we stopped getting all that in the diet, and that happened around the 50s. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
our parents was getting weaned off of that stuff before we was even born, but our grandparents been on it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's why this stuff, and now it's coming back. And now everybody on it, the others really on it. It's a whole movement, it's a trend, and it's like this is just regular. We should just be doing this. Like it shouldn't be a trend. Like this is what we supposed to be doing instead of putting chemicals on our face. Like
Side note. Can I say something funny that I thought about earlier and I couldn't say it while we were all on air because I couldn't get back to it. Daddy was talking about his grandfather, right? And the voice that he made for his grandfather is the same voice we make
for him. Yeah.
I was like, it's the same voice. I love it.
What made you think of that just now? That was random.
It was in my head somehow. Because Matthew was going on and on about whatever he's talking about.
you know what?
Hey. Wow. Matthew, she don't do you right.
She be leaving like soon as I get into a little something, try to enlighten the world, she be like, whoop, here he goes again. I'm not interested. Like,
Yo, he went on a tangent the other day. He was like, I appreciate you let me go on my tangent and not interrupting. I was like, oh, you don't need to worry. I was just doing something else.
You didn't, but you have to say that. So that takes away from the compliment.
sometimes I just need to get it out, and I appreciate her obliging me to just get it out.
Yo, he went on like
I
a
know-
3-hour tangent about
It wasn't 3 hours.
like
It
slim.
wasn't 3 hours. It was like a couple
I don't know,
minutes.
Matthew. You can easily go on for 3 hours.
It'd be a
can do
couple
3 hours.
minutes. I know my audience. It'd be a few minutes, and then
And you know our family has attention deficits.
Koya
Bad.
Koya does
Bad.
not. You got 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it don't matter what you're talking about. You got 30
Doesn't
seconds.
matter. It needs to be short.
Like
and
my
concise.
explanation is about to
me
be
the
over right
elevator
now.
If you don't
Yeah,
catch me,
elevator
You better,
speech is-
you better hit the main point.
It's 2 minutes though.
Because
The
after the
elevator
music
speech
point,
is 2
if
minutes.
it's
Nothing else
interesting,
matters.
we'll keep talking. If it's interesting,
You
we'll
ain't never interested.
You have to
you
do
don't, Matthew,
the
because you
main
don't know how to
point
catch
up
my
front.
interest in 30 seconds. Shawnee can tell me
Nobody-
in the first line is funny.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you have
it's
to
funny.
lead
Tell me
with
it's
a
over
joke.
and the first line is juicy, and I'll be like, I want to hear the rest of this. Matthew will be like, and then the lecture began. And I'm like, you've already lost me, Matt. I'm
You
already.
gotta give her an end of something she would
Matthew,
want to
think
talk
about how I
about
am with TV.
in that, and then she'll be
Matt,
good.
I get rid of shows quick. Matthew be like, let's try this one. I'll play it. I'll be like, it didn't catch me in the first 5 seconds. No, I'm not good.
Yeah.
And I'm usually right too.
You are not right because that's why you missed out on all the seasons of Walking Dead.
Mhm.
I think I'm still right about that.
No, you not right
No.
because there are some shows that start
Okay,
like
Game
the
of
whole
Thrones.
Game of
Game of
Thrones started
Thrones,
real
that's
bad.
right.
Forever
the
to
100
Game
even
of
started a
Thrones.
little
The
slow.
100
You almost
started slow,
didn't. You
too.
didn't. You almost didn't make it. You
Game of
almost
Thrones
didn't make
wasn't
it.
slow though. Game of Thrones,
No,
like,
it just started really slow, and I was like, I
Yeah.
can't do this. It
She
took me
almost
like
didn't
a
make
year
it,
to
Lily.
I
start.
almost didn't make it through the 100.
Like the first 4 episodes, she was like, "Come on now, like what are we?
Yeah.
Like I gotta go. How much more?" And then like it was like the 5th episode.
No,
It
I'm
was
gonna tell
like
you exactly what
John
it was.
Murphy killed somebody,
It's-
and something happened, and she
No,
was like,
I'm gonna tell you
"No,
exactly
she
what it
wanted
was.
lit."
It was when Lily was at the house and Lily goes, "Oh, John Murphy," and I was
She
like,
was like, "What's
"Yeah,
up?" And
why are
then
you
she-
reacting to him like that?" And then 8 seasons later, I didn't find out like, oh,
It changes you. That's a great show.
it's a great show, but it is 8 seasons.
Same thing with Now, Game of Thrones does that because it tricks you. Game of Thrones was tricking you from the jump, and
Shani,
was
know I
slow.
don't like old
Wait,
like.
I don't like period movies. She don't like any.
I don't like
No, she
You
like
would love
period
Game of
pieces.
Thrones.
She
Oh
don't
my
like the
God.
slow part. She wants you to start
Unless
with the
it's mad-
action. She
So
want to
Shani
see
was like,
like
"It's
what
magic.
happened,
There's dragons," and I was like, "Is it though?"
and it took 1,200
You would
years
love
for
Game
the
of
It
Thrones.
dragon.
It
didn't
was a lot of.
though. It didn't
I
take
mean,
that
I
long
finally
to
got into it.
escalate.
I binged it.
3
I binged
seasons.
it, got
It
into
It
took
did
it.
not take 3 seasons to escalate. It took 3 seasons to get to the
to,
dragons.
to just get to the
But
eggs.
the fact that you
Oh, the
got
dragons actually were in the end of the first season.
the fact that
long
y'all
time.
Alive
go so far in the
or the
seasons and
babies.
don't be
The baby
involved.
dragons.
Right. That's all.
Baby
But no, I love Game of Thrones. I love Game of Thrones.
I love baby dragon.
I know you love baby dragons.
You took me a while too, though. So
You
don't.
know, love baby.
So those shows. I don't know. I also don't have a lot of capacity for shows.
Uh-oh, Papa Joe. What?
Well,
Like I'm watching Married at First Sight.
That's a mess.
Are you watching that?
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
I'm gonna tell you
What?
right now.
You
As a
never
40,
seen it?
as a 40, almost 40, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a 40-year-old man. That young man with that young Joan Page, okay, need to get
Oh,
swole in his mouth.
Shani, what is your
Okay,
Who?
opinion?
Oh, what?
You might have to be more.
That-
What is
that-
your doctor opinion?
oh, the
Y'all
young
break
black,
down what y'all talking about, though?
the
I
black
want to
young,
know
see it.
the young man, the black dude that got the
Okay,
chocolate
Lily.
Joan.
I know
Lily,
what couple you
Lily.
talking about.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah, he
couple
need to be
on
punched in
Married
the
at First
face.
Sight.
Mm-hmm.
Married at First
I
Sight.
don't like
Actually, walk down the aisle, never seen they get married. Yeah,
Oh, you
right.
don't know about this show, Shawnee?
I know what it is. I've never actually seen it, though.
So
I
this
don't even
couple
watch
in
it,
particular,
but I
this
watched me and
man,
Koya.
this man had. I don't even. I mean, like everything that you could think is gross in a black man, if you were dating a black man, is inside of this man.
Okay. I can
Every
understand that.
single piece of everything you can think.
Put it this way, y'all. Put it this way, y'all.
Looks
So
like
he's a
a
preacher.
I'm gonna give y'all the synopsis. Okay.
Oh, did mommy tell y'all what the church teaches? With that, if your wife isn't giving you the goods, that you supposed to go give him to another man.
I
Go give
feel
him
like I
to
gotta
another
read that.
man.
I gotta read that article before I dive into any of that.
Go get it
You
from
gotta read
another man, or go give him to another man. See the way
Wait,
you said
what?
that.
Get
That's what she said.
give.
Who's this? Sorry,
Oh,
it's
go
too
give
loud.
it to another man.
No.
I saw the article, but I haven't read it yet, so I'm gonna reserve my
Okay,
opinion.
we
It's
until I
one
read
of these like very.
Hold on.
I don't even want to go into
It's
that. Let me give y'all the synopsis. Let me give you the synopsis.
The daddy basically told the wife with the at the reception in front of the women in the family that she needed to make sure that when her husband's gonna be working hard and you basically need to put out. But the way he said it, Lee, was long. It was a lot of information. It was like you need to make
Let me just give you all a little synopsis real quick
it
of this
just
young
try
man.
me.
Okay, forget his father. Okay,
You
let me
can't.
just give you a synopsis. First, hold on. We're gonna get the young man. They take the blindfold off. He marries the Joan, right? In his mind, basically, he's like, I'm not really attracted to the Joan, but I'm
We
gonna
already
see,
knew it too.
I'm gonna see what's up or whatever, right?
Wow.
So instead of like discussing that with her and just getting to know her and trying to do it like that, the first night, what he decides to do to say that he gets to know her is say, I'm gonna have sex with her. So he puts on the show and like gets her to sleep with him and all that. And she was with it, she like he handsome and shit, like whatever, we married. He's a preacher's son, right? She a little Christian joke, but they be fucking, whatever. So they smash and she like, all right, it's great. Smash at night, smash in the morning. Right after they smash in the morning, your man roll over, hop out the bed, say he going to get breakfast for their ass, and coffee or something like that. Disappear for hours. He's gone for hours, right? So she don't see him for hours. She worried. I'm sure she hungry. Like she said, he gonna get
Wait, why hungry? She hungry?
Cause y'all be hungry. Jones be hungry.
Yeah.
She done been smashing all night. She hungry. She woke up like, you gonna get breakfast? Yes. This is a great honeymoon. No, wait. what? Where is he at with the food? And then like,
Imagine
where is he
waiting
at?
for your brothers to come to you too, but
So okay, so this all happened. He get back. The man tell the Joan basically, yeah, I'm not attracted to you, and I'm having a whole anxiety attack. And now he going crazy and having little moments like,
Over my seat. Sorry.
and yeah. So that's the first thing he
after they
did.
smash though, after they smash, he tells her the
He
next
said
morning he's not
after
attracted
he
to her.
goes and has a whole anxiety attack for 3 hours,
Okay.
and she's like, "What happened to you with that?" He
And
come back
came
and
in crying, girl. He's one of these men that goes crying and he
he
comes
sits
back, so
down
she
and
don't have a
goes,
space to grieve, cry. He's like,
Wow. So then what happened?
and she's like, "What's going on? Like, what's happening? Like, what's going on?" And he's like, "I'm not attracted to you." And I was just like,
And it's my spot, mommy.
he's like,
Ugly?
what? No,
"No,
no, he
no."
like light skin.
Yeah.
That's point blank
Oh,
period.
So he to me he's like the guy that he's real hyper focused, like positive impression management, like
yeah.
all
Yeah, it's
about
about
like
look.
the way things look,
Yeah, how it looks. Yeah.
and like everything is about the impression. And so he seems like real
Yeah.
caught up in that.
And you gotta be light skinned for that.
He's a
I mean,
label
for him.
Bro,
whore.
but he's
He
also
was homeless.
like, but he's also like a fuckboy because like,
No, like a fuckboy.
yeah,
Definitely a
he's a
fuckboy.
fuckboy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get it.
that
Okay.
information
I
Oh,
thought
but it
that he
gets
gets
worse,
smashed.
girl. Oh no, Lee, it gets worse. Your man comes back in there after calling her ugly. They try to work it out. She's stupid. He keeps doing stupid stuff like giving her a flower out the middle of the centerpiece on a table that's already there and giving it to her like she's giving him. And she's like,
Okay.
"Oh my God, I love that. It's so nice."
Oh, she is
And
low
then disappears because production is talking to him in the corner, trying to say, "Are you gonna tell her? Are you gonna tell her? When you gonna tell her?" He's like, "I'm not gonna tell her nothing." They're like, "What are you not gonna tell her?" Ends up having to tell this woman that his ex-fiance is pregnant. 6 weeks pregnant.
Oh.
This is 2 days into the honeymoon. A day into the honeymoon?
Okay.
So within a couple days of them getting married, that happens, and then that's a whole thing.
And she starts going into wifely duties and trying to protect him and work it out and all this other stuff. And then he gonna tell her this last episode that he's still in love with the junk and that he was considering going back, but he don't know, but not really. And she's like, "What am I
Now,
supposed to do with that?"
that part, honestly, I would say that part right there,
It's
honestly,
realistic,
is realistic because
but
they
he's a
just met,
fuckboy for all the crap
and
he did.
it was just a few weeks
He had
ago.
just told her that he wanted to be with her.
But why
He
are you
just
married at first sight, so they don't know each other?
No, it's matchmakers. They
It's an
walk down
arranged
the aisle.
marriage.
It's an arranged
yeah.
marriage.
And the people who arrange it are like psychologists, sociologists, pastor, like relationship coaches.
I will.
They
be
like
sure
do all these
that-
assessments, and then they try to pair you up with somebody they think is going to be a good fit.
And they didn't notice he was psychotic.
Oh, that's what mommy's saying. Mommy's saying that they were the preacher at the church says that women need to stay pretty and lose weight and all that. And that's why some of these men will go to another man.
Oh.
That's so far-fetched to jump to a man, though.
Huh? Go to
Not just a pretty woman.
Damn.
Huh?
I was like,
What? Hold on.
How
We
did
gonna
you
do that.
jump?
Let's go to this topic, okay?
How
Forget
did
the
you-
married at first sight.
wait.
The preacher says, women, you need to stay pretty and lose
Oh,
weight
mommy has a link. Where's this
because
link?
that's why a man will go to another man.
That's the part. Wait, what?
What did he say?
He said, "You shitting me."
Thank you. Shouldn't be.
Y'all, does that really deserve our energy? That's just so.
No, I'm not even gonna
so
acknowledge
That's
it.
just so
Act like it is.
It's just not a thing.
I'm just trying to figure out, like,
Y'all know that's not a thing.
Mommy,
And no heterosexual man would say that if you don't stay right and tight, I'm going to go to a man.
Right.
I'm going to go to
Mommy,
another woman.
I want you to tell whoever's preacher
Whoever
that is,
said
Mommy,
that.
whoever they said they are a
That's okay.
homosexual man.
Yeah.
And
But
it's
that's
okay.
not true. The thing
And
is
that's
not apples and
true.
oranges.
Why would that be the response?
Okay, that's just
because that's what he
and-
wanted.
Right. That's what that sounds like.
He's
Like,
mixing up
y'all
so
know
many
why I
things,
trying to explain it. No.
No, that's you're mixing up way too many things in that.
That was the whole projection.
Yeah. That don't have nothing to do with nothing.
Because never would I ever go over there.
I mean,
attraction is attraction, and arousal is arousal, and like one person not keeping their weight a certain way is not going to have you switching arousal like that. That's just like a totally
just going to the other
whole other thing.
Right.
Right.
So Shani, you've been watching the whole season?
Yeah.
So the very first episode, I've been listening to I was part of a live yesterday for the show. But from day one, I was telling mommy, me and mommy were looking at each other, and I was like, "Yo, this joint got a self-esteem problem."
Same. Me and Kyle had the same conversation on the first episode that we saw.
I mean, we were both clear Chris was gross,
right?
But
then I had some other issues with the way that stuff went down. But yeah,
but
there's a lot going on.
Oh no, we're not gonna talk about where the white people became managers.
That's my problem.
The Caucasianness of it all.
Yeah, that was my problem.
That I wasn't okay.
That was my problem. Yeah.
And I was like, Bree, I was like,
his behavior is gross, fine, but he did set a boundary with people, and like you just keep bulldozing this boundary. You don't touch the man after he told you he's not cool with you. You don't touch a man.
And now you coming here and telling me with your white master stuff, you gonna come tell me what to do?
Yeah, no. So that was
and poor Ryan was just like, bruh, you just missed the whole.
You just missed it. Y'all keep coming in late. You just missed the whole apology. Like,
but okay. So what are quickly? What is your if you were to give like a quick synopsis of each couple and their major issue? If they were clients.
I feel like this season. I'm just curious. Is a lot of bad matches, but like,
are you okay about any of the matches on a mental level, other than maybe Bree and Vincent?
Bree and Vincent, I think, might have a chance of making it. They still got some stuff to work out because he's very masculine and she's very.
He's a Leo.
Is he a Leo?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, it's not going down. It's not going down
from a Leo, but whatever.
Not going down. And she's an engineer.
She has a lot of
But the fact that the bathroom scene.
To me, they both feel very alpha in like some different ways, right? Like, cause she's very secure.
Absolutely.
Very secure. And he doesn't come off to me as insecure, but he does come off to me as like
a Leo.
Very
it's you can see it immediately.
He don't want to
be, so he's Dominican.
He doesn't want to be managed.
No, not like that.
You're not going to manage no Dominican man.
Matt, they were in the bathroom.
Man.
They was in the bathroom and they was like, she was like, pick that up, do this, no.
That would be a problem for me too. Like she was real.
I wouldn't want
it was an assistant.
That's when I would sit down and be like, okay, what kind of living arrangements do we need to try to establish? Because
he talked to her very clear.
Way. Your bathroom,
he tried to be nice the first time. He tried to say, I see you a little bossy.
That's the only thing about
but you've been nice.
Is that
and you treat me well. And she goes, well, I'm just gonna keep being bossy then. And I was like, no.
So this is the only thing about a show like this is that you're just getting to know these people. Like this day. So some of the stuff that you would have went through throughout the dating process and things like that that you would have worked on and
Yeah,
talked
would have
about,
hashed
like
out
you're
before you
doing it in a rapid
it's
fashion,
a
like you
crash
seeing this
course.
shit. So it's kind of like you have to have the right mentality to say, you know what, we just met. I can't really trip because I don't know this person. Like we got to figure out. So that's what makes it kind of like
Because
come together.
I feel like so Kyle and I like we kind of grew up together. Like we met when we were 18, 19 years old. And so
Right.
like, we you develop a like for someone before you start figuring out how much of their annoying things you can tolerate. And these couples don't have that opportunity. You
Right.
come in and you have to figure out
Because that's
you're getting
usually
faced with all their annoying stuff and trying to develop a like at the same time. And it's
that's
like this crash
Right.
course. That's
yeah,
just hard though.
that's the normal measure. I think that's where we start to measure our weight in the relationship and like how much more weight we want to add to
Yeah, like I can
our
tolerate these things
facts.
because I already have developed a like and a love for you. And so I have more of that cushion to be like,
Mm, that
I
shit
can,
is
I can work around this. But the point of the experiment though is to show like how people's if their level of commitment has changed,
Mhm.
are they willing to do this crash course this way because their level of commitment is different? It's not dating. You can't just walk out the door. You're married, like for real.
Why didn't
Mm.
why didn't they bring an expert in with the page stuff?
I mean, so this is COVID time too. So like I don't know if the production was doing things differently than they normally. I feel like in other seasons,
Well, other seasons they
a
can
little bit
call.
more.
They call.
They call, right? They do calls.
No.
See,
No. The couples call when there's a problem.
when there's a problem. But how do we know they didn't do that? We don't know if they did. I know I saw you.
No, they didn't do it. They talked about it in a. They are. Let me tell y'all, that production is running around like crazy people.
Yeah.
They had so many versions of their story, and I said y'all messed up because production shouldn't have showed us the matchmaking part, and we know y'all knew he was a fuckboy in the beginning. In the
So
interview,
the guy y'all talk about,
freaky
they did
guy
know he was crazy.
woman who does this, and all he was talking about sex the whole time,
Oh no.
and they still picked him. And he also was engaged 6 months before.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I said like I think the pics that they had just I don't know what.
So Shani, you know that one of the stories, the undercover stories, is about he slept with the ex's cousin, which is why they broke up, and that she's pregnant with a baby.
Oh Lord, that's messy. I hadn't
And
heard.
the other theory is that him and the ex fiance had a plan, like the get out, get ugly plan. Like, she ugly, come get me. We gonna make up this plan.
Oh jeez.
Those are the two theories that are actually circulating. I mean, for real, because she's not pregnant nowhere none of her pages.
They need to screen these people better. And that's
he might have been trying to get. You know, Bama's be going on reality shows trying to get like publicity for their whatever.
Yeah, but I
their
feel like
brand
all of their
for
measurements, like
all of that.
But these are people who are like their careers is the science of people. So I'm like, how are y'all missing all these like red flags?
I mean, but all of them, all the couples were red flags. They should have never put Virginia the party girl with a pilot.
With the older pilot. I was like, what? Who?
They should have never put the weird 80s guy with Haley, who's been single for 6 years.
Want to watch the show?
If you've been single for 6 years, you should not be at Married at First Sight.
Yeah. But we did the Married at First Sight recap yesterday, so y'all go tune in. You know, to Koya's homegirls. Go ahead, shout them out, Koya.
Yes, Etta Fly and Jen and Alicia, and they do a dope little recap every Thursday night. You guys can probably find it on the Ones page, and around 8:15, around 8:15, and it's really cool. And they're just talking about the show. I pop in and out, and it's a cool little conversation. But we were heated. I have never been this heated by a couple.
Yeah, that shit can
and want to shake a
your
woman so bad. Like, I want to shake her. Like, wake up, Paige.
So I got a question for you to talk about the unicorn. As we go into this next decade of our adulting, what What are you planning?
Is there a ghost over?
Sirens and shit be coming on.
Oh, okay. I was like, who's in his house?
But it sounded like something crazy, and I was like, "What is screaming?"
It's a ghost.
What
It's a
is
ghost supposed to be on live. Come be on live.
What do you have? What do you see plan yourself in your
Sirens.
40s?
Oh, okay. I was like, who's in his house?
But it sounded
Somebody's watching the show. Turn off your microphone.
Who's that?
Yeah. So, what do you see in your 40s that
What is it?
you see accomplishing and like having happen? Or how do you feel about this next decade of yourself?
The next
How do you
decade?
feel as yeah, this next decade as we roll into this as a 80s baby and as you know bridge gapping generation? How do you feel that we're going to affect the future in this next decade? I think this is a crucial decade for us. I think that
Actually,
this is the decade when we really come into power as a generation. Like we start to
I
take
think
over.
our generation needs to be better at mentoring. In the next 10 years, we need to get back out with the younger generation. Like, I think we didn't do that as well as we should have because we kind of got like a ladder of it.
We still need mentors.
And we still need mentors. Like, we still need mentors. And then these youngins need a different type of mentor that really, understands it, but can guide it through. It's so many gaps.
They need parents.
Yeah. But their parents didn't have mentors. Their parents are us. So we didn't have the mentor. We had like some of it.
Yeah.
But and then mostly just like using our platforms, I really think to just get. I'm so tired of I just want everybody to just be good. You know what I'm saying? Like I want people. I just be watching people even on these shows, y'all. Like
what does it look like?
My goal is to get rid of all trash TV.
Johnny.
The next
that even look like? Oh,
and the
What
next
does that look like personally for you? Because I feel like the definition of that for me changes all the time.
No, it does. Like the next 10 years, I would like to erase all trash reality shows. Like I don't want to see
yourself. Like for yourself,
I
mean, just for you personally, like what does good look like for you? Like when you if someone goes when you're thinking about the next 10 years of your life, and you when people go, "How you doing?" and you give that autopilot answer, like "I'm good," but are we really?
I guess
good?
it's hard for me to answer that because for me, it is really hard for me to be good if the outside world is not okay. Personally.
Have you thought about this conversation has come up a lot this year because the world has gone through so much, and so and that gets exhausted, right? So sometimes I have to make a personal shift in my head. It's okay, when I'm saying good and I'm thinking about the external world, that's one thing, but when I think about my close personal world, my small personal world, my small personal world did really well this year. The external world, my external community suffered a lot this year.
But because my external community suffered, my inner circle suffered.
But what about you? When you think about you,
my inner circle
what is something? What do you want for yourself, just for you, Koya, for the next few years, just for you?
Yeah, because I will second that.
Y'all don't understand.
Trying to get you to trying to get you to think like
I can't.
The outside
everybody world, I'm around. If I said I wanted to be I want to be in a partnership that's good and I'm happy, and it's not gonna happen if the world is the way. I'm telling y'all, as a dating woman, the outside world is affecting everything that could give me some type of adventure, fun, anything.
Everything.
What if you weren't thinking about the limitations and you're just thinking about the want, the wish, the desire?
I don't know what that looks like because I've never been put in a place to be allowed to think that for real.
To dream?
No.
Just for yourself?
Nope. For what? If I'm not making money and surviving and thriving.
Do you still
always building?
Mhm.
So it kind of feels like I don't know.
There's no vision. Yeah, there's no vision. But see, that's tough because if you have to wait for the external world to be good to have that vision for yourself, that's gonna put it.
I mean, I have projects and stuff like that I want, but that's not.
But
That's
I think
as
that's what I
always.
think that like okay, so let me use myself as an example then. Like because I understanding what Shawnee is saying and I feel the same way. Like I can't think about how the outside world is going to be to affect how I want my world to be for myself because I feel like that's putting a lot of pressure on the first billions of people that get the fuck out of here. Like you think I cannot really affect billions of people, the way that I would like to, especially in the next 10 years. Um, not saying that it can't happen in some ways, but I think that's a process.
I
If
think it's
it's
hard for me to think like
possible.
that because I'll be
So
50. So for me, it's like, what? I don't even know. I
right,
didn't
but
even
I'm
know this is
thinking
what.
Even 50 needs a vision, right?
right.
Because we say that
So
to mom
I
all
think
the
that
time.
Yeah,
Like,
and I had a vision for 40, and this is nothing like it. So
but
pointless.
that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's
That's
like,
pointless.
so that's what I'm saying. Like so for me, it's
Nope.
like understanding that okay, there are specific things that I need and I'm going to want to be able to do and have in my life. Like
Yeah, I would like
security,
some financial freedom.
yeah, like things like that, financial freedom, security
Okay.
and housing, security and like health and like things that I can control that I can do. Like I want to have that at a
But see how you
at
say
a
you can
solidified
control that, but we in a pandemic. So
right,
you can't even control your health but so much.
but even in that, I still take time to
but you
do things
can.
that to control all of that. Like just because we're in a situation to me doesn't mean that we
Yeah.
still cannot control our inner self and our wants and how we take care of ourselves, our development and our growth. Like you've been growing, you've been doing lots of different things. So that's what I think the question really stems about. Like from your growth and the things like that, like how do you see yourself, like how are we looking? You know what I mean? I'm going to be financially free. You know what I mean? I am going to be in a house, in a home of my own. I am going to be um able to afford
See,
my health.
my 10 years are literally like
Maybe
not,
5.
they're not like, it's still not realistic to me to have that type of like a vision for me is like I have these projects I want to finish. I have these things I want to do. I have these
Yeah,
list of array
that's
of projects
that's a vision.
and stuff like that. But like that's really the gist of it. For me, everything else is energetic. So it's like
Vision can be energy too. Like vision doesn't have to be one thing, and it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be about the external. It doesn't have to be about the house or the career. It could be about like I want to get to a place where I feel more personal power over my stressors. That could be a vision. I want to have a better relationship with food. I want to have a better relationship with food, guys.
no, no, because this
What
joint,
is your relationship?
don't got no
I
taste
only eat
buds.
for pleasure.
And this joint sent me a bucket list. She sent me a link to her bucket list place that she wants to try because she ain't had no food. And it was so fat and delicious. And I saw it. It looked
Was
bomb.
it not the best? Was that not the best
No, they had
of crab
crab
I've ever
meat
seen?
stuffed egg rolls.
Oh, the crab egg rolls?
So
Just
good.
stuffed.
So delicious.
Crab
So good.
meat stuffed everything. I was like, what is this?
But like this is an example, right? Like the vision doesn't always have to be like tangible. So I think we should have some tangible things.
Right. And that was
Like
just
you want to
like
stay
an example.
energized, but it can also be about a different energy in your body. It can
I'm
be
gonna be
about
honest.
mindset, any of that.
And that's what
I'm
that
not
means
really
to
great
me.
at I'm great at manifesting and visualizing things on a very short term because
That's okay too.
things shift for me a lot.
But
So
that's okay too.
there's no way for me to be like 5 years, 10 years, no way.
It could be a week. It could be a month. It doesn't have
Right,
to
and
be
that's why I
years.
use the example. I use tangible things because it's like things that I
I don't
look at
understand tangible things.
that I know that
Doesn't have to be
you know,
tangible.
tangible to me. I can say it in a what we call the 3D form. I can say it in the house. I can say it in the financial freedom. Da, da, da. It doesn't might necessarily mean it's going to be in the way that people may envision
It doesn't have to
what
be. You
what
don't have to
that
go to
is.
get it through the
I would
conventional.
Because
like
for
something. I
me,
would like
it could
some
be
things
the
working
point
on
that
their own that I'm not physically having to do. I would say that. That is for
right,
sure something
like
I
for
want.
me, it may be that
Oh, baby.
I just want to be able to go live wherever I want to live
Right.
for 6 months. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have a house
I
Oh,
think
in
I
one
haven't
place
thought about
that I'm
it.
gonna
I think
live
I just
at.
haven't
You know
thought
what I
about
mean?
it because I'm still trying to get through this year. So I just haven't thought about it.
I think the reason I'm saying this is because like we've been in this constant state of survival this year, and so you have such a big milestone birthday in a year where we're in this constant state of survival, and like thinking about it, like we're having around here, like we have to pivot every other week. We have to pivot differently because something else
Right.
happens.
That's
And
why I didn't know how to
and then
answer.
the
I was
next thing you
like,
know, like
Right, you see
I'm
unemployment
not
now.
being intentional about myself at all because we're having to pivot every other week around here. So, and we don't know how much longer this is gonna go on for, but it's already going on for a
I think for
year.
me, I've already incorporated the things I do to get myself in the energy to be good, every day. So like I'm already for the last 2 years been meditating,
Like a routine, right?
So I have a routine of things that I don't have, like
She did.
Ain't nothing in here.
Oh, sorry. I'm
no,
unmuted.
it's okay. So I kind of like being able to incorporate those things, and because I'm already doing it, it's not like how like we would be like, oh, in the next 5 years, like I want to get my body this way. Like I'm already incorporating new habits.
Well, there goes to my next thing. Then I kind of want to switch this up. And Lily, you can chime in too. You know what I'm saying? She over there.
I was
um,
I was snacking. I'm sorry. I
She
was so
was snacking.
she got a bunch of D's and a bunch of D's.
I
What's
was
up? You have another
hungry.
question?
Yeah. So like, are you proud of where you are right now, knowing what you've like accomplished and overcome, like, and even like specifically today after yesterday, and just like I feel like that was just like a breakthrough point, kind of how we talk in the stocks, like that shit broke through the fucking resistance, and it's like that shit going
Nah, I
up.
think I definitely feel like I can see like I think more like that. Like I definitely can like I am absolutely proud of where I'm first of all just happy I'm here because there have been many times that I could not have been here. And I have like a lot of random things that happen to me in life, so everything's always like on some miracle shit. It'd be like you got kidney stones, but you got like the biggest kidney stones in the world. You got your appendix burst, but it is also has gangrene and has burst inside your, like it's never normal with me. It's always like super extra. So it's like I'm always thrown all the way in the fire. And so, for me, I would like to snatch up some of the skin on my bodies.
Snatch it up.
Snatch up these skins.
At this moment?
Within the next 5 years. Depending on how well I can snatch it up myself. But that's a tangible thing that I think I would want to do. Is just kind of tighten whatever is left after the
Well, you
rest of
trying
the
to
blow.
say in the next decade, you trying to get super snatched? You trying to
I
do the
mean,
Lily?
my 50 gonna look 20.
Y'all see Lily,
You
right?
see
So ain't
Lily?
nobody gonna say
My 50 about
we
to
ain't
look
gonna keep
20.
talking about. I mean, Lily always been bad, but you know what I'm saying? She done
Wait
did some
a
shit
She
that
didn't
was
ascend it and then came into she got
Lily,
a
why you look so uncomfortable when they give you compliments?
she look so
she had
Why,
that
uncomfortable.
shit.
we were talking about Koya snatching,
She
and
had
I don't
that
know
shit.
how I came over here.
Cause I
I,
like to give examples.
I didn't
I
do
think I'm gonna be honest, like I don't look the way I thought I now I talked about somebody about this the other day. That when I was young and having like dreams, like you would see yourself doing stuff like whatever. I don't know. Girls see weddings and rocket ships and whatever. You see anything. Okay. But my body, I looked like this grown. So when I was like in my regular body, I was like, well, where is that bitch at? Because I seen that bitch in a dream and I don't know whose body this is.
Gotcha.
Y'all know how like always we would joke like how I didn't move around like my size. That's because in my head I already looked like this.
I can relate to that.
Like in my dream.
Kind of.
Yeah. So yeah, just tightening up, firming up the
yeah.
things.
Are you gonna do
coming back up? I'm gonna try to do as much as possible to see what I can do on my own, but there has been an extreme amount of weight loss. So
yeah, you might have to. Yeah,
I'm not gonna be able
like
to
really, really fast. It happened really fast too. So and
it's everywhere, so it is even.
Right.
But it's not. There's definitely some places that it ain't but so much you can do. But other than that, like that's the only like real like tangible thing that I want for myself, other than some financial freedom and something like working already, like some productions that are on networks. Like those are things that I would like to really have. So I have thought about it in that aspect. And that makes me happy when I work and produce things and things come out and there's a product, end goal. There's something there that
yeah. I got you.
Of all the things I've been working on this year can come into fruition in the next 5 years, that would be excellent. I think that's kind of where I am with that.
Well, we manifest that for you.
Yes. I also want to go back to Greece.
You want to go where?
I want to go back to Greece in the next 5 years. I want to do an extravagant Greece trip. I want to go to like all the places I found there that are like
I'll be there.
Yeah, I'm with it.
I feel like we're gonna have to do a 40 redo.
You said what?
I think we're gonna have to do a 40 redo, whatever year that is.
Everybody has
going there like we
a 40 redo. We need to do a 40 redo.
Everybody has
all our birthday, yes, because the pandemic was on during our birthday, so we stayed.
I agree.
I think we're gonna all have very large, extravagant celebrations just across the world, but definitely here in the States. Like at this point, some people are about to miss 2 birthdays.
Yeah, Matt's coming up on 2.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I want to do something special twice. I mean, I just think that's gonna be like whenever we get out of this, I feel like the first year and a half is gonna
I'm gonna be at every festival as soon as festivals start, at every festival on the earth.
Flights are gonna
I'm going to I'm gonna fly everywhere on purpose.
Yeah.
I feel like flights are gonna be every festival possible.
I feel like flights are gonna be packed. I feel like in certain places
they're gonna be trash.
Yeah, but I feel like in certain places, like the community of people, because now you can do the things you couldn't do, like there'll be less tension. Does that make sense?
No, I agree.
People be more grateful that we can all do whatever.
Okay, I would say this. My last birthday was popping. Right. I definitely was like, oh, this birthday about to be. My birthday this year, I'm telling y'all right now, was about to be OC.
Yeah.
Because I know what me and Matthew would have been doing if this pandemic did not happen. My birthday was about to be popping. We wouldn't have been here. That is for sure.
Yeah, y'all would have been very busy.
We wouldn't have been here. We would have been traveling. Everybody would have been somewhere.
Yeah, this pandemic was very
with a whole band
untimely.
And my close circle of friends.
Untimely.
I would have been like, we doing a concert in so and so on this island.
Yeah. I think everybody was right there about to just get some shit popping and then
it was March.
I know.
It's literally the wait time. It's like, oh, we about to go in. And then it was like, no. And I was like, no.
That was really messed up.
No Method Man and
oh man, we was about to get it in.
No broccoli.
It was about to be
nothing.
I'm so sad.
But you know, Here we are.
Shelly, we should send you to a tree house for your birthday.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Mommy.
You want to go alone or with your family?
I want to go alone.
I knew she was gonna say that before she said
Me
it.
too.
We got Tom and Jerry.
You and Joelle are Tom and Jerry. Yeah, no, I would go. I would go.
Johnny, your mother is Tom and Jerry, and so is her
That's
uncle
funny.
Kyrie.
That's what he just said, but that's them all day. I just need to be alone.
Hey,
Hey, Joey,
All the
not like us
moms
today.
are like, I need a minute. A minute.
Well, you don't like us today? What's going on? You keep leaving me. You fake child today? What's wrong?
My hat's off to all the mommies. That's like a lot.
I was saying with you and bite me. I didn't bite her.
What? Translate.
She said Evan bit her, but Evan didn't bite her.
Oh.
That's fine.
Joelle, why you trying to get him in trouble though?
She said him up.
The pandemic moms are everything right now.
They need to just have a show. The pandemic moms need to. Johnny, you should put all your friends that got babies. Y'all should do a show. Y'all should do a show with the kids climbing in. Like that would be epic.
I
You
feel
and
like
your friends with babies.
three
You
other
get
moms.
Nelly on here. You get Ken on here. Like all y'all and your kids.
That's
Y'all
all we changed our expectations
Tom
for
and
everything.
Jerry. Tom and Jerry.
Y'all want to eat lunch? Y'all don't want to eat lunch? That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
just sit down. Okay.
Noise in there. You know what? I don't care.
Like, get you
Everybody all right? All right.
You alive? All right. We're good.
You Tom and Jerry.
I'm Tom and Jackie.
In 5 years,
You Tom
Box
and
will be
Jerry.
10.
Yeah.
Wow. He's gonna be a little man. 10. Wow.
That's gonna be weird. He's gonna be 10
No.
in 5. Wait,
I heard
in 10 years.
Dan's voice. The rap.
And you heard the tone too. It was like,
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
it was a rumble.
Somebody daddy in the room.
It's been a long month.
No.
oh,
Agreed.
Good night, Joelle.
good night, Joelle.
I don't want.
Oh.
Oh, look at her face though. It's her faces. They be epic.
I'm watching Shawnee and she is holding it together. Like with a little teeny
Just a little bit.
it's like it's about to break.
No.
And-
But she's right there.
I gotta. That's every night.
But you not sick of y'all?
He's never sick of
Really?
us.
I would think. Well, he's still young. Yeah.
They still young. They never.
I just can't imagine they all home so much now.
That's happened.
I didn't think that he would. He
Once
just don't.
they get around 12,
Y'all they best friends. Y'all
Y'all are their best friends, Johnny.
Yeah, yeah.
Friends.
If he was like 10, you'd have to go check on him.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah.
But I can see that.
I don't remember.
I
10.
can also see him being that way at 10. I could see that.
What
Yeah.
grade is 10?
This is why I don't blame
fifth.
parents when they be like, "How you let your kids just play video games or do this?" And that?" Oh, because they're over there minding their business and they not bothering me. Like I get that shit.
I was
100,000%.
that person. I was the person that judged that until now. Until I'm just like, no.
And now you can't wait for
break.
that. Oh, you interested in that? Go do it.
It's the walk right
do it as
past your
long
dad
as you
and
like.
ask your mom for something is what I learned about kids. I was like, yo, they stay walking past the father. It don't matter what father.
Don't matter.
That's
'Cause
true.
we did it too.
You got to train them early.
We did it too.
Don't
We was like, mommy,
ask
daddy be right there. Now, unless it was something we knew mommy wasn't gonna give us, and then we would go to daddy.
It's a comfort thing.
Like I really wanted,
They don't feel comfortable
right?
asking that they go to them because they think the mommies are always going to say yes, and they're just more comfortable asking mom for stuff.
Wow.
But they get an equal amount of no's from each of us,
They
but there's
do.
still just something different about it.
No, it's just nature.
Yeah, I say no all the time.
It's just nature.
That's interesting.
But Shawnee,
It's
whole
funny
time
how
though,
they
if
be
you was in
thinking
a
y'all
room
don't
full of
talk
men
to
and
each
women,
other or
would you
something.
go to a man and ask him for nothing? You
No.
go to a woman.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's nature.
Okay.
Matthew would ask a woman.
Yep.
Yeah. He would. Okay, that makes sense. Why is that?
I
Just
don't
nature. Just nature.
I think we just associate like caring and nurturing and providing certain needs, right, with moms. With the moms, like if you're hungry, like you just tend to gravitate towards the moms. If you hurt, you gravitate towards the moms. If you want a bedtime story, you gravitate towards the moms. I'm like, when do y'all gravitate towards the dad?
When we let them
but they gravitate towards the dad when they need something fixed. Or
that's interesting. Like if they bring the toy.
It's also like
Oh.
the amount of time, like, you know what I'm saying? Like your kids, they still gravitate towards you a lot, but they also go to him because he's had so much time with them as
yeah,
well.
I mean, we're
And
every day.
I see that with parents, like the men that are like spending a lot more time like with the baby.
But they starting to learn their parents. They starting to learn exactly what Shani and Kyle would not.
When Joelle is tired and she wants to go to sleep, even if she is cradled in my arms, she will get out of my arms and go.
I will knock her out. Kyle, she'll be like this.
She would get out of bed in the middle of the night and be like, "I want to, like, where's Daddy? I want to cuddle up next." She feels comforted.
And see, but that's the nature again for a female.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Like we might have like loved on my dad, and then mom is having to deal with the daily stuff, so maybe her love looked different. It looked like a different clingy.
When Evan wants to feel safe, he'll look for me, but Evan will take more risks when Kyle's around.
Yep.
So if he's afraid of trying something new, he will regress. He'll baby up with me. But when he's with Kyle and he's going to take a risk, he will either flat out refuse and run away. He just won't do it. Or he'll challenge himself to take that risk around Kyle. Which is why when we're doing something new, I stay away. And Kyle will
But you want to know why that's funny?
Kyle will take him.
But you know why that's funny? Because you are the mom that does have you might have a vocal reaction when something happens, like if he falls or something like that, right? Or you go to him. But it's funny because she was the risk taker as a sibling.
Oh.
Evan's not like that. Joelle's like that. Joelle was like me when I was little, but Fox isn't like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to take risks because he wants to get things right. He wants to get things right the first time.
Yep.
And he doesn't like to try new things because he's like afraid of disappointing himself. And he's scared of a lot of stuff. But I think
he's like how I was. He's closer to how I was when I was little.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just weird. But
then he has that other side that's like you. He has like them spurts of you, and you'll be like, what just happened? Where'd he go? Like I didn't realize he had your zone thing until one day I thought he was doing it.
He spaces out.
Yeah, he spaced out and he was dead, just looking like this. And I was like, Fox. He was like, and I was like, oh no, you're your mom. Like I've been watching Shani for the last 20 minutes. Like she's slow blinking. It's happening.
That's what he just said. He was like, "Mommy, are you asleep again? With your eyes open?"
Because her blinks get slow. Like they get real.
Taking a minute. I'm telling you, she's just like, oh.
That's it. I have to retreat in my head.
I've been watching all of my friends with kids. Like, look, not again.
check on them. They're not okay.
They be apologizing. They be like, "I'm sorry, my kids are loud." I'm like, it's kids. Okay.
But see, okay, so going back to what you were saying earlier about like where you thought you would, like, this is what I mean. Like, I don't think things are how anybody thought they were going to be at this, at this in different ways, right? For some people, things are better than they thought they were going to be, right?
I thought me and you would be a little reversed.
And then some people it's not a better or worse, it's just a different place than they thought they were going to be, and it's still good. And then some people are like, man, I thought I was going to be further along or whatever. Like, it's that, I don't know, there's a little bit of grief that goes into like assessing that, but also like I don't know. It's not over. We're still got tons of time to change things if we need to.
Life is
I
long.
don't know about no tons, but
Life
We
is
have time, but the vision matters.
life is kind of long. I mean, if you
like
actually,
my
like,
vision
live-
was closer to like what Shani has like life wise, and now I don't see that at all.
your vision was that you.
What?
I can't see you thinking that.
5, 6.
Koya wanted a
Like
huge
all I've
family.
done is work with kids. I've been with kids my whole life.
Koya wanted a
Yeah.
huge family, and then I was
And
the
I
one that
get it.
wasn't sure if I wanted a family.
Hmm.
And so we found ourselves in these like reverse positions.
That's very crazy.
Yeah, like growing up,
Very
like
great.
Koya was very motherly, and
Okay, I can see that.
yeah, very motherly, and she, you know, like
Did
and she
all
was
the
very,
child
and she was
jobs.
very domestic, like as a
I was.
child.
I
The
was.
cooking and the wanted to play school and the bossing us
Mhm.
around and stuff. She was very she dove into all of the domestic duties. for
I'm
me.
laughing at the playing school, and that's funny.
Yeah, like she was
Like,
teacher.
I used to get excited when
Come
mommy
on.
would bring the old books home from school so that I could like use them.
So you
And she
could play.
like literally made us sit down and do workbooks, and we were like, "We just want to play with our Ninja Turtles. What are you doing?"
Oh, you were one of
Kyrie
those
would just bring his Ninja Turtles to class. Kyrie would just have his Ninja Turtles, and Shani would have her dolls in class, and then they would walk out like their dolls could talk.
We
Like,
need
they would
them
be
to
like,
get out of class.
"The dolls was in the class."
We needed
You made them play school, Koya. That is so funny.
And she was serious too. You have to listen.
You have to listen. You have to do your homework. You have to do. We were
And
like,
we had a
what?
big ass yardstick. We
And
had a
who
big ass
taught you
yardstick that I used to
stuff?
point to the board because we had a board in the room.
And that was weird,
Where's
man.
that from?
Because mom wasn't that kind of a teacher. Like, so we're like, where did you get that type of teaching from?
Where did
Because
you
mom wasn't
learn
that type of teacher.
TV and teachers at school.
Hey, were you just naturally like that?
Teachers
Yeah.
at school and TV.
But these were the teachers you didn't like. So why would you come home and play and pretend to be the teachers you didn't like?
I just thought they were
That's your
teachers.
only example.
I just thought they were teachers. I said, that's what a third grade teacher's like. I didn't know that the third graders had a better teacher.
But you know, mom was a teacher. You know, she wasn't like that.
I never saw her teach.
Oh. Okay.
I had never seen her teach until she really started subbing. By that time, I wasn't playing school no more.
Okay.
Yeah. That was just what 80s teachers looked like in my head. Like,
Ooh,
mean.
I say it mean.
I wasn't wrong.
You weren't wrong.
They were, a lot of them were like that.
Yeah, they were.
And
They
then
weren't
Matt would come
friendly.
knocking on the door.
I don't remember
Yeah,
teachers
what?
being that friendly.
What you
Teachers were
say?
not that friendly.
What'd you say, Johnny?
I said, then Matt would come knocking on the door with his cap guns. And
I got some cap guns now.
no, you shot me, Matthew, when we were kids. You shot me.
G.I. Joe.
You shot me in the arm.
He
I
would
mean,
always
we named the
Lee, he
sergeant
would come
first.
over the house with something new,
I
like
got big ones now.
like every day. He would bring a catalog, an army catalog. They had weapons and gear, and then he would bring
I
cap
got
guns.
one of them too,
He
right?
I
brings
would say
slings.
nothing has
I
changed.
ain't
Ah, you
changed.
have one with you?
I ain't
So
changed.
nothing has changed.
God,
Slingshots. Like he was just OC.
Like I
And
love
I'm-
when Matthew came over.
Now I'm a
Like, we
grown
about
up.
to get
I can
into
just
some
buy
shit
it for
today, but
myself.
then
I
you
like
just
kinda
want
Johnny
a
and Kyrie
real
be
one.
excited, like we about to get into some
we
shit.
about to get into some shit today. But then you kind of like, okay, but which one of us is getting shot today, though? Like I'm excited because I know you got something weird for us to do, but like someone's gonna get hurt today.
And in my defense, Shawnee, you wasn't really a girl. You know what I'm saying? You was just like
But I was a person.
you was a kid. All the
Hey, you
kids.
wasn't a
It,
girl.
He was a whole boy.
it was just
He was
kids
a whole
to me.
boy.
Everybody can get
She
it.
hated
I don't
everything
care.
I liked. Like
Everybody
she
can
was a whole boy.
Everybody can get it back. Here you go with that.
He did not see me as a girl. He just was like, "We playing with cap guns." So like,
Let's
let's get
go.
this burns on your arm today.
You can shoot me back. I used to be like, give me back. Give me back.
And then all you would see is this, Lee. You would hear a whistle and go, and you would see Matt go like this.
It was time to
In the
go
middle of
home.
anything, and then he would be gone. We was like, where the
Time
fuck?
to go home. I was
I gotta go home.
Oh,
And we were like, it
wow.
would be his mom whistling somewhere in the alley near the house somewhere.
Like, Matthew, that's your mom. It's time to go.
We never
home.
saw her. We never saw her. We would just hear it.
You just hear the whistle
He
from
would
around
stop in the middle of
That is
play.
hilarious.
He would stop in the middle of the. I don't care what he was doing. He was
That's-
out.
Oh God, that was
That's
funny.
hilarious.
She was good at that shit. She be like,
And then we
That
used
shit
to like
was
do him dirty. We used
I
to
cannot
I
whistle
don't
like
know
that.
how she. I can't
was
do it. My
vicious
teeth.
I
that
can't
down.
whistle.
And then we did him dirty. Like there was times when we started getting older, and he would get on our nerves because he would be over the house too many days. And then we would like hide behind the door and turn the lights out.
That was Koya. I liked when you come over to the house.
That's shut up. Like I don't want to see Matt today. He
That
hit
was
me in
Koya.
the head with.
That was Koya, Matt. For the record, we liked when you came over to the house.
Koya is savage.
Koya's
He was
always been like
mean.
that.
He
She
was
always
mean to
got
me.
control the
Savage.
environment of people.
He was
Like,
mean to
who,
me.
who is that? You cannot come because you did
Oh, I
something.
know. I'm going to
was
control
Koya.
the
Or
environment.
I don't feel like who.
I be
Nope,
right.
not you.
I be
Savage.
right
Come
every
on.
time though. I be right every time.
You
I'm
never
the girl
quite
that's gonna-
recovered from that trapper keeper situation and the day you ate her chapstick.
My kissing coolers. The kissing coolers. You bit my kissing coolers.
smelled
Matthew ate
delicious.
chapstick. That sounds
It
about
was
right.
good.
It smelled delicious.
Nah, it
And you
tasted
thought
good.
it was food.
And I
Nah, it
just was
tasted. The
like, I
kissing
want to
coolers was
taste it.
bomb. Them Jones tasted good.
And you thought it was food.
But he did hit me in the head with a trapper keeper
Ow.
with
was all
books
down
in it in front of the whole class. In my head.
Now look at you guys still together. I'm
Yeah.
coming.
Oh,
I told you it was good.
I gotta go.
I was like, she was holding. She did well.
That
you
was
want
a
to know what it
real-
is? At
that was
40,
a
I
real
never
ass
thought that.
fucking
I never
mother
thought
moment.
at 40
I'm
that my
coming,
little
goddamn. I
sister.
got to do something for
And
myself.
I
everybody was
never
like,
thought at 40 that my little sister's mother face would scare the shit out of me. Like I
It
saw her do
scared
a
me
mother
a little
face one day, and I was like,
mhm.
that was my mommy's face. Fox, hurry up and do what she's saying. I was just like, Joelle, she's not playing right now. And they're just
They
looking
don't
at
be
me.
knowing.
Why you look like
The
that? I was
kids
like,
don't be knowing. They do not know.
I
They
know
don't
it.
get it.
I saw it. I was like, oh no, that's
They're
not
still learning it. They gonna get it one day. and be
Moms
like,
have
that's
to work so much harder to get that level of respect,
And you know,
right?
we're not
Because
supposed,
the
we're
dads
not supposed to
get it.
talk about physical stuff, but how they supposed to know?
And you know, we don't.
That's why I be like, at least you
don't-
should
we
be
don't
able
do
to, at least you should be able to pick them up upside down by their ankles and be like, see, you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing.
But you know what?
I'm
With
stronger
we
than you.
did choose the harder route because we do not spank them.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Absolutely. Like,
but with Fox, you really don't have to. Like,
no,
if
you
he
don't.
thinks you're mad at him, he's
Yeah.
It's a
going
wrap.
to pull
Oh, my-
that down.
That was
I that
me.
kind of kid.
could
That
I
was
was that
me.
kind of
Yeah.
kid.
If
I'm mad
mommy
at
told
you.
me she was mad at me, I was the kid that all I heard was I disappointed mommy.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is the like, Fox, I don't like what you just said.
Oh, I
then
would cry. I'd be
he's gonna cry. He's gonna have a whole moment.
I'm still like that. Like, oh,
Joelle is another situation. She's not the same kid, and we haven't figured out what works with her yet. But you hang her upside down by her ankles.
I just be picking him up at that because Fox is light. I just hold him.
That
like,
works at
You
least.
don't do it, but you just need to
And
talk to him.
that gets him to like.
I just
8
put him
years
on my
old.
shoulder and I just like walk him around like this.
He just wants to know that you know that he's upset, and then he'll calm down.
As long as you listen to him express his upsetness.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, I hear you. I hear you. I know you're upset, and you're still going to bed.
He'll be like,
You're still
she got them so emotionally intelligent over
Nah,
there.
you gotta take the
Look,
punishment.
they so
bro.
emotionally
You're still going to
intelligent.
bed. You still
Fox will be
cannot have
like,
I'm
Mommy,
sorry.
what you
Yes.
said
you
to
know,
me
go to jail.
hurt my feelings, and I don't think it's funny. And you laughed at me, and it's not funny to laugh. And if I'm not laughing, then why are you laughing?
That's right. That's
And
what
I
he
was
said.
like, why are you laughing? I was like,
he said, if you laugh and I'm not laughing, you're laughing at me, and that's not nice. If I'm laughing and you're laughing with me, then I can handle that. Like, that's what he said to me. And I was like, got it.
Text you right there, didn't he? Ooh.
Yeah.
Ah, she's
How do
smart.
you control
Yeah,
that?
but
He's
Joe, but Joe,
he's the child that would make you really question if he knows what he's asking. Like you'll be like, should I give him a real answer? Like
Right.
he'll ask me questions and I'll be like, wait, is this a real question? Like even when he said that whole like, no, mommy and daddy, you're not free, you're caged. I was like, we are caged, Fox. We're all caged.
How do you know this?
He's been here before.
Don't ask him because he'd be like, God told me, and he broke it down for me. And
He's
also,
probably been here before.
the jokes that you and God have are not that funny though. So
you can't beat a kid like that because he internalizes it. Like you beat him, that means you don't like him. You're going to mistreat him, and he can't trust you. And like that's what he'll do.
I was literally that person.
That makes sense.
Like you put hands on me, and it's immediately I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
But Joelle's different. She'll just get in the ring with you.
Joelle just eat that jump. She just eat them jump. She just eat them. She'd be like,
but then she'll feel bad afterwards. She'll be like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you.
She's like, I'm so sorry. I broke your nose. I'm sorry. I broke your nose.
No, Joelle has been like, she don't forget. Like, she'll be like, yeah, he got
two
me.
sides.
And then
she don't
why
forget.
later on she do
Fox
something.
Don't forget either.
And it'd be like, nah, I just got him back. She might not even say what
she get him back quicker. Fox will plan his out. Like Fox's gets planned out. I've seen him plan out a revenge for like a whole week. And I was like, that was Monday?
Kids do not. They have their own universe. Though little kids have their own universe.
They do.
And we have nothing to do with that.
Nope.
Like she a superpower in their world. Like,
and you know that kids
have where other little kids be walking around. What's up? Like, and they don't mess with her. I'm trying to tell you.
Like
that's why she goes so hard. She be testing adults like
there was stuff that Shani and Kyrie like. There was stuff that Shani and Kyrie like to do where I didn't like. I didn't know why they were doing it. Like I would be like, why is this fun for them? Like what did they like? Anything that they do, I would be like, why is this fun? Why is that? They look like they're having so much fun. like even when y'all used to pull the tags off the clothes and play with the clothes at the mall, I would be like, why is this fun for them? They're messing the store up. There's tags everywhere.
What is wrong with you?
Is it? Don't stop thinking.
We're going to get in trouble.
Look, I like the only kid that cared about messing stuff up.
That's what I'm saying, and it's so different than her personality, right? Because like if you know Koya, like you just think she's like this flower child, just all about
making the store up.
And then, but she's actually really structured, like in the way that
you have to clean that up. That's how I think about it. It's like, why are we messing up a store?
Don't do that.
It's not somebody's house. Like that's how I be thinking. I be like, it's a store.
It's
why
fun.
No, it's not. And then see,
have fun, Koya.
I worked retail later. Nothing
it
fun.
was destructive.
Ain't nothing fun about cleaning up them tags when you work in retail.
Have destructive fun. Some people do. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do that because my mom and my grandma.
But now I know Koya was hearing things. So Koya was getting signals. Koya heard the ladies and the people that
a whole lady got fired that day.
In her head, Koya heard her as a child be like, damn it, I'm gonna have to clean up after these kids. So then Koya be like, no, we can't make a mess. Somebody's going to, because she don't even know why.
And Koya was like that with a lot of things though. Like, and I think it had more to do with like feeling like empowered, like control, because she was like that with games too. Like she hated
rules.
She likes rules. It makes her feel like safe and comfortable. Because like if we cheated, or if we like change the rules of the game in the middle of the game or something, like it would be really distracting for her. It was just fun for us. We were like, "Oh, let's change the rules. Let's do this and see what happens." You know, once you play the same game a million times, you got to.
Y'all is the reason can't nobody play Uno no more, because Uno has so many rules now.
But it's fun.
None of those Joneses
adapt and get better.
Koya's like, no, this is not how this is supposed to go.
I hated it. You know why? Because I always saw the ladder of it. I always saw like, if you start this now, then somebody gonna get in a fight at the end of this game, and then the only way to fix it is we follow the rules. Because if we try to troubleshoot, this, and then there's no rules, and we made
Like,
up.
why are you doing all that preparation?
Because we would fight after games.
We were gonna fight anyway because we like to fight. Like to fight as kids. We liked it, so we were gonna find a reason to fight.
I ain't like it. I wanted to follow the rules.
Koya did not like it.
Right.
Faces tonight, though.
Yeah. Was you a
The
leader?
only game that
Were
I
you the
really
leader?
feel like
I mean, I was the oldest.
So you was leading the
you
situation.
are the oldest.
So, like, if the game came in, I probably already, it was probably given to me to play the game.
Man, you ain't shit.
Facts.
You are. Okay, so you had leadership qualities back then.
Because I ain't want her.
Yes, I definitely had leadership qualities. And then as a big sister, you don't know what that, but they were just wild, energetically.
I can't see.
And like, they
Shawnee
were very exuberant children. Now, because even when me and Shawnee played together, she still played different than me. So like, we did witch's brew or something like that. Even when her going in the forest and getting stuff didn't look the same as me. So I'm in the
like,
forest.
I was gonna say, I need to act that way, but of course not. She's an adult.
So I'll
now.
be walking and picking berries, and Shawnee's like, berries, bugs.
Kyrie knew wow, but we liked unstructured play. That's all. And Koya liked to have storylines and like rules and like.
Oh man, that's
interesting.
Is this not very?
We're very.
No, is it?
The only game I was gonna say.
We're gonna be millionaires because of those things. We're gonna be billionaires because of those things, sir.
And now I'm a bit more structured than I was when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's just
as a kid, like you were structured as soon as you could take your own life in your hands.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you were allowed to be Shawnee, whatever age that, like I really feel like I saw it happen for real in like middle school.
Middle school.
Wow. That's
yeah.
early.
You started learning to do your hair. You started learning to do your hair.
Well, that was me wanting. I didn't want to be dependent. I didn't want I just wanted to do things the way I wanted. It
started in middle school,
so I can see that.
Right. And then you created structure for yourself. Nobody was a part of that.
Right.
And we would be like, why she got these timelines in her head? So like we definitely took turns in that aspect. And then Kyrie didn't plan nothing. So like you don't know what he was doing. But it would just be like, okay, Kyrie's doing this. He'll go on a bike and then you'll see him later at dinner. I don't know what he did that day. You know, but no, I like the structure because I'd like to avoid argument.
Boys get to do nothing and
I don't like argument. So for me, when there was a structure, there were less arguments.
I don't know what happened.
So I think that was my thing. The structure keeps away certain conflict. Did it
you missed the teenage years.
No, it didn't because you refused to follow the
in
structure.
The
fun in the woods.
Yeah, you would have had fun, man. We was getting into stuff, man.
Who was?
Huh? The
Who was
fellas,
getting...
man, in the neighborhood, man. You missed it. See, you'd have been riding with us. Koya would have.
Where were you though, Matt? Like I don't remember you being around when we were teenagers. We moved to Maryland. We moved to Maryland. That's what happened.
We was in Maryland.
I'm gonna get there.
Yeah. The same way you used to run.
You started running.
But I'm talking about that was like a little later. That was
and then we saw each other at church. We saw you at church.
Like 12. You
right.
know what I'm saying? I mean, I could catch the bus and stuff, but it wasn't like that. Like I had friends. I was good.
You were doing the most at that age.
I had friends. I was with the boys at that point. I was with John and Justin,
right,
and other guys, and we were just right. We was.
And I wasn't like we took that was like that those years I didn't play with boys either. I didn't really play with boys though.
Because I know Shawnee probably would have been outside. Like if she could have been outside with us, she would have been outside with us.
Yeah, and we were
middle school. Like
that was when we met Dante and you know all of the boys.
But
now
6, 7, but me at 12. You see what I'm saying? Me at 12 and in middle school, I did not hang out with boys. I only was with Michelle.
Right.
And
So
like even girls. I was with girls still. So
You would have
like
been
I
with
still was having
Jackie and all them.
Chelsea and Jackie and them were coming out to Maryland.
Bye. Sit down. Go on. Nobody want to hang out with y'all.
right. Yeah.
Like the other boys did. I'd have been mad. Like y'all, why y'all want to go over there? Trying to see
That
these
is so
jokes.
funny.
No.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
Mhm.
Chelsea is my arch nemesis.
Yes.
Well, she was. We are
I
friends.
remember that. That was
But
funny.
that was my. I don't even. And it was just because of Koya. Just because
Yep.
Koya.
Yep.
Because I don't think Chelsea understood why
Is
Koya
Koya
was even
back?
friends with me. She frozen for now. I said I don't think Chelsea really realized why Koya was friends with me. But Koya still was always defensive of me, and like she would always, even with her friends, like be like, "No, that's Matt though. He's cool. I just don't like want to hang out with him." Like it was weird.
right.
So she ain't like that. They was anti boy everything.
They were, which is so weird. I didn't understand that because like
They
Cowboy.
were they were
Koya
anti
was. Koya didn't
boy.
have Koya didn't have any male
That
friends,
crew, all of them, Chelsea,
Really?
all of them was
which was
anti
weird
boy.
because
All
that's all we had. You know
I
But
that
mean, they grew
the thing,
out
if you
of it,
grew up in
but
the 80s
that's
and
all you had.
90s, that's all you had was male
That's
we
all
friends.
talking
we
we
had because
talking
that's who
about
was
up
in our
until like
neighborhood.
That's all you had was a
13
bunch of
though.
boys in the neighborhood.
But Koya did
Yeah.
not hang out with. She didn't have male friends at that stage.
That's so funny.
In high school, she didn't really have male friends
Funny.
either.
Interesting.
Her male friends were my male friends because that's who was around.
Right.
Well, she did have a few male friends, but it was just not the same as like as they grew, as y'all got older. She started to adapt more friends, male friends, less female friends. But
I
yeah,
can.
when we were
I
young,
can-
the freaking the girls didn't want to hang out with us.
Like if
That's
you
why.
were to put
That's why I
Koya's
said
story in
about
a
not
chronological
no.
timeline, you would be so confused as to how like she became the personality that she is now and like everything. You would be like,
Right,
how did we get here? It was so different. It was
right.
so different back then.
And
Yeah.
that's why I say that because I'm like, I know you would have been with us. Like, you would have been, and
Yeah.
at least a little bit, you'd have been like, nah, I'm gonna go
As
ride
much
or
as
something.
much as they would let me, because they were always afraid that I was gonna like come back with a broken leg or arm or something. Because I did,
See, that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? We just get fucked up out
but it
there.
was always worth it.
I
Yes,
was gonna
isn't?
say, but
Thank
it was
you.
those are
That's
the best
that's
It was
times.
boy
always worth
mentality.
it.
We
Those
gonna
are
get
the
fucked up,
best
but
times.
you know what I mean? Like this
That
ain't
Uh,
doesn't mean-
real. It was
yeah,
worth it though.
right. Those
broke
are the best
arm, but
times
I got a
ever.
story. All my shit, you be like, what happened? I got a story to tell.
yeah,
This is what happened.
Those were the best times
And
ever.
this was the third time it happened. They'd be like, what? The third
Yeah.
time, yes.
I think
Each
I
one be different.
when is the last time well, we adults now, so it's like those things happened so long ago in my head. When you just did some daredevil shit and was like, that wasn't smart.
it was. I was 21. That was the last time.
Some daredevil shit that you
That was
said
the
that
last
wasn't.
time, and
I'm
then it
more
was like
methodical
it's
about
over
my
now.
daredevil shit
Yeah.
now. I will say that my daredevil shit right now is very methodical. Like I think about it,
Not daredevil then.
even when I take a little
Calculated
risk,
risk. Yeah.
calculated
Calculated,
risk.
yeah.
And then
Okay, I
I,
like
I
that.
have taken
Oh no.
now I
I
did take
like
an
that.
uncalculated risk recently
Okay.
for
I was just about to
Do
say.
okay, let me tell my
What's
own
the
story,
story?
okay?
What's
Okay.
the story? Do
Y'all
tell.
know the story. I fell in
Okay.
the creek.
You fell in the creek,
Oh,
right? That was
okay.
like a few months ago. though.
Right.
Yeah,
In
that
the
wasn't.
summertime, I fell in the creek. But it was not as calculated of a risk as I should have taken. Well, I calculated the risk.
Oh, you should have
Okay.
calculated
This is where
more.
I fucked up. I'm gonna give y'all the real deal. This is where I fucked up. I calculated the risk. I tested the risk.
Miscalculated.
The risk percentage was very high. And I said, even though there's a small percentage of completion, Higher risk, higher reward.
What's the
Do
reward?
it.
What was the
There
reward?
was dopamine rush. What the fuck? Exactly. There was no. That's where my thinking was flawed.
Yeah,
You have to remember, prior to this jump, I had done another jump downstream that I accomplished.
and so you got a little ahead of yourself.
I was feeling myself.
A little ahead of
In
you.
between jumps, though, I had a break and smoked a little J.
And there's that.
There's
I've actually seen Matthew do something, and we were all looking at him like, "That's not gonna go well." And he did it anyway.
With the scooter.
Yeah, that shit was so funny.
That wasn't my fault. That was the leaves. The leaves were wet on the ground
Because
with
we
those
all knew
little
that.
ass,
Though. We all
the
knew
little
that
little
the leaves
tires
were
on
wet.
the little scooter,
We all knew.
and I
that.
did a little too much. Let's just be real. I did a little too
And
much.
we didn't see it.
I tried
so
to lean it
we
and
heard.
turn the corner on the scooter. You know how some DC shit, how we be doing, and well,
We heard it. We did not see it.
well, you know, I landed on the ground. You know,
I
calculated risk.
thought that was hilarious. I was like,
So these are things I have a risk. I
your
have a
risk meter
situation
is
that
a
happens
little.
about at least once a year. Something's going to
I
happen.
haven't done anything. I feel like I should
Somebody
at
be
this point in my life.
in a
I feel like I
random
should do something
way.
now. Like I feel like before you turn 40, you should do something stupid.
I'm not going to do anything stupid,
Or
but
not stupid.
I
But
do
you
have
should
calculated
go
risk.
for something where the percentage
Use another word for that though.
calculated risk. I think I like the idea.
What shall I use, Doctor?
Yeah, what
I'm
word can we
If
use?
your calculated risk look like that, like your next risk, you might not make it. Like
No, that's why I said. But see, this is the thing. You gotta.
What did I
you gotta
miss?
You gotta take the calculated risk and assess it and decide, is this worth it? What I did was I calculated the risk, and then once I realized the risk was too high, I still did it.
you still did it exactly.
I think everybody
That's
should do,
where I fucked up.
but I think everybody should do something like
That
that.
was my lesson. That was my
What did
lesson.
you do?
Fell in the
We
creek.
were talking about the last time you took like a risk that ended up like with like just a weird or bad consequence. Mine was like 21 when we were playing WrestleMania, and I dumped off of the cabinet. And
Why? Just why did you do
Broke
that?
your arm.
Why
broke
are you
my arm.
playing WrestleMania? It's funny.
Why, Shani?
I
What's
was
that
saying,
thought that goes
spring
right in
break.
your
It
head
was
right
spring
before you
break.
do it?
We just told you who she was. She was a boy.
But what's the thought in your head right before you do it?
You jumped off the
I was
cabinet.
doing the people's elbow from
Oh,
off
that
the cabinet,
okay. I got you.
and then Kyrie jump kicked me while I was in the air. And then I fell on top of Jazar. I fell on top of Jazar and landed bad on my wrist. And this was
I remember
the day before I was supposed to be going back to Spelman.
Oh
and
no!
I had to change my flight because I couldn't fly like that.
I was like, this fool.
But then they never fixed me, so I went back to Spelman with my wrist. It was out of place, and I was like, okay, I got an option. Like I can just keep walking around with this pain, or I can slam my wrist up against the dresser to push the bone back into place. So I slammed my wrist up against the dresser.
Wait a minute,
and pushed it back into place.
She did.
And then it was good, and then it didn't hurt anymore after that.
Definitely did that. But now that jump be like.
But now it creaks.
Oh my god!
That shit be burning your head. Be like,
body. Listen, we talk about 40. Like my body be creaking. My shoulder over here. This one do something weird. This kneecap.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out. So you were telling the recent creek story?
The recent one from a few months ago.
Yeah.
That was when was the last time?
I said, when was the last time? And he was Shawnee was like a month ago.
I don't feel like I don't have
Koya, no.
Koya can't say her song.
I can't say mine on air. I can't say mine on air. Like
oh, you
yes, different stuff. But like as far as like daredevil stuff that was gonna lead to pain, Koya was like, Why are
would
you
know.
doing this?
I was like, what is
It's
happening?
not worth
Why is
it.
this
Like, why are
happening
you
on
doing
purpose?
that?
I was like, so we gonna fuck ourselves up on purpose? Well, for what?
Yeah, she was like, nah.
I just couldn't understand the logic.
I think we were
There is
arrogant.
no
Like, we
logic.
didn't think it was gonna lead to broken bones. We were like,
now
no,
that's what it
I'm gonna
was.
nail this.
They
I'm
would
gonna nail
actually
this.
go on me.
Right. I didn't
They
think I
would
was
go on
really
me
gonna
like
fall
what
on
I
it.
was
I was
saying was
like, I'm gonna
crazy.
hit
Like,
this
Koya,
jump.
why are you tripping? Like, what are you talking about? I would almost break my arm. Like, no one's thinking like that's what they're arguing with me. And I'm like, well, you're jumping off a jump in this water and it's a slide.
But you can
Emotion.
visualize it and you can see yourself completing the move.
But
They
they
believe
pretended
their
like the
own hype.
consequence wasn't a thing.
When
But
you
see,
believe your
and
own
now,
hype,
okay, so
And
as
they're
an
all
extreme
Leos, so all the little lions was like, we're gonna be good.
so as
But
an extreme
actually-
sports athlete, okay, as an extreme sports athlete, that is a mindset that you actually have to have. And
You have to-
I
you
know
have to-
Shawnee knows as doing gymnastics and
I was gonna
cheerleading,
say you have to
like
take
you have to go
thing.
all the way.
Because I was
Like
like,
when
I
you
think
get
you
ready
have
to
to do
go,
that if you are in something like that. She got into those things because she was like that.
yeah, that's what we do. We
yeah,
get
you
into things
go
like
that way.
because we
Yeah,
like that.
you
Yeah,
kind of already into that, and so sports is a natural next step.
Because they
certain
would
type
take
of
risks,
sports.
and I would
Yeah.
just look at them like, what?
Yeah, now today I would not take the same
Well,
risk and
clearly
I
you
would not
would.
do it
No.
because
No.
no, I wouldn't go. But see, I still calculated like I shouldn't hurt myself too bad if I fuck this up. Like that's why I even did it. I was like, let me
In my
test
mind, I was
myself.
like, you could have hit your head, you could have hit your spine.
I still knew my area. I knew there was nothing like there that I could,
And then
you
you have
know.
back problems after that.
No, I mean I've been having back problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have issues relating to a lot of things, like from the army and shit like that.
Yeah, I was like, wait, was
Stuff
that?
they told
I was
me
like,
that
you
would
do have a
happen.
lot of issues, man. You're right.
But yeah, you just gotta have that mentality. Like you gotta be like, all right, I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna
Oh
go.
man,
If you
I love
don't
connecting
make
on a
it,
good conversation.
yeah. If you don't make it, you know what I'm saying? It's like I missed it, you know. The question is, are you gonna try again the next time? Some
Yeah,
things you try over and over again.
yes,
Like with
I will.
skating,
I will try over and over again.
yeah, with skating, we would like fall, bust our ass. You gonna
I
probably
mean, what do
not
y'all
hit it
mean though?
the first time. You're not gonna hit the
Um,
jump or the shit the first time.
I think being
You
in
know what I'm saying?
gymnastics young, like you had to keep trying. Like the parallel bars was really hard for me, so I would always hit something, and it would hurt like hell. But you have to keep doing it because you have to perform it at some point, and it has to be good. And
I
you
guess
can't.
I'm trying to figure out what goes on because if I don't have a brain like that, right? So if I can't think about why I would just go into a situation that I could, like the first thing you see is like, oh, if that happens, that's definitely an option. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, I guess I'm trying to figure out what type of personality, like what's it sound like when y'all are
Our
like,
reward, the
this is a good
reward of it.
idea.
The reward of hitting
The
that shit.
thrill of-
When you hit it
No.
and
I
you
think
get
I
it right,
you feel like a
you get
champion.
dopamine
Yeah,
rush. You get
yeah.
endorphin
Why
rush.
is that a thing?
You like
You feel like a champion.
Yes, yes,
it's
yes.
the
Why is y'all
adrenaline.
not explaining what
I
everything?
nailed this.
It's
I'm
a
a
drug. It's
gladiator.
like drugs.
I'm to them two right now.
No, it's a
But that's
chemical
true.
reaction. It's like drugs. When
I
you
don't know
hit
about
that
that.
shit, no, this is scientific real shit. When you
Okay.
hit it, you get dopamine, adrenaline, epic.
I understand
What's
all
the
of that.
you get
I
all
don't
the fucking
understand why that's a
hormones
feeling you're
rush like
looking
you hit
for
some
in that
fucking
way.
Because
crack.
you see yourself doing something really dope.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
dope.
If I hit
like
it
it's
this
like
way,
it's
and then
different.
you see the end of it is that you did something really dope, and maybe other people
You
saw it.
it's
Depends
conquering
on-
like
yeah.
fear. It's
It's
conquering,
challenging
it's
yourself, and then you
challenging
complete
yourself.
it,
It's
and then you
like
feel like proud, and then you like growl at the end of it, and you're like, where did
No,
the growl come from? And then you feel like a gladiator.
it's some ego shit in there.
okay.
Like I'm
But I
bad.
don't
Shit.
know what's happening. I don't know why these are things we're looking for.
But it's also not always for me. It was never ego. I like to say that I was able to do something.
But what if you can't do it? What happens to you?
That's ego.
I mean, if I can't do it, I get hurt. I just try it again.
Just try again.
Try it again.
Shauna, you be beating yourself up a little bit first though.
And then I try again.
She be like, but you ain't shit to herself.
Okay, let's put it
Like,
this
to
way.
herself, she's like, you ain't shit. I be like,
That's what she's
This
like.
is this
I'm
is
much
okay.
better. I'm much
So-
better.
she
now.
low key doesn't say it out loud all the time, but her face looks at herself with disgust. She would be
And
like,
now I do it a little differently now. Now I'm just like,
I'm like,
okay,
what is that?
okay,
Okay,
you
so-
know what you did
How
wrong
can
that
you know
time.
what you did
You know you
wrong?
gotta give a
No,
little
you're
running
more
start.
self-correcting.
You gotta run faster in the
Yeah,
beginning.
look
That's
on-
also
You
what
start
happens.
halfway.
That's also what happens when you mess up and you
You
don't
go
hit it.
back and
You
critique.
got to be like, oh, this is what I did wrong.
This is what I
should've
did
this.
wrong, and
You
then
know
you
what I'm
try
saying?
it again.
Because see,
New
the
information.
world is used to seeing like the show.
They don't see how you get
They
there.
don't see the rehearsals,
Yeah.
right,
I
Koya?
think
They
I'm-
don't see the
I'm with
rehearsals.
you, Matt,
At the
yeah.
play, Koya, the play is amazing. The musical was amazing. They ain't see the rehearsals. Bam was tripping over shit. The props ain't right. Costumes ain't doing right. They
Right.
forgetting their lines. Like what I'm supposed to say again.
Yeah.
You don't see. That's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same.
And you know how they
process.
say like you'll have the worst rehearsals and then you'll have the best show because it's like that's part of the process.
Yo,
Yeah.
rehearsals
it's
are
like-
always trash.
Huh?
So
Rehearsals are
Sometimes.
right.
about skating.
Rehearsals be trash.
Any
When
kind of
me and Sonny
rehearsal,
was doing
wedding
ballet, our
rehearsal,
ballet rehearsals were trash.
Trash.
Like even in the
And then we would turn on the Jonah come on, we'd be like on, but rehearsal.
Okay,
trash.
Sequoia, it's the same feeling. It's the same. It's the same kind of feeling.
and when you're finished, you feel great.
when
You're
you
like,
finish, you
wow,
feel
we did
good.
that. Especially if you had to hit a move
But when
or
I
have
had
like a
the ability
solo
to
or
stop
something.
doing that, I stopped doing it.
I think you were afraid of getting hurt by stuff, though.
I just don't.
I think that was
get
like
all the like.
that was
That's
like
the
a
real
turn
fear, though.
off.
The
I don't like
physical
being hurt.
pain. The physical pain.
I do
Okay,
not like
I
being
stopped-
Physical pain
I
was a
stopped
big
skating.
turn off for her.
I really
Okay,
stopped
that makes sense.
skating
You don't like physical
because
pain. Yeah, you
I
not
didn't want to get hurt anymore.
those kind of
No,
reasons.
I don't want to break anything. Like I'm a fish. I don't want to break anything.
No, it's
so
real.
early, I don't care.
I legit
Yeah.
stopped skating because I didn't want to hurt myself as much anymore.
Like I
Like I
love
was
roller
hurting
skating.
myself on a regular basis.
I
Like
love roller
every time
skating.
you go out
But I
to
was
skate,
terrified to get
the
hurt.
way I skated, you
Mhm.
probably got hurt some way. Like you hurt your
Yeah.
wrist, you hurt your hand, you hurt your
Mhm.
For
shins.
sure.
You hurt your shins every time trying to hit something. Like you hurt yourself, your knees, like that shit wear on you to
And,
a
and
point where,
Shawnee, you know, like my body is mushy.
Yeah,
Like my ankles
and I'll
is
be real.
not supposed to be there.
You
yeah.
might see Sean White, the
Like at
snowboarder
all.
skater dude that was our age, that was winning the Olympics
I be
and stuff.
falling,
You
man.
see him now,
He
he
falls
look
a
like
lot.
that old doing shit. He beat up.
If there's
I be on ice.
a ditch,
Matthew hates when it's about to get icy
find it.
outside because he knows I'm gonna act a fool. Like I be like, I
Coy
don't-
be finding the most random potholes and just falls in them. And
You
I'm
know,
like, how
you,
did you get to that?
I was so excited it was icy outside. Y'all don't even know how much fun I've been having
who is
outside.
excited about that?
I put all my winter clothes on and went
I don't
skating.
like the cold
I
either,
drive
guys.
it.
Johnny, I don't like the cold anymore.
What?
You right, mommy. You right.
I
We all
want to be in the sun, Johnny. No, I want to be in the warmth but no sun.
Which is also very different because you used to hate the sun and you used to
She
love
got
the cold.
fins.
I mean, I
Yes,
still like the
and-
dark, but I don't want to be cold at all. Like I at no point. I will not. I
And
do
that's
not
like
want to go
completely
outside.
reversed.
I
from
do not
where-
want to go
See,
outside.
like no cold, nothing.
I'm
Ooh.
done.
Koya used to like only want to do like winter sports. Like she hated going to the beach. She didn't like the sun. Like
I love winter sports. I don't
I
like
went
the
off
cold,
on Matthew
but
the
I
other
love
day
winter
because it was
sports.
cold. I was like, yo, I'm not with
This
this.
is my favorite time of year.
Oh, it used to be mine. I lost weight and now my body's reacting.
You're-
you trying to go out on the beach now? Is what
It
you're
don't feel
saying.
good. It does not. It hurts
You know,
my body.
you're cold.
I'm
like-
freezing.
Are you
Here's
colder?
Stella trying
Oh
to get
shit!
the moves
I'm
out.
freezing. I have no
You're
insulation.
like colder. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's
She
messed
don't.
up.
She not insulated like she was, and she
I'm
mad.
Oh,
Hey
you
y'all,
really
I had to give her a
cold right
whole
now.
lesson.
Matthew had to give me a layering
I
lesson.
had to give her a
Oh,
whole
you haven't
lesson.
had to layer.
And I've been baking Shani her whole life because she used to just sit around with blankets all day.
Me and Shawnee are
And I
here.
used to. And
Yeah,
I wear.
y'all
I
are very
wear 1,000
similar.
pairs
Act
of
like
clothes,
Y'all are very similar.
and
Closet's full
she's
of
like,
blankets.
"Why you wear all those
Yeah,
clothes?"
no matter what.
And
And I
Matthew
told
has
her-
on 87 layers of clothes and
I
now
told her, I said,
Matthew
"You're
wears
gonna have to."
layers.
you're gonna have to put on a layer underneath those leggings. She was like, I'm good. I will never have to do that. Why would I ever have to do that?
Yeah, because
I've
Koya
always
didn't even like wearing big coats.
I've always been
Like,
like this.
Really?
We was
In the wintertime,
outside.
I wear jackets.
Oh
We was
yeah,
outside.
you
Koya
are
was
you
mad
are
as shit.
really getting
She
some new
was mad.
stories
She was
on.
like, I'm cold. I didn't know how cold it could be. I didn't know why my
I was
legs cold.
upset. He kept
I
saying,
could
"Go in the
feel
car.
all the
Just go
way.
sit in the car."
I was like, you didn't put on that extra layer. I had to
You
teach her
have to
about
have
the
one. Yeah,
skin layer. You need the
Yo,
wind
Shani, like I
layer
wanted
and the
to
skin
kill
layer.
myself. I was not with
and
it.
that's
I used to
crazy.
stay in the snow for hours.
Like Koya
I love
was the one that would be like, it's not cold out here. It'd be like 20 degrees. And she'd be like, it's not cold out here.
y'all tripping. Yeah,
Shit, me.
I love it.
Shani, mommy has the house on like 80, and I'm like, no,
You need a
I'm
blanket,
like 65. Like I'm hot, and I'm
and you need a blanket. You need a
and I'm
whole
putting
warm.
80. I'm like, I'm trying to
That's
turn it to like 73 to get some warmth in the house, and she's like, it's hot. I'm burning up.
Oh yeah,
But Koya, that's why I'm like, why you like sit down and really think about like what you like who you are now, because you've changed so much. You've changed a lot. You're like everything you're saying tonight is the reverse of how I knew you as a kid. And so like I imagine your vision will be different for yourself
Well,
too.
some
If
is half and half. Like the structured part of
the
me
structure part is still
is
there.
because half my chart is Libra, first of all. And the other reason is it works for me because I'm a fish and I'm all over the place in my thoughts and I am really creative. I have to have structure somewhere or nothing will get done.
Right.
Also I don't like conflict. So I do try to place some things in structure with myself. Now it's more like my own boundaries, like self boundaries. But then it was just more like, okay, if everybody just follow the rules, we ain't gotta have a problem. If everybody just do their homework, I ain't got to get punished because y'all didn't do your homework. It was like, you gotta remember, we were also in like capital punishment education. If one kid did something, everybody had to stay inside for recess.
I did not have that experience.
But a lot of kids in the 80s did.
Yeah, I didn't like.
And under us, like mommy and them, their stuff was crazy.
Like, I don't remember being in trouble a whole lot.
But I was never in trouble. I just got caught up with the rest of the class.
Right.
So because of that, I didn't really trust adults. Still don't care for them.
You are them. You are the adult.
Exactly. She don't like people.
I understood that very clearly.
I be talking to Fox like I could talk to you for hours. I don't even,
Yeah, adults are no fun. No fun at all.
they don't have no inner child. They all let go of their inner child.
It's gone. Like there's no wonder. There's no
Like
fun.
when I get happy when like I get to see Shani play with her kids because she's still her and as a mom.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm turning around and she's got, but like in her face she's like, I'm old and I'm tired. Like, but she don't act like that. She be excited and they be like,
we have fun.
yeah, mommy's home. Like we about to get.
Well, we have fun. It's exhausting.
Like I turned around, she had them on her back. She's crawling on all fours.
I would do that with children. I do that with my
Like
niece.
so,
all
she's
the
like
stuff I loved as a
she
kid.
plays
You get to
like
do
my
it
dad.
over again. That's fun.
She plays like my dad played.
Yeah.
Like my dad was that type of play person. My mom was a more structured play person.
Okay.
But she had to move around 3 kids, so it could only be but so structured. But she would have activities all day long.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That would drive me crazy.
Everything. She's one of those moms, right? And so I kind of am like a hybrid in between those things. I had to learn like structure for me was mostly I just didn't like conflict. That's why I set rules, boundaries, expectations, things like that. Like, cause it's just I'd be trying to avoid this. I'd be like, I don't feel like this. Like, we ain't gotta have no questions. We just follow these rules. I ain't gotta hear about your whining because I told you what the rules were. If you get hit in the face with this ball, you lose.
Right.
And if you switch it up, see, like I be confused. Like Fox will be like, all right, Auntie Koya, we're gonna play a game. I'm like, all right, cool. But you can't play until I tell you. And I was like, okay. I'm standing there for 20 minutes. He done played the whole game. I ain't got in the game yet. I said, Fox, I thought I was supposed to be playing the game with you. Oh,
Drink water.
I changed the rule just
changed
now,
the rules, yeah.
and now you gotta wait until I finish this part, and then I'm gonna tag you in to the game. I was like, wait, who taught you this, mommy? I said, yeah.
And I would have been all for it. Like, okay, all right, let's go. It's go time. All right, you change the rules. All right. Like,
I think I really used to get anxious that Shani and Kyrie fought each other. And I used to be like, how can I put some structure in the play? So
but you were more bothered by it than we were. Like, we would fight and then we were good. We beat each other up and then we were good.
Yeah, I don't care about how y'all took it. It makes me literally physically ill to watch people fight.
So then that's what will happen. Like, Koya would insert like the control and the structure.
I was like, they're gonna hurt each other.
Stay out of
and
it.
They didn't fight regular. She's being nice about it. They fought their play fight was serious.
Like brother and sister.
They are tossing each other into actual items.
Fox is an
event planner. Facts. He's a lot like me with that. Like he's a lot like me with that.
Wow.
But
that's so cool.
And Joelle's more like the free part of me.
Joelle
that I kind of get to tap into.
She just wants to do what she wants to do.
Like I have a lot of that in me now.
She's like, okay, y'all said we're gonna have a movie night, but I want to go paint on these walls, so I'll be over here, and you guys can have your movie night.
Yeah,
nice.
But I think like the difference between like Kyrie and I being like wild and liking the fight and all that other stuff, and then like how uncomfortable that made you. I think that's where like a lot of those clashes came from. Because like once we fought, we were fine. Like once we fought, we were fine. Like we just needed to get there.
Oh, but I mean, it made mommy feel crazy. Mommy looked like a mess. Also, I used to pick that up. That mommy was really anxious when they play fight like that. Like
I mean, I'm sure everybody was like, "Oh gosh, we don't want you guys to get hurt." But like Kyrie and I, like we feel physical. We feel a physical charge when we're like, geared up like that. We just once we got the charge out of our body, like it was fine. We were playing video games in like an hour. And then Koya was having a whole personal crisis that day.
Koya is looking like it did not look like that to me.
Because nigga, they got older and they got worse.
Koya was having
they became whole thugs with each other.
She looks traumatized.
Like my whole best friend was sitting under the table like, bitch, you have ruined my life. That might be why she's not friends with me now. Like it might could be because of that fight. Like it might be
the stuff we did when we were 10.
Y'all was not 10. Y'all was older than 10.
No.
The Christmas tree fight?
We were like, we were still in elementary school. When
you weren't 10. You was older than 10.
No, I wasn't in middle school yet.
You was in 6th grade?
Yes. We had just moved to Maryland. I was only in the like 5th
grade. I would. No, I might have been.
Somebody get pushed into the Christmas tree?
Oh, they went into the tree.
Oh, okay. Figured that.
And then they became like Simba. I mean, they became Mufasa and Scar. They took turns. Johnny cussed at Daddy, but not at Daddy. It was about Kyrie, and then Daddy couldn't get past the curse words. It was epic. I mean, I'm gonna write a movie about that part.
Christmas.
That part where I got beat. Just that part.
It's got to be a Christmas movie because Chelsea made it so funny looking. Like she's got these glasses, the 80s, the 90s, early plastic glasses, right? We both wearing them jumps. And she's a redhead, light-skinned jump. And she's a little skinny jump, sitting under the table. Kind of look like Wheezy. She looked like Louise. And she's sitting under the table because Shani was protecting her, I think.
Yeah, Kyrie had bust her lip. It was an accident.
It was an accident.
He didn't mean to. But he was just playing rough with her, and like it bust her lip. And then I charged at him for that. And then I don't even know why I did that though.
I put out a hit on her.
I think we have been trying to tell him to chill out, and he wasn't chilling out. And then that happened, and I'm like, "See, we told you to chill out."
I actually know what happened. Shani got frustrated because I think I got protective of Chelsea, and then I felt like I was gonna get in trouble because I was the babysitter.
Oh,
so Shani kind of got protective too because I was trying to calm Kyrie down and Chelsea because she was losing her shit.
So I was trying to muscle Kyrie to get him to calm down, but me and Kyrie have bad tempers.
Nigga, I turned around and they are scrapping like real lions. I was like, I can't even get involved. And I don't know what to do because they scary as shit. So now I'm under the table crying with Chelsea.
What y'all go under the table?
I'm trying not to call mom because this is the early 90s. So we don't have, they were at a restaurant. We had the restaurant number.
Yeah.
We had to call the restaurant and she was like, do not call me, interrupt me unless it's an emergency. And I was like, okay. I was like, I let it go far. I let it go as far as I could until one of them had a mask in their head and they was about to Simba.
It was a wooden African mask that we had taken off the wall.
And all I saw was this.
Okay. Y'all is doing too much. No.
All I saw was this motion. I said it's going to be a whole Scar Mufasa situation. I said, I gotta make a call. I'm about to call. This is something fancy. And I'm like embarrassed because I know my father, so I know it's fancy. And I'm like, oh fuck. So mommy, I know mommy's gonna think someone's dead because she always thinks that you can say, hi mommy, good morning, how are you, beautiful? What's wrong? So I said, why are you calling me? Hi mommy. She was like, you're crying. I said, Chelsea is crying and they gonna kill each other. All she heard in the background.
They gonna kill each other.
Bitch, motherfucker, motherfucker, fuck this nigga, motherfucker. I'm gonna kill his motherfucking ass. I'm gonna choke the motherfucker. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. I said, what? She goes, who is that? I said, Shani. And she goes, what is going on? And so I tell her what's happening. All I hear is daddy because he must have heard Shani is loud. And she got on the phone with mommy, but somehow daddy got on the phone at the same time and took the phone from mommy, but it was Shani cursing. I don't care. I don't care what you're going to do. No, fuck that nigga. You better get him out the house. Like, fuck that nigga up. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. Like, I was like, oh my God. Who is she? Oh, this is about to be terrible. And Kyrie has now, he's in shock. Because now we're like, she's on the phone with dad. So she hasn't, now she's amped up and I'm like, this is gonna be so bad.
Nah, broke.
Because I knew dad was gonna focus on the wrong part instead of the fact that they almost killed each other. I knew he was about to focus on the parental thing, which is she done just said all these curse words to daddy, but in his head, but she's not saying it to him at all. She's not directing it to dad.
I was
but the fact that you're using that type of
was talking to him and cursing.
I said, so Shani left because Shani was a
like
thug.
you was grown. You talking to him like a grown Joan. Like, nah, fuck this. I don't care.
No, she didn't care. Shani went back to the fight, so Shani's still over there, and I'm like, mommy, daddy's like, oh. I said, daddy, calm down. I'm getting him to calm down. He's like, I don't care what you're doing. I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna beat her ass. And I was like, oh. I was like, but Kyrie's kind of the fuck up tonight. Like, I mean, maybe they should both get it. I'm like, why did they both get it? If they got both get it, like, just give them to both of them because they was equally horrendous. He's like, she doesn't talk to me like that. Like that. She wasn't talking to you. I'm trying to help her out a little bit, even though like the other side of me is like, Shani will never get in trouble.
Hater.
Sister. Jesus.
Golly, man.
You had to get one though.
And the whole reason I ended up in the fight in the first place.
And I felt like she fucked my babysitting reputation up. And so I was like, I'm gonna throw both of them under the bus. I kept going. And as soon as mommy and daddy came in, I was like, y'all need to spank both of them.
But because Koya was so like conflict avoidant, she kind of treated me like the bodyguard back then. So it was like, if she needed something to be enforced, like she wouldn't say, Shani, go handle that. She wouldn't say it, but she leaned on me for that. So I thought I was doing my job.
That's why we called her a pit bull. That's why she the pit bull. Because it's like, she baby gorilla. She gonna baby gorilla. She gonna come out. And then I'm like, I mean, her baby gorilla is way better than my baby gorilla. So I'm not about this shark. It can't fight with these baby gorillas. Like, this is too much. And I'm looking at it like a whole documentary. Like, Mommy said after the spanking, Steve was so upset. That's what it means. It hurts me more than it hurts you. Oh, he was upset. My father was soft on that. Like he going in. He gonna go in.
But then Koya came upstairs after the beating, but he was soft because like I padded up. I had on 3 layers.
Oh, we always had.
I put on a big old comforter. I got in the bed and hid under the sheets and
we got tricked.
And he didn't even take the comforter off. That's how you know he really.
Oh, he didn't really want to do it then.
He didn't want to hurt me. But then Koya comes up into the room after that. She goes, "Did you get beat?" Like, I'm like, come on, man.
I needed a confirmation.
You see what I'm saying? She got
terrible.
Because what she didn't know is that Kyrie at low-key was asking me because I think mommy spanked Kyrie.
Did Kyrie get spanked all that night? Kyrie was asleep.
No, mommy was mad at dad because mommy handled Kyrie. Daddy didn't talk to Kyrie. Daddy was just mad his daughter was cursing. That was it. That was all he was mad about. And I was like, but Kyrie almost killed Shani. And Shani almost killed him. They almost died.
So who cleaned up?
They also just knocked over the whole
thing. Who cleaned up?
The Christmas tree on the ground.
Christmas tree was ruined.
The Christmas tree was done.
Was it already decorated?
Yeah.
Oh nah, everybody.
Everybody getting their ass. What the hell happened to my tree? About you, about my babysitter, you get your ass. About Chelsea, you get your ass.
Everybody get
Johnny, get your ass. Everybody.
Hell, y'all think this is?
I'm taking these presents. I'm taking all these presents.
It was an emotional night because I was sad and I felt bad because I was all excited about babysitting. I was like, "This is gonna be great. I'm gonna babysit."
That's so funny.
That's the real adventures in babysitting, okay? When you babysit your siblings, bro.
Yeah, the
it's
ones
trash.
that like
don't do it. Don't babysit your siblings. Don't get siblings to babysit your siblings. Especially when you're only 2 years apart from one sibling and the other one's 2 years apart.
So really
you're not old enough to really. Yeah, you wasn't really got.
I mean, no, don't get me wrong. I would never have left the two of them in the house alone.
We wouldn't
have. They wouldn't be able to eat.
We would have been fine. We would have just ate chips or something all night.
Mommy would have came home and been like, "What the hell happened?"
We would have ate cereal. You know, me and Kyrie liked our cereal.
They would have ate cereal, and then cereal would have been all over the floor. Like, imagine that fight if no one else was there.
Right.
We wouldn't have had the fight if no one else was there. The fight was because of the third parties.
No, y'all play fight, and then somebody get emotional.
But Kyrie and I didn't have like direct conflict. Kyrie and I would have conflict when like other pieces were involved.
No, I didn't say it was direct. Y'all had misunderstandings.
Yeah, but
y'all would play and somebody would escalate, usually Kyrie.
And then Kyrie, like when he wanted to be by himself, he would just go and be by himself. And I was the same way. So
okay, first of all, Kyrie would go be by himself. We wouldn't know where he was forever.
Hours.
Mm-hmm.
We would be like, and then he was like, "I went to sleep." Well, you went to sleep. After a while, like the homies would be like, "No, Kyrie."
Like Kyrie and I got along really well for the most part. The only time we really got into it was when it was the three of us, because it would be these weird alliances. Like it would end up being 2 against 1 somehow, or like I would be protecting you from him, or Chelsea or somebody else, and then me and Kyrie would go at it because he was being OC or I was being OC, and one of us would get in and try to mediate it, and then we would fight. But it was just me and Kyrie. We were fine. It's still that way. me and Kyrie, we only go at it when one of us steps out of pocket with the third person, with the third sibling, you or somebody else.
Y'all get out of pocket with each other because y'all got difference of opinions.
But Kyrie and I have not fought when it's just me and him. And since
no, you think as a third party, it's just because I'm there, but it don't be a discussion I'm a part of all the time.
Yeah, but like it's the third element. When it's just me and Kyrie, we're chilling.
They show offs. That's all. Like, you know what? You ain't gonna show off. You ain't gonna do that in front of somebody else.
Right.
It don't even have to do. And you be like, wait a minute, I'm not even in it.
Right.
Nah, you here though, and
you
can see it and you can hear. So now I got to show you a raw.
Yeah, that's what
because
happens.
y'all both
Like,
lions, and
yeah, that's what happens. Like, I'll walk into a disagreement he's having with somebody else, and I'll be like, "Whoa, you out of pocket!" And now all of a sudden, it's about me and him, right? Like, I'll step in, and it'll be like, "I should have just stepped in. I should just shut up and kept my mouth shut."
But you can't do that because you're a lion.
Because I can't help it. But when it's just the two of us, there's no need for balance in that way because we're just there.
Yeah, there's nobody to show off in front of.
There's nobody to protect.
Nobody
right?
to protect.
There's nobody to protect. There's nobody to get aligned with to balance out an argument, right? There's no third thing to
there's nothing
to defend, right?
Let us see here, guys. Yeah, that's true. That's funny.
That's crazy.
Wow, that's a lot of Leos in the house. My God.
All of us. Our entire
Koya.
A lot of them.
We're the only Pisces. My father's a Leo. My mother's a Leo. My brother, myself.
Oh my God.
All four of us are Leos. Our cousins.
My dad's mom.
My grandparents. They were all Leos.
I've talked to three Leos. It's just Leos everywhere.
So like
I got a lot of Leo female friends.
So everybody was born in August or what?
July.
No, July.
So all within 3 or 4 weeks apart. The end of July, the beginning.
That would drive me crazy. Oh no, that's messed up. Who thought of that? Now wait a minute.
Terrible planning.
Ooh, that's a lot of people.
I was like, "Ma, that was a lot." She was like, "That was a lot."
A lot of Leos. That's a lot of Leos. One Leo is a lot of Leos.
It's only hard because that the nature of a Leo, like it would be different if they all went in different directions energetically. It's usually not.
No, they all kind of
usually if they're around each other, it's the same.
Oh, when they speak up,
I would somehow find a way to be like, how can I be partial lion and be a part of the pack? And so I would just like agree with shit and be with shit, but it didn't really align with me at all. But I was like, well, whatever, I'm gonna just be in it because I gotta be with the pack. We the pack out here. I can't be in this little fishy hole by myself. That ain't gonna work.
So they are interesting. Whew. That's a lot.
And she a Scorpio, Shani.
Oh,
I'm the only Scorpio in my family.
Mm. You're the only Scorpio. Your mom is a Sag.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad. I don't want to have a conversation about that time right now.
That was a sad response.
Oh yeah, and my soul like path sign is a Leo, so I'm supposed to be surrounded by Leos to learn.
Okay, that makes sense.
From Leos.
Yes, lots of.
Well, your dad is what?
My dad, my brother, and my closest aunt. They're all Capricorns.
Oh, a Capricorn and a Sag. That.
Yeah.
That could go good or bad.
Scorpio.
Yeah.
I got a Scorpio baby.
Yeah. Well, Libra, Scorpio. That's
right. More Scorpio.
Right on the cusp. Way more Scorpio for some reason. And then, that's and then like everybody else is Leos and Virgos.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's it. We got I think we got one.
Virgos and Sagittarius are that can be a complicated sign.
A lot going on with those people.
A lot.
But yeah, but all Leos are women, and women. So that's kind of cool.
God always puts Leos around me. It's like I met so many Leos this year, and I knew they were Leos immediately. I literally met. You can ask Matt. I was out at Felicity a couple times. Met 2 or 3 people one night, and they were talking to me, and I was like, "Are you a Leo?" And they were like, "How did you know?"
That's funny. They are very easy to pick up on
because they for some reason when they see me, like the ones that don't know me, like when they see me, for some reason they speak to me, but they're confused that they're speaking, and I'll be like, "You're a Leo," because they be like in a corner minding their business
because they can feel
that you speak to them, and then when you speak to them, their whole face
lights up. Leos, girl,
and then when they on, and so they light up a room. But if they in the space where they really don't want you to speak to them, or they just like where they at, they look like how Shani look right now. And then and then you see that, and then you be like, oh, they're friendly. But mostly when you come up to them, they just like,
Yeah.
and I be like, I don't know what that is.
That's usually the face.
And I usually crack a joke, and then they'll light up, and then you be like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's usually the face. Yeah, they have a style, but it be
like Matthew started picking it up. Like Matthew started picking up. One day I was just talking, talking, and I was just like, "What is this personality?" I was like, "What is this?"
Leo, my cousin Maya and my niece Gabrielle.
And I was like, "You're Leo." They were like, "You? How did you know?"
Yeah. They walk in the room. I mean, it could be
somebody I was talking to,
having a great time, and
male and female.
They'll be sitting there, and then you speak, and they're like, "Hi, how are you?" And it's like, wait.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
My mom is only not like that because my grandma taught her to perform. So she has a performance face. Her face is always up. She's a speech pathologist. Like she's always alert to her face.
Makes sense.
I like to scope out the room first before I let my guard.
Well, you're different now though. Because I think once you got into therapy too, I feel like you paid attention to your face a little different.
But that's
still, when you started doing the videos, you definitely paid attention to your face different.
Because I feel comfortable. But I'm not comfortable with people straight out the gate.
Like Shani's the fun sibling that's like fun all the time. Like she's got like, so when we were younger, like when we did camps, right? Like she's a fun camp, like we're fun camp counselors. We enjoy like kids are fun. But she's like playing with the kids, right? But the camp counselors would be like, why is your sister so quiet? Why is she mean? Or I was like, she not mean. Did you even speak to her? They were like, but her face looked mean. I was like, but why? Watch when you go speak to her. They would go speak to her and she would be like, hi. And her grin.
So that's introversion too, right? Like introverts don't
and you're super introverted.
Yeah, we don't integrate into a full space of people yet because we have that limited amount of resources for social things. And so like that's energy preservation.
Amen. Agreed. All the above.
And then right. And then once we get comfortable with somebody, then we can like give it a little
open up. Yeah.
Also, you were better at with the kids. Yeah, we don't think about it either. Like, right, we're not thinking about it in that way, so we have more fun naturally. But I also feel like I don't know. I think it was different with the kids. I feel like you weren't not friend. I feel like sometimes
I was really good with the kids. The kids.
I feel like sometimes she legitimately did not want people to talk to her.
Who?
You?
To me?
Sometimes she didn't. You didn't want to socialize in that way.
No, I did not.
Yeah, most of the time you don't.
Yeah, and so I would say honestly, it looked like most to me you would be focused on the kid. Like if I
was focused on the kids, I didn't want.
I'm here working with a kid. I'm here working with a kid. Like, you know, me and you used to be mad because they would interrupt us while we were doing work to play.
But can I also say, like, in certain spaces, like, you get a vibe for people and you just like,
I don't want to. Some people you did not.
I'm here to watch the kids and play with the kids. And I was, I was one-on-one inclusion with them. So,
oh no, that's why I said sometimes there were people you did not want to speak to.
Definitely.
That's a lot of times, probably.
Definitely.
I was like, she speak to who she want to speak to.
I speak to who I want to speak to.
I mean, you'll speak. You don't ever not speak.
No, there would be times where I would avoid people. I'm better at speaking now. But like it's still a conscious effort.
No, but we're always different. Like I will go around to every single person and say hello.
And I come in and I'll just say a general
hey, everybody
hello in the room, right? I'll just be like, hey y'all.
You better catch the energy and just be with it.
And if you didn't hear me, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, that is funny. That's good though. That's cool. Childhood. I've been learning about attachment styles.
Listen, I can talk all day about attachment.
What the hell does that mean?
That was my homework. My Judy homework was attachment.
I got homework to do that too. It's kind of cool. I must say,
attachment styles is my jam.
Well,
yeah.
I test and it says
that was a really hard couple of weeks for me.
I'm
I'm studying.
secure.
Yeah.
That was a
If you want to take a good quiz, because the thing about attachment styles is like they'll tell you what your majority attachment style is, but none of us are just one thing.
Right. I was like, that's it. That's
We're
all.
I had multiple versions.
We're all a combination of things because it's about how you feel within that particular dynamic. Right. And so with someone who makes you feel safe, you're going to show up more secure. But someone who makes you feel like maybe someone who has more of an unpredictable nature with you, you might be more of the anxious and ambivalent.
So like I figured out that I used to insert myself into different family member spaces to have an emotional create an emotional connection with them.
So what did your profile say?
I don't remember. It wasn't like a full thing. I was learning from videos.
Oh, okay.
And so like what I learned was like, I saw all bits and pieces in all of it. But that one in particular, just really saying like me trying to find ways to like connect emotionally because maybe I was looking for affection and didn't know how to ask for affection. So I would be like, oh, well, daddy's cooking in the kitchen. So I'm going to go in the kitchen and learn how to cook with daddy. Or mommy's over here. Or Shani and Kyrie doing this. Like, I don't really feel safe doing this, but I'm going to put myself over there because I want to be a part of it, right?
Right.
But
and that's
so then I used to plan things. So I would plan parties and like
that's the more anxious and ambivalent.
I would plan like playtime and stuff like that to be like, oh, well, maybe I can introduce this thing to them because I came in their space. So I expected y'all to have the same reaction.
So,
and then when I thought about my dating style previously in years before, my earlier years of dating, it was very much like I would place myself in wherever in the time that frame that they had for me. Instead of saying like, I need this, and this. So I would find pockets of the day.
This attachment style is all about like protecting fear of rejection and abandonment and not feeling like you love and belong to a group, right? So this attachment style is like you kind of get in where you fit in, but you're constantly temperature checking to be able to identify where that pocket is. But that's like a very anxious type of attachment because you don't, everyone's different and sometimes people are really unpredictable. Sometimes people show you sensitivity one day and insensitivity the next day. And so you have to constantly temperature check to see which version of this person is showing up for me today. Right. But then you can't develop like a full level of trust in that relationship because you don't know what version of that person is you're going to get that day.
Right.
So you're anxious, ambivalent. Like you might be. So like my profile, I'm mostly secure, but the other part of me that shows up the most is avoidant attachment. The avoidant attachment is the man up, walk it off. Ain't nobody got time for that. Feelings are good, but sometimes
if you have that, then that's in direct.
That's direct conflict with your attachment style because this is the person that is more self-contained. This is the person that it's not secure attachment. It's just, this is the person that's like, I don't really trust anybody else to meet my needs, but if I know nothing else, I know I got me. I know I can do it. I know I'm good all by myself kind of a thing. So my style is a direct threat to your style, which is why, like when we get into our little stuff, it's like you're seeking connection and I'm seeking isolation. I'm seeking isolation because at that point I'm like, this ain't going anywhere, and I'm just going to go back to my bubble. And you're seeking connection, and so then I become a threat to you, but then you become a threat to me, right? Because you're seeking connection at a time where I'm trying to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
And so then what we show each other in that moment is that we're both looking for some level of love and belonging, but we're going about it through different strategies because both of us went into our protective mode. But your protective mode is about connection. And then mine is about self-preservation. And so then it's just like we miss each other. But that's why this attachment style stuff is like, it's so heavy because it'll show up in your work relationships, it'll show up in your dating
Oh my
relationships.
God. I talked about that. That was what my job was like. Remember, I was like, every day I had to check the temperature.
Where can I find the test, the real one?
I'm
Because
gonna
that's
send
the one
it
I
to you.
took was trash.
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely post that on this link somewhere.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
You can definitely put it right there on the comment, John.
And they have a lot of them, but this quiz I like the best because it really it shows you like the breakdown of all your styles, and it'll show you like how it shows up with different.
Okay, so I have a question then. Is it possible for you to have an attachment of giving? I mean, or like, is it possible to accommodate all of the love languages? I don't have one love language.
You don't have to.
I think everybody has more, all of them, but just
Like, there's a little bit of
percentages.
all of them for me. Like,
I think it's percentages, right? Like they tell you when you do.
yeah. And
there's-
mine were like evenly, almost like weird. It was not. They weren't that off in any.
Mine changed with the phase of life I'm in. Like when I was younger, my love language.
Oh, do y'all tell people that?
I tell my clients that all the time. When I was
I
younger,
never thought about it changing.
Mine was physical touch.
I
and
think you
quality
can do
time.
it.
But now it's like nobody got time for that. My love language now is acts of service. Like, what can you take off my plate? But when I was younger, it was all about physical touch and quality time.
Yeah.
And now it's like, you clean the dishes. Oh my God, you love me. But
that's so interesting.
I was like, oh, you're into me. But now it's like we're so stressed out and stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know I love when you take something off my plate.
I think I've always been like that. Because that always comes to the top no matter how many times I take that damn test.
Oh yeah, you are very much an acts of service person.
Yeah.
So
giving and receiving, you're like that both ways.
Both ways. That's weird.
So it can change with your phase of life. It can change with where your unmet needs, your unmet intimacy needs are. So let's say you're with a partner that's really good with physical touch. You're not going to put as much emphasis on that because that part you feel safe in. But let's say that partner is very critical. Then all of a sudden, if you had a choice between a hug and someone saying something very affirming to you, you're going to go for the affirmation because that's something that's like really
got you. That makes sense. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, it's really about understanding all of your different parts of the love language so that you can really find the balance in where, if you have an extreme something in any part of that, if your physical touch balances out something else, and now you have this extreme need for acts of service that outweighs that, you got to be able to understand that so you can communicate that to other people that you're dealing with.
It's not enough to change and not let people know that you've changed.
Yeah,
you're going to keep loving you the way they're used to loving you.
Because I know that's for me, like physical touch is definitely one of mine. Like that's one of my top ones. But then when that is met, then it's like acts of service starts to like land like
Oh, you are way more about acts of service now than I thought you would be.
Yeah, because I don't really care. You can touch me. But what are we building? Like, can we do something together?
Because that's important now. But think about dating when
if you call him and you ain't asking him how his day is, you just want to talk about your day, like,
oh God,
you ain't gonna make it, Slim.
That's the worst.
If you asking for a favor and you ain't never did no favor, you ain't gonna make it.
That's so sad. Yeah, I hate when people do that.
Yeah, and I'm definitely, I don't do lopsided shit.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
If I do certain things and I act a certain way, and I
need you to reflect that.
Want you to reciprocate that, at least in respect, like communicate a little bit more in that manner. Like you can't expect somebody to be how you are with it immediately. If you communicate, though, if I communicate it to you, you don't change your approach. It just seems to be like the same thing, or you use information that I give you only when it benefits you. I'm gonna see right through it. Like I see through the BS. Like, and sometimes I might still must bring you around, but I've gotten out of that too because I'm like, that's just being selfish. at this point. Like, so
And we gotta watch when we're being punitive
yeah,
when our needs aren't met, right? Because we'll go to the
you just gotta
punitive
leave.
place
Right.
instead of being like, hey, I know, I know this is like how you and people we tend to love each other the way we want to be loved, and it's almost never a good fit for the other person.
Yeah. Right.
But then how we respond to that when someone like just misses the mark or feels like they're not being curious enough about what's going on in your life or not investing enough in what's going on in your life, then we get punitive by like pulling back and like withholding our affection, right? But then the intention behind that is to punish. It's not really to.
But that's not always true. It's not always because of punishment.
I'll
Sometimes
raise my hand.
reciprocate that energy.
I've discovered.
If the energy is negative, you cannot reciprocate until you can reciprocate the same thing.
I don't think that many people are aware of the difference between being protective and being.
For me, it's protective. It's not.
For me, it's protective.
And then for people who are operating in that protective space, it does just become about us in that moment.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
About teaching the relationship to level up. Right. Because at that point we don't feel
safe. Oh, now I don't do that and not communicate while I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I
communicate while I'm doing it.
Sometimes it's reactionary and we're not. That's why it's like we're lazy lovers. Most of us are lazy lovers. Like it's a lot of work.
I'm just really tired of all that shit.
It's a lot of work to be like that intentional all the time.
No, you're not terrible.
I'm terrible at that shit.
It's your partnerships.
It might be, but I'm terrible at
the greatest.
And we get discouraged if we're with someone that we don't think is going to level up with us.
And that's both of y'all problem. I don't know where y'all at on the screen. Huh?
Who problem?
Whoever I'm pointing at. Who am I pointing at?
You like pointing at everybody right now.
I don't know where they at on the screen. Over there.
They at the bottom.
I'm terrible.
Are they? On your screen, on my screen. Screen. They could be at the top.
Yeah, what you mean they? Shawty is married.
What was the
you two in the corner. Koya.
And
I'm trying to do something, but I can't.
That's our problem. Both
right there.
Problem.
Yeah.
Really? All right. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna pull.
Is what?
It's not a real. It's not a real problem. It's not a real problem. It's not a real problem.
That is a real problem.
Y'all have no. I'm talking about y'all don't really have a problem. You all just have trauma from dealing with people that just do not meet the standard, period, and don't grow into it. Because there's another thing, because being two women that I consider very, very good women in the fact that I always tell y'all this all the time. Y'all give men a chance. Like, for the most part, from as long as I've known either of you, you've tried to give somebody a chance. Even if if there was they cute or whatever, you're like, all right, what's up? You'll listen to them. You'll be like, all right, call, see what you say. You answer the phone. Hello, talk to them. If the conversation, okay, cool. You may talk to them. I'm gonna go out with them even.
Yeah.
Like, y'all aren't shy about doing that, and you aren't shy about like communicating with men and things like that, and giving them a space to say, I am available for you to speak to.
That's true.
What happens is so many men, because they put on such great fronts, you two have been put in situations that you thought you were making a decision that was going to be able to be elevated, even though knowing that you still needed elevation and things like that, that it could be something mutual. And that shit just goes like this.
Yeah.
It already started out a little lopsided. This is what you've seen.
But you keep
it's like
going
you
up.
thought it was close. But
and then you all the way up here, and then where you at?
And then maybe they move up a little bit.
They don't.
The gap is too big, and then it's too.
That's a big gap at the end.
Because I apply stuff quick.
Always a gap.
I'm applying it.
There's always a gap, but the gap should look.
But it's so big that
exactly.
It should look like
it's not doing this.
Right. It's not. The gap isn't too big.
Even if
the
this
same
is you,
person
even
that's
this
always
is you,
on the upper. It's
right. Even this is you, and you always the one that goes up first. You see that?
Because there should be times where like my partner is like they leveling
Eventually.
up on me and then their level up is inspiring me, and then I'm up, and then they're up, and then I'm up, and it's
That's
just
usually
no, I haven't experienced that.
So
I haven't either, Koya.
that's why y'all are having this.
I
Like,
remember
I gotta
that,
take
like,
both of
Like
y'all
this,
on the
when it's
same
over,
trip.
I'll be like, yo, he down there. I
He
don't even
down
know
there,
that
and
nigga.
I don't know where he went. I can't even see him no more.
I'll be like, I don't
Yeah,
even know who
and
that was. And then you be like, how did I even get with somebody
Why
like
was
this?
I even
You
down
all the way up here.
What was
Like,
I doing
I
down
feel
there?
like we should do a whole separate Zoom call on the attachment stuff.
I can't wait.
Matt, you do the quiz too. All four of us will do our quizzes, and let's bring it on a Zoom call. And I'll do everybody's interpretation. I'll do my own too.
Please do.
Ooh, that's gonna be a hell of a
I'm
one.
just like, what is going on? But yeah, that's true.
It's exhausting.
Even how we respond to that type of imbalance is is part of your attachment style.
Oh, that's what I was explaining though. Like I will continue to put myself in a place to find an attachment with them for as long as before I drain myself.
Shani, the one thing that
true.
like this, okay, so it bothers me. They both know it. Both of these, Lily and Koya, know that it bothers me.
Yes.
That they really are serious. Like, Matt, they don't exist. Like, it's not possible. Like,
He will argue you down.
And I'm trying to be like, no, I'm gonna get them to you. I'm gonna get you to them, and just give us a little time after the pandemic, and then and they're like, Matt, it's not possible.
Mission
I don't
impossible.
believe you.
Matt
I'm just gonna do this. I'm like,
outfit on. He's gonna be so serious.
We're gonna end up having to be a whole second girlfriend, second wives.
He's gonna come back and be like, I thought that they were out there. I really
he be
tried.
apologizing now he just apologizing every day. I'm sorry.
It's rough out here, and it's for a lot of different reasons.
Whatever you gonna think.
But I mean, there are out there. It's just rough out here. In this area, like you hear a lot of people who date.
This area is horrible.
Say the same thing.
The worst area in the world. I've never.
It's just a tough area to date, and you hear a lot of different people say that
because it's like so many people like. Don't
it's nasty.
Be who they want to be. There's so many people not being who they want to be.
Like I've had people move just to have a different dating experience.
I'm definitely one of the people.
Just to be like, I'm gonna go somewhere else and just to experiment and see if is it me or is it the area, and like they moved just to have a different experience of dating.
This area is this. It's a very nasty spirit.
I missed some of that
in the air,
but I definitely believe that proximity is a key in any way. How you're putting out your attractive energy, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't put out bad energy. You all put out attraction and you all have elevated. I just think that we have got to a point that in your elevation ascension process that there hasn't been any proximity available due to the pandemic and other things and just your focus, you know what I mean? And I'm just trying to encourage you to not put in your mindset that there's aren't possibilities in multiple ways that you can have for yourselves. And I know that it has not, because I'm always going to stick on the fact, because I'm not perfect by any means, but I know that like I'm a good man. So at the end of the day, I know that there's other men and it's gotta fit. And I know that there's other partners that's gotta fit. You know what I'm saying? In different ways. And it's just about like, oh, y'all be like,
but you said we're gonna be second wives.
I mean, I feel like
watching it.
I feel like the poly life is banging right now.
I'm good on all of that.
I mean, but you could do what you want to do. I'm all for
people got 2 husbands, 2 boyfriends.
Lily got a whole jump though.
87 boyfriends. I be like,
you guys,
because the dudes only got portions, so that she's just like, I gotta get a portion.
I mean,
that's part of your attachment style too.
It may come to that, but I don't have that. I just don't have it in me. I envy people who can do non-traditional things.
I just be liking people a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like anybody.
Oh shit.
See, this
No,
is
she don't like nobody, Slim. She likes nobody.
Like, what is wrong with me?
I don't think
it's
this is
only
fair.
non-traditional till you make it your tradition.
That's true. Easier said than done, though.
Sit back and relax.
But it's not that I don't like anybody. Oh, that sounds crazy, but like,
I
I don't
can
like.
like multiple people at a time.
You like people.
I
No,
don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's natural.
I think I can like multiple people at once. I don't think I can focus on nobody.
You just will chop heads real quick.
Yeah, I have to weed them out.
Like your
only have
vetting process is hard.
Battery. It is not though. It's not hardcore at all. It's
better now.
It's always been that way.
Well,
I was just hardcore. As
I'm
far
gonna
as
say that my manifestation for this next decade is.
Oh yeah, what is your manifestation for the next decade?
Right now, it's for that everyone right here is moving forward in their life in a positive, productive manner that suits you and that you make yourself feel good and happy with, regardless of what decisions you decide to make with how you live. I want our manifestations, I want all of us, to be successful. I want us to be healthy. I want us to be able to spread wealth in many ways in the community, and I want us to be able to um, love and enjoy friendship and family and the way that we design individually and as a collective. I manifest that we are going to be able to be a great example for others, and however y'all choose to live and however we all choose to be, um, is okay. There's no wrong answer to how we live life unless you just like killing people. That's wrong. But y'all know what I mean. Like, none of these decisions are wrong, and y'all not wrong. We're not wrong. Everybody's just, we just gotta love, and I think that's the cannabis kicking in. We just gotta love and just like free love, and
free
whatever
love.
sounds good, try it. Try it. You want to try poly? Try it. You want to try swinging? Try it. You want to be sologamous? Try it. You want to be monogamous?
I am
Try it.
all about experimenting and rediscovering ourselves, but I think like we got to do it from a place of like really deep awareness of ourselves, so that exploration is safe and it makes sense. And I don't mean safe like in the way that you think, but just like purposeful.
Yes.
Right? Like explore, but knowing all of the depths of like knowing who you are and what it is you're trying
and
to
actually doing it because you want to do it,
and not as a reaction to trauma.
Right. Boom. So yeah, that is the whole thing right now, is not reacting to any of this trauma.
It's like, I want to try this because I'm like genuinely interested in what this is like. I'm learning about it and seeing if it's a good fit for me, as opposed to I want to do this because I think this is the only option out here, or because it feels safer to me.
I know. That's dangerous. Yeah. So this is the first time in probably ever, I think I'm just not reacting. Like, I'm just taking it all in and being like, oh, okay. And yeah, it's actually freeing. I like it. I'd rather would have learned this earlier, but here we are. And so
it's abstract. I don't think it's something that we get unless somebody's like sitting us down and like really giving us this kind of education.
Yeah, it's like
they need to teach us
nobody teaches you how to be an observer of yourself.
They need to teach
They don't teach us that. You know, so it's like to walk.
You kind of just learn it.
We learn it, and then we accumulate all this freaking trauma learning it, because life is just
you've done a really good job. I mean, like, we can't catch everything that kids do, but you've done a really good job at like getting them to like be aware of why they do stuff, like your kids, like why they react the way they react, like why they feel the way they feel, why somebody, like your kids know when somebody else is upset, they know what questions to ask.
That's really good. They'll be ahead of the game.
Yeah, some of that.
That's natural ability.
Some of that
I don't know if I taught that.
Some of that came out of you. No, you did. Like I see you sitting, talking, explain, and then Fox makes you explain. So he wants a real explanation. Like so, and
not that
you
mom.
teach Joel because there's something that happened and be like, oh shit, I gotta teach Joel that too. Like so, it's one of those things. But you do a really good job of that. Like I really never seen parent. I mean, I think. You know, we talked about this on the show last week. Like we used to call that back in the day white parenting. You know what I'm saying?
People still say that to me.
I was about to say people probably still say that ignorant shit.
People still say that.
Pathetic. Like her kids are understanding. They are very aware.
That's a great thing. They'll be ahead of the game.
Other people's pain. Like
we need more of
that. Give you pain and acknowledge that she gave you the pain and then apologize.
The most frustrating thing is like you really just don't have control like you think you do over these babies. Like they come into the world with their own missions, their own contracts with life, their own personalities, and it's like
you just have to learn how to make
it's hit and miss. Like sometimes those lessons stick, and then sometimes it goes completely left. Completely left.
So,
I can see that.
The unicorn.
Yes.
Fabulous, fancy.
All the way around the mulberry bush.
And 40.
40.
What do you have to leave us with?
I want to know if you could insert one thing from your childhood from the 80s to add into the childhood of the children of today, what would it be?
Oh. Let me think.
It could be anything. It could be anything. What's something that we had then, or had access to, or had whatever, that these children may not have, and for a bunch of reasons, like or exposure.
Neighborhood games. Neighborhood games. I was saying neighborhood games, but yeah, all of that, all of the stuff that went on in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that community, that like going over your friend's house, knocking on your door, be like, let's go play.
Yeah. And play could be anything. It could be
play could be like going down to the creek and then coming home when it's time for dinner.
Simple play.
Yeah, outside play, double dutch,
natural play.
They don't even know how to play hand games. Like down, baby. I was like, oh, y'all don't even know what that is.
For me, it's being able, I want to see them go outside and invent something to do.
Yeah, that's what we were doing, right?
There are rare cases of children that are, very naturally into that.
I feel like there are some that if you give them the chance, they will do that. But I think there's still so much, they have so much information that they intake, and like they get more than we had just at our access.
Like I almost wish they had to do encyclopedia research like we did.
So
I feel like we were more structured because we had to look in encyclopedias.
Like I know we had cartoons and stuff, but we had cartoons that came on specific times and specific days.
And
they created a routine around that too, right?
So
like
the rest of the time we had
definitely
to
a routine around
ourselves.
Yeah, you had to come up with
they all have it in their hand and they can just be like, I'm just gonna get it now. So I think
all day.
And all day. So that's why they don't have the attachment to go outside and just be like, well, let me figure out something to do, because it's like, well, I can just do what I like now. And so I think that,
and I think healthy competition, like a cross between what we had and what they have, like somewhere in the middle of what we had and what they have. Because I think ours was too competitive on another level, and then theirs is just not at all.
They don't have any tolerance for competition.
But in the problem,
it's like painful.
That's not how the world is. Like that's not
their world will be like that when they get a certain age.
Everybody ain't getting that promotion at your job. Somebody gonna lose.
I think it'll level itself out, because at some point, all of the people that matter at that time, you know how it is. Like there's a generation thing, and then that's where we kind of live in our generation.
Mm-hmm.
And they will too, and they'll all be like that. So it'll be some type of thing that we just don't understand, just like they don't understand us. We don't understand our parents, and so on and so on. So I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, but I do see things that I'm like, how is that affecting their psychology? like my niece came over here and she was watching, you know, the videos and dancing and everything on YouTube. Now she knew how to look that stuff up. She's 6, and she ordered a rack of shit from Amazon.
Yep, Fox did that too.
On my card. I didn't even know she did it.
Fox ordered like 2 or 3 gifts for himself for Christmas.
Yeah, and I was just like,
you knew how to find them?
I had
You
to
knew
go.
how to find them?
No, she just went on Amazon. I was working
on Amazon and they click it.
She was using my computer, and all I heard was videos and singing. So I just thought she was just in here video and singing. And then I came back, and everything was off. And then she left, and I was like, "What is going on?" My phone was going off. You know, when you get a charge or whatever. And I was like, "I didn't buy anything from Amazon." And I go look, and it was just like
whole subscriptions they done signed up for, and you're like, "Where is this $4.99 coming out of my account every month?" I'm like, "This is noggin." Like this kid signed up for this subscription for cartoons on Amazon, and I didn't even know.
Made me feel
for a year. I didn't know for a year.
Oh man, I'm glad I had to look up
said
my phone.
kid, listen, I gotta monitor that because they know the kids are working the machines, and they know they can put a pop-up up for them, and the kids can read. They be like, to continue, they be like, oh, okay.
They just
and
they
kids,
it.
They don't care. They like, mommy, daddy got it.
Oh,
they don't know money. They don't know that it's money.
Of course not.
Like,
they don't know anything about money.
I take it out of his account. I like, you watch me. You're gonna pay me back for this. Here's your account. Here's mommy's account. I'm gonna transfer this money back to my account.
$300 worth of LOL dolls on my credit
Oh
card.
my God.
Ooh, that's a lot.
But you know, they're like $50 for the sets and all. Like, she did mad sets.
Ooh.
Why is she so excited? Because she kept being like, yes! And I thought she was looking at the video, you know, a little singing and dancing.
Hey, she was hitting that joke. That shit was going through. She was like, "Yes, that's a mama." Because the mama joke, the joke she probably usually be on, don't be going through.
That's a lot of money.
To cancel all that.
$300 a doll.
She was getting it.
It would have just came to my house, and I'd have been like, "What?"
About to be
Yo. I would have, and I'm like,
we could have never had the Amazon or the internet.
Smart, but I never thought that.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, me and Shani definitely would have been buying stuff.
I was so.
We would have burned those bank accounts.
I felt real old. Yeah, it was an old head.
We would have.
Ooh, I was like, oh, they know how to do this.
We definitely would have.
How?
We have really been on here for almost an entire day. It's been almost 5 hours.
You guys, you know, I don't get to see people in real life, so this is fun. Yeah.
I just looked at the time like, dang.
I get to see people in real life.
Like 4 hours.
I don't
It
get
was
to talk
fun though.
I don't get to talk to people.
I haven't seen you in forever, Shani, so it was fun.
Me, last time I saw Shani was
tomorrow.
Birthday a year ago.
At your birthday.
And I'll see Lily tomorrow. But
you guys are coming tomorrow.
Oh Lord.
I didn't know what we were doing. So what time?
You forgot already.
I didn't forget. I just was like, are we doing this because of the weather? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, after after 5,
yes.
6. Yeah.
Okay, well, just let me know.
Yeah, so this was a weird birthday because I'm usually with all of my siblings. Like I'm usually with like my siblings, unless like I think I had one birthday I went to the Bahamas. But other than that, I usually see Shani and Curry, I think. And then usually I see mom and dad like for dinner or something like that. So this is definitely a weird birthday, especially this birthday. This is weird.
Strange times.
It's definitely weird. But I feel good though. I feel good. I don't feel 40 or in the way I thought I would. I feel better about this age than anything because I feel better about where I am.
That's a good thing.
So I don't feel like I've had an age that I felt like I feel real good about myself this age. Like, no, this is probably the first age I feel like last year and this year. I was really more in myself.
That's always good.
Yeah.
That's great. That's hard to do. So that's
But
good.
I appreciate you guys coming on the show.
Yeah,
Of course.
man.
Anytime.
Follow up.
Thank
Do
you
the
very much.
quiz.
We need to
I'm
Oh
doing
no,
the
we
quiz.
gonna do the quiz.
And then Koya set up.
Look, Shani, you might have just ruined the whole birthday because what you forgot is that we eggheads. So we gonna all do the quiz by tomorrow and then be in the house talking about it.
Right.
We'll call me then.
For my birthday, and I'm gonna call you like Shani.
I still want to
The
do it.
analysis is dope. Like
I
once you like really get
I want to
like,
talk to Johnny because I want her takes.
once you understand like
And
each
what
of
I got from the
those
video, I
guys,
just didn't remember the names of it. Like I knew what the styles look like.
I can break it all down.
Okay,
and
good.
where it shows up
Oh, that's gonna be
friends, with your kids, with your parents.
Yes, I want to
Like everything. Like when you understand each of those sections, like oh my god, the whole world starts to make sense.
I need it. All right, I'm ready. Let's
That's
go.
how I
All
felt.
right.
when I finished
The
those
quiz
videos.
that I sent you is going to ask you about spouse because that's typically where it shows up the most for adults, right? So
Okay.
just have a person in mind, a close person. Okay, don't worry about whether or not it's an actual spouse. Like
Okay.
think of a relationship, and
Okay.
then have that relationship in mind when
All
you're answering the questions.
Okay.
All right. That's
It could be a parent,
all y'all. That's
you know,
the link
whatever.
out there.
Yeah, that's the link up there. Y'all will see it in the comments when y'all get off the live. Just in case you
Oh,
want to do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
because I'm gonna do that. Y'all think I'm not about to do that right now? I'm about to do it right now.
Okay, second thing, when you take the quiz, screenshot the pie chart.
okay.
These quizzes, once you finish and then it'll email you your results, it's only going to show you what your largest section was. I don't care about the largest section. I want the breakdown. And the breakdown is only going to show up in the pie chart and it's going to disappear once you get out of that page. So screenshot the pie chart where it's going to show you how it's all broken down into the different sections.
All right.
Oh Lord.
And then save it. That's the part I'm interested in. I like the rest of it. The rest of it is cool, but
Shani getting excited. Like she can't wait to break this down. Like this, look at her.
My favorite.
And we all excited like we're nerds. All of us.
yeah.
I love everything about this.
Like we the real. Okay, this is the real geeks where we get excited about quizzes that we gonna cry about.
It's
later.
so good though.
Koya,
But like, I'm trying to tell you, I listened to 12 videos about this man. He was boring, but it was the information blew my mind. I have a whole notebook of notes. That was just one of the ones that stuck out to me. But
I'm taking it. All right, let's go.
you're like, oh my god.
I'm excited about this.
I was
test.
working. I felt like I was working so hard. I was working so hard as a child. I was working too hard.
I thought it was
Like
worth
I was working too hard as a child.
Children work too hard.
Children are
That's
overachieving.
the entire essence of this is that we got these kids working too hard.
Yeah.
And on every level though, like on every level, I had to sit back and say, oh my God, everything that I did physically, I hated because one, I did not like being up in the mornings. So my entire week, 7 days a week, I had to be up early in the morning. So I just hated most of my life. It didn't matter if it was church, ballet, school.
Oh,
It was early in the morning. I hate the morning. So when I think about that, and then I think about then I'm coming home and then I'm with my friends and then I'm trying to like figure out how to move in the situation as a kid, and then I'm sensing all these other strange things and seeing stuff, all other stuff. It's like too much. Tired.
Flat.
Then I'm feeling stuff from my parents and I don't understand it. So then I'm doing stuff with my parents. Like it's just
It happens.
I need rules and structure. Don't be giving no path, no free mind out here. Okay?
But that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Too much.
All right. Nice. Well, I have to go, you guys.
All right.
Midnight yoga.
Yes.
Midnight yoga. This job.
Yeah.
Yeah, midnight
yoga.
Jay.
Yoga.
I love that, Lily. I love that.
Nothing else to do.
That's wonderful.
You see her, Shani?
Yeah.
Like, what
Huh?
she look like? Do you see her? Like,
What do
look at
you-
like
you
that's
look amazing.
midnight
Y'all
yoga.
look good.
Midnight yoga.
Everyone,
That's great.
It's
Everyone should do
midnight
it.
yoga.
I'm gonna do it right
Purple
now.
light
I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm not gonna do it right now.
Midnight yoga.
But I love
Shani
that.
said no, she's not about that life.
But I love that.
It's a lot of fun. It is.
Give her like a 9 a.m., 10 a.m. yoga.
They have some, they have those sunrise yogas.
Her day off early.
Lunch break yoga.
Lunch break yoga.
Lunch
That's
break.
Koya.
Lunch break
Lunch
yoga.
break yoga.
Lunch
Yeah.
break
That's
yoga.
Koya.
I'll
2
send you.
p.m.
Have a lot of them.
2 p.m. yoga.
2 p.m. yoga. They have
I
that.
would miss lunch yoga.
Go to yogagreenbook.com. You can
What
sign
is it?
up. Yoga Green Book.
Yoga Green Book.
Yoga Green Book.
Mm-hmm. All black yogis.
Oh, that's
Oh, that's
wonderful.
right.
I think you get like a 2-week trial or a week trial if you just want to try it.
Oh, that's
Oh, that's
great.
great.
So
That's dope.
Cool.
I
I didn't know that existed.
I've been on there for the entire pandemic. It's awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I like it.
So yeah, they sent the Zoom class yesterday. Pop up midnight yoga starts at 12:10. So I'm.
Oh, bye.
Oh,
Go
good.
back.
Oh, bye.
Bye. All right, y'all.
All
All right. I
Bye.
appreciate you coming on.
No problem.
It was
Happy
fun.
early birthday.
I mean,
Huh?
I'm also
Thank you,
super
sis.
excited about this next this breakdown.
I'm so excited. I love this stuff. Remember that when you guys came over for my birthday this past summer and we were talking about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's my jam.
But I just didn't have as much information as I have now.
Right.
Whoa. All right. Thank you,
All
Sean.
right. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Shani.
Oh, that was a good birthday show.
Okay, Koya
Thanks
got
for
BDAY.
thank you coming out, guys. And Matthew has been on pause for the last like 5 minutes.
Have I?
Yeah, we hear you, but your camera
Oh,
being
did.
it's like it's sad.
Oh, you can't even see me this whole time?
Like no, you just be a picture. You're frozen, but we hear you.
Oh.
How daddy was.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, thank you guys for coming out. And we're gonna end with some music.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate everything. This is great. Awesome.
Happy birthday to the
Was-
unicorn.
Oh, there you go. You back. It's the Mercury retrograde, the ending of it. So that's why the technology's stupid.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna say bye now and play some music. Is it on? It's not on, Matt.
What?
It's not on. Nope. No music on. He's gotta do it again. He's gotta do it.
We're just gonna end it. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna
What? You could have just put it back.
We're gonna end it with some music, you know?
Oh, what happened?
What you talking about? Huh? Nothing happened.
All right, we're gonna end it with some music.
Shit, I did it again. They do it
Mommy's
too
like,
much.
nope. Exactly. Nope.
So y'all ain't hear that. I was playing music the whole time.
You was dancing and I was like, we can't hear what you are.
Up all night. How you doing? I said I can't be lying. Niggas don't think y'all so crazy. I got a chopper, you know I got to keep my 45. That 45, you know know it's gonna save my life. Each and every night, I hope y'all hear anything. Her sitting down tonight. Won't you lean a little bit closer? Her roses, they smelling like.
Nappy's camera does not like him today.
Oh man. Good night.
And I know she's fucking up, cause I put some in her cup. And she working at night, and she working so free. And she worked it and twerked it, and I smashed it. But see, do you have on panties tonight? What did you with this? Get close, get close. Baby smelling like the roses really smelling like the rose. I think it's smelling like. Hey, what? Take him on the south side.